Please take your seats. We're going to start the meeting. Good evening. We will start the evening with a land acknowledgement. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges the land on which we gather, and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood. And is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and the Gabrielino Kizh peoples. I will now call this meeting to order. It is 6:03 p.m. Former Mayor Abby Land, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you so much, Mayor. If those who could stand, please stand and put your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Councilmember Byers.
Present.
Councilmember Heilman.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Here.
Mayor Schein.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Madam City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda from staff?
There are no changes from staff this evening.
Okay, do my colleagues have any requests for changes to the agenda? Let's begin with Councilmember Meister.
Sure, I'll give it a whirl. Item 5, to move to consent, item 5A, organizational structure update and approval of organizational chart, adding 11 full-time equivalent positions and eliminating 10 full-time equivalent positions.
Great.
Item 6A, consideration of the annual report of the Sunset Strip Business Improvement District and adoption of a resolution of intention to levy an assessment for the 23-24 fiscal year. Great. 6B, consideration of the annual report of the advisory board to the West Hollywood Design District and adoption of a resolution of intention to levy an assessment for the 23-24 fiscal year. Okay,
Yes.
I'm on a roll. 6C, levy of annual assessment for Santa Monica Boulevard Maintenance District for fiscal year 23-24. And 6D, as in dog, construction agreement with Palp Inc., DBA Excel Paving Company, and amendment number 13 to the agreement for services with Michael Baker International for CIP 2303 Santa Monica Boulevard between Crescent Heights Boulevard and La Cienega Boulevard pavement repair program.
Okay.
And then last, I have 6F to set the date for the annual Congress of Commissions and Advisory Boards, if that date is okay with everybody. That's all I got.
Put it on our calendars now. Put it on there now.
Any others? Councilmember Byers, do you have any? Great.
Could we try for 6G?
Which one's 6G?
I don't know if there are speakers on that. That's the travel ban repeal.
The ban.
I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with that, too.
If there are speakers, I would want to hear it, but if there are no speakers, I'm fine with it.
We have no speakers for that item.
Okay. What about 6E, programming for Halloween 2023? Can we move that to consent this
I have
evening? You have
questions.
questions? Okay. All right, so we are moving to consent 5A, 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, 6F, and 6G.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Heilman, a second from Councilmember Meister, and I will now take a roll call vote.
It's Byers.
Oh, it was, sorry. So a motion from Councilmember Heilman and a second from Councilmember Byers. Councilmember Byers.
Yes.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Yes.
Mayor Schein.
Aye.
And just for edification for the public, we have shut down the voting system because we're having some electrical issues, and it's one less thing running in council chambers. So if you notice lights flickering, that's been happening this evening. So just wanted to make everyone aware. Thank you.
All right. Do my colleagues have adjournment motions for this evening? Councilmember Meister, do you have any?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to adjourn in memory of Tom Edward Madigan, who passed away on April 8th in West Hollywood. He was 68. He had recently retired from Oracle, heading up their retail solutions division. Tom had a very quick wit and will always be remembered for his joyous sense of humor. Tom is survived by his sister Patricia and several nieces and nephews. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Byers? Councilmember Heilman?
Yes, I have two adjournment requests tonight. First, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Richie Lichtenstein's dad. Richie has done a lot of work in the city of West Hollywood. His dad passed away several weeks ago at the age of 95. I don't have other details, but once I do, I'll circulate them and supply them to the city clerk. I'd also request that we adjourn in memory of Robert Patrick. He was a prolific pioneer in off-Broadway and gay theater with over 300 productions of his plays during the 1960s in New York City. In 1972, the publisher and licensing company Samuel French called Patrick New York's most produced playwright. He received a Rainbow Key Award by the City of West Hollywood and the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board for having been instrumental in the beginnings of gay and off-Broadway theater. He was part of the cast of the City of West Hollywood Stuart Timmons LGBTQ History Tour in 2015, 2016, and 2017. He died April 23rd at the age of 85. I'd request we adjourn in his memory.
Thank you, Councilmember Heilman. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any adjournments?
Yes, thank you. I have three tonight, Madam Mayor. The first is in legendary elected official and trailblazer Gloria Molina, who passed away yesterday on Mother's Day. Former Assemblywoman, City Councilwoman, and Board of Supervisor, was the first Latina elected to any of those offices and blazed the trails for so many. And she lost her battle with cancer yesterday, and we want to send our memories to her, as she has been a good friend to many in this community. Additionally, I would like to adjourn in memory of Patricia Lamas, who passed away last week, and below is an induction when she was honored with the Harvey Milk Park last October and July. So Pat Lamas is the guiding light behind the creation and leadership of the social groups for lesbians in Long Beach since the late 80s. Pat, with her then partner Heather Ham, founded a group that remains to this day the popular Long Beach social group known for lesbians of 40 plus. Pat became a welcoming presence that group for years after its founding. The Women's Brunch event came as an extension of the 40 plus group, and it hosted brunches and activities for the community, as well as fostering a place for lesbians all across Southern California. During the AIDS epidemic, Pat opened the first condom gift store in Long Beach called Condom Wrap to help educate and reinforce safer sex practices. Their float in the Long Beach Pride Parade featured the first ever giant cartoon condom in the parade's history. After the passing of Pat's spouse, Heather Ham, the Women of Wednesday began, and Pat continued to graciously open up her home and organizing such things even in later years called the Long Beach chapter of Old Lesbians Organizing for Change, or OLOC, where she increased membership, stood against ageism everywhere, rented convertibles for old lesbians to be visible in the annual Long Beach Pride Parade. Pat was a friend to many in this community, came to many events here, and was a dear friend of mine, and I will miss her greatly. Additionally, I want to adjourn in memory of someone who stood right over here a couple of years ago, Tony Sawyer, who starred in the Vagina Monologues that I helped produce several years ago that I know Councilmember Byers was in the cast, as well as I know resident Mikey Friedman was in the cast, as well as former Mayor and Councilmember Abby Land and many others. There was never a person like Tony Sawyer that I can remember who could deliver lines with such grace and poise. And I had just spoken with her about a month ago, and I just want to, because I think about this line every time I think about Tony, and I'm going to say it. And so, down there, I haven't been down there since 1953, and no, it had nothing to do with Eisenhower. We will miss you greatly, Tony, me especially. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have an adjournment for Maxine Campbell. Maxine Campbell was the mother of Steve Campbell, the city's Director of Public Works, and very sadly, she passed away yesterday at the age of 93. Our sincere condolences go out to Steve and his family during this difficult time. Now we will move on to presentations. We have two presentations this evening. The first is a proclamation for This Way Out 35th anniversary presented by Councilmember Heilman.
Thank you, Mayor. This Way Out is celebrating its 35th anniversary. It is an internationally distributed radio program founded by Lucia Chappelle and Greg Gordon in April of 1988. It is centered on local and international news impacting the LGBTQ+ community. It is the oldest LGBTQ+ radio program, and it was founded on a mission to distribute local and international news impacting the LGBTQ+ community. It is an award-winning program. It is a half-hour program. It is internationally distributed to over 200 local community public radio stations worldwide, including Europe, the Middle East and Africa, Asia Pacifica, and in Australia, as well as in the United States. At this time, I'd like to invite up the founder of This Way Out, Lucia Chappelle. I don't think Greg Gordon is with us tonight, but Lucia is joined by Brian DeShazer, and Jason Jen, the technical director, if they could come forward to receive the proclamation, and if I could ask my colleagues to join me in presenting.
Thank you so very much. You know, looking back over these 35 years that we've been on the air, aside from finding myself being terribly old all of a sudden, I am amazed at the accomplishments that we've been able to cover of the LGBTQ community. We've brought down sodomy laws. We liberated the military. We changed culture, art, music, and fashion. We survived AIDS. We won marriage equality. We opened the doors to an unimaginable, unforeseen unpacking of gender. We have seen 1,000 pronouns bloom. We never thought that we'd have so many elected officials, so many high cabinet positions filled by queer people. We never thought that we'd be such a powerful presence in the mainstream entertainment and media world. Out queer broadcasting stars. We never thought we'd see that. Now, we learned that our struggle is not over. There's been a pivot. The pendulum has swung. Now we learn that it's the last to get rights, the first to lose rights. As we see LGBTQ people, especially BIPOC LGBTQ people, we're the first targets of the reactionary, authoritarian forces of patriarchy and misogyny. Now we learn that as visible as we've become, we can be silenced with the snap of a finger. Don't say gay, don't read books, don't see drag, don't wake up. Now we learn that a unique outlet for authentic LGBTQ voices is still desperately needed now to guarantee our future. So we very humbly accept this recognition of our work. And moreover, we dedicate this recognition to the LGBTQ people and our allies whose voices of resistance and stories of courage we work to broadcast. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Now we will do a I will do a presentation for AARP. I'm very excited to present this proclamation to AARP for its empowerment of and advocacy on behalf of older adults, as well as its invaluable partnership with our city. The month of May is National Older Americans Month and serves as a time to honor older adults in West Hollywood and local and regional partners committed to enhancing the quality of life for older adults, community members. And AARP is the nation's largest nonprofit organization dedicated to empowering people to choose how they live as they age, a respected source of information, an advocate for health and financial security for people 50 and older, a driver for social change to create equitable and inclusive age-friendly communities, and a thought leader identifying and sharing best practices and policies to support older adults. And the AARP network of age-friendly states and communities is an affiliate of the World Health Organization's Age-Friendly Cities and Communities program, works to identify communities for membership in the age-friendly network and guides the enrollment, assessment, and implementation processes. And in 2016, the City of West Hollywood deepened its partnership with AARP as it was engaging city stakeholders in the development of the city's Aging in Place, Aging in Community 5-year strategic plan, which led to West Hollywood's acceptance as one of the first Southern California cities in the AARP's network of age-friendly communities. The World Health Organization's 8 domains of livability are utilized by AARP's network and were adopted by the city as the original framework for the Aging in Place, Aging in Community strategic plan. The city's work expanded to cover 10 domains over the 5-year plan, and as a vital partner in the city's efforts, AARP continues to make invaluable contributions to the implementation of the second iteration of Aging in Place, Aging in Community Initiative Work 2.0, outlined in the city's Aging in Place, Aging in Community retrospective report. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby extends its gratitude to AARP for its continuously outstanding efforts to meet the evolving needs of older adults in West Hollywood and beyond. At this time, I would like to invite Rafi Nazarians, the Associate State Director of AARP California, and Rachel Zayden, the Associate State Director of Advocacy and Community Engagement of AARP California, to the dais for a photo to accept the proclamation. And I'd love my colleagues to join me.
Thank you so much, Mayor Shine, members of the council. AARP would like to formally recognize the City of West Hollywood's outstanding commitment to supporting the quality of life, health, and well-being of its older residents. By 2030, 10.8 million Californians will be age 60 or older, and they will make up a quarter of the state's population. Populations across the state are rapidly aging, and this includes the population of West Hollywood. To be successful, leaders must navigate this demographic change as you plan for new and different future while still delivering the services residents expect. Surveys conducted by AARP consistently show that roughly 80% of adults aged 50 and older want to age in place in their homes and in their communities. They want to continue to see their doctors, live near their friends, and be close to children, grandchildren, and support networks. Such connections are not just nice to have, they are important to the health and well-being of the entire community. For residents to succeed in their community, there are critical components and services that should be offered, such as ensuring the adequate transportation options that are not car-centric, addressing financial vulnerability, particularly in California with its exorbitant housing costs, and ensuring older adults can stay socially and civically connected, and more. With your visionary leadership, the City of West Hollywood has taken great action to prepare and meet the need of its residents, and particularly its older adults. As Mayor Shine said, in 2016, the city enrolled in the AARP network of age-friendly states and communities, and in doing so, city leadership committed to a 5-year process to ensure older adults are prioritized in planning practices and policies. This is a significant undertaking, and it takes sustained leadership. It engages a full range of government services, public and private organizations, and residents of all ages to identify core issues and develop action plans to implement innovations that support population change and meet the challenges ahead. We applaud the City of West Hollywood and its leadership for completing its 5-year process and for starting a whole new process. This includes the development and the ongoing implementation of the action plan to help the city evolve as, quote, a community where aging is embraced and where people can remain in the housing of their choice as long as they choose, regardless of age, income, or ability level. West Hollywood's age-friendly efforts have been exemplary. AARP is proud to work as a partner with the City of West Hollywood. Thank you again so much for having us here tonight.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to public comment, I have one more quick adjournment. I was informed that Mikhail Maglieri's mother passed away, and her name is Scarlett. And she will be missed. Now we will move on to public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes, with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items or items of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the public hearing. If you signed up to speak on both consent calendar items and general public comment, as well as an item that was moved to the consent calendar, you may take this public comment period to speak on the consent calendar items. You may also sign up to speak during the second public comment period for your general public comment. Madam City Clerk, will you please call our first speaker?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker this evening is Gregory Rang, to be followed by Alan Strasberg.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Gregory Rang, and I live in the city of Los Angeles. I have the privilege of being the new executive director of the West Hollywood Design District. On behalf of our board of directors and our member businesses, I wish to thank you for your continued support of not just our business improvement district, but by extension, the entire creative community it attracts, inspires, and employs. We especially thank you for your support of the Melrose businesses throughout the streetscape beautification process. We already see the positive impact the changes are having on our community and the foot traffic throughout our business neighborhood. As 2024 will officially mark 75 years of innovation and design in the district, we again look to this esteemed body and request your creative wisdom, steady guidance, and unwavering support as we celebrate this impressive milestone together as the West Hollywood Design District. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Strasberg, to be followed by Mike Carter.
Hi, Alan Strasberg. I'm a longtime resident of West Hollywood, 32 years to be exact, 32 years plus. Item 2J is on the consent calendar, and that's a good example of how much money the city has to spend. And I think that's a good thing. And I think we need to talk about public safety. We've been talking about that for the last 16 months or so. It's been a somewhat contentious debate, discussion, discourse throughout the city. And I think it's time to focus on a couple of realities of public safety. The first one is that we live in a country that has more guns than people. That is just a reality. We live in a world in which the human condition is one in which people will always have the intent to do harm. It would be nice if it weren't that way, but that's the way it is. We're also a city of 1.9 square miles surrounded by a major metropolis. That metropolis includes 3 sides of the city of Los Angeles, a city that has a mayor that is showing leadership and increasing the number of sworn police officers that she wants on the police department. The fourth side, rather, is Beverly Hills, a city that has fewer people than we do, but far more public safety than we have. Both Los Angeles and Beverly Hills have higher ratios of uniformed officers to citizens. It's irresponsible to attempt to create an island out of this 1.9 square miles. The reality is also that West Hollywood has become increasingly an entertainment destination for Southern California. Our city swells at night and on weekends. This manifests in increases in crimes such as drunkenness, disorderly conduct, narcotic and weapons laws. The stats show it. Recent events include the horrific video images of a holdup involving a military-style weapon at 9 o'clock at night. Ambassadors have a role in our city, but not as a replacement for the deterrent power of the LA Sheriff's Department. Statistics can tell any story you want them to tell. To combine all crime into one category and call it part one, doesn't tell the entire story. The reality is that rape is up from 10 to 17. That's a 70% increase.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have the money to spend. Let's spend it.
Thank you, Alan. Our next speaker this evening. If everyone could contain their...
I'm going to ask that we not clap in between comments. We have a very long agenda this evening, and you're free to clap maybe after all the public comment period is over. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is Mike Carter, to be followed by Mikey Friedman.
Greetings and good evening. It's good to be here with all of you and to see all of you. I want to thank you for 2S, consent item, because I think our urban forest canopy is really important, and just like us, our tree friends, if you will, are subject to climate change and to disease, and they need all the help that we can give them. Another green concept I'd like to bring up while I'm at it is that of the Detroit community gardeners, who are presently fighting for their survival of community gardening in West Hollywood. They are the most wonderful group of individuals I think I have ever met in one place, and they all seem to be on the same page. And that page is, we want to see the dawn of permanent and sustainable community gardening in West Hollywood. To that end, many of us attended the Human Services Commission meeting last week to discuss the mental health aspects and benefits of community gardening. And then some of us attended the Public Facilities Commission meeting to raise awareness of the successes so far of the Detroit Community Garden under the Mayor's Monarch Pledge, if you will. Thank you. Just to end this quickly, I think what we're looking for is to ask, to beseech you for a line item budget. Well, a line item. Yes, a line item in the budget dedicated to community gardening. And I wish you a good meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mikey Friedman.
Good evening. One, quote, even though there are fewer sheriffs and the department is overwhelmed, we have already issued several citations to illegal scooter riders. End quote. Captain Mulder, East Side Safety Meeting, May 11th. Quote, so as far as riding, we don't issue citations or anything like that. If we see them riding illegally, we try to say something, but most of the time they just go zipping by. End quote. Shay Gibson, Public Safety Commission Meeting, May 8th. Summer vacation is coming. Joyriding on scooters is going to increase dramatically. We need more sheriffs who can both cite illegal scooter riders and fight crime. Block by Block admittedly can't do either, but the sheriffs can, so please bring their numbers back up. 2, the Promise Scooter Survey is now up on the WeHo website. Thank you. But there are too many questions about making the program permanent. They seemed a little skewed in the companies and in your favor, so not in ours. So I have questions. How will you advertise it so that all the residents know about it and get a say? Will there be other ways you'll be reaching out to residents other than just on the website? The survey asks if you are a WeHo resident and for your zip code. Is there a way to check on the veracity of the replies? 3, when you were deciding whether or not to make scooters permanent, your deciding factor in pausing the process was that the city was basically losing money while the scooter companies were raking it in. You wanted a better deal. Well, we want a better deal. We want safe sidewalk access for people with disabilities and with strollers and for older adults and for people walking pets. Are you obeying ADA access rules? It is part of the U.S. Constitution that you all took an oath to uphold and defend. What about that? What about our safety? Thank you.
Thank you, Mikey.
Thank you, Mikey. Mayor, we're going to switch to Zoom to hear from a member of the public wishing to speak on a consent calendar item, and then we'll go back to general public comment. We're about at the 10-minute mark.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker on Zoom is Genevieve Morrill. Genevieve, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. Tonight, we present to you our annual reports for both the Sunset Strip Business Improvement District and the West Hollywood Design District, as well as our program of work for this upcoming fiscal year. The Design District is fully activated with promotions and programming being developed, as well as a plan for marketing on Melrose per your generous marketing contributions earlier this year. We are so excited to welcome Greg Rang as our new Executive Director for the district, and he's already making a lot of impact in the district, interacting with all of our different businesses. Sunset Strip is anxious for the city's Gateway program to be developed based on some amazing concepts we saw from the proposal process. And on behalf of both the bid boards, we thank you for your continued support and generosity. Have a great night.
Thank you, Genevieve. Our next speaker in chambers is Abby Land. And she will be followed by Cesar Barrios.
Good evening, Mayor, and thanks for the privilege of leading the pledge and council members. I am not able to stay for the public hearing, so I understand my comments won't be part of that, but I did want to come out this evening and ask you to please, on item 3B, deny the appeal of the project that is on Santa Monica and West Knoll, and indeed approve the resolution from the Planning Commission. As you know, this project has been in many conversations, and I think your Planning Commission did an outstanding job of really weighing all the pros and cons of this project. This project will add housing, will add affordable housing, will add live-work housing, which I hope you approve more of, as well as really create a vibrancy and more walkability in that neighborhood. It's right down the street from me, so I will have new neighbors, both people who live in the community as well as new retail neighbors. And an added bonus is we will get the undergrounding of our electricity. And so yes, I know during construction we will complain. There will be too much noise. There will be trucks that will block things. And when you do that undergrounding, I'll probably be the first one to call to say, where is my electricity that day? But at the end of the day, we will have the underground, our neighborhood will look better, and that Santa Monica part of the street will just be vibrant and really have a lot going for it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cesar Barrios, to be followed by Rick Watts.
Good evening. I'm here to show my support for the Sheriff's Department for you guys to restore the deputies to pre-pandemic levels. Block by block is not the answer for extra supplement security in the city. Let's save the taxpayers' money. Let's install a security-wide surveillance camera system like Beverly Hills. It'll save the taxpayers quite a bit of money. That's it.
Thank you, Cesar. Our next speaker is Rick Watts, to be followed by Leslie Carlis.
Thank you, Council. So a week from tonight, February 22nd, or excuse me, May 22nd, mark Harvey Milk Day. And among the other the many things that Harvey Milk did during his life, as short as it ended up being, was to inspire hope. And one of my favorite quotes, it was actually on a T-shirt that the city put out for Harvey Milk Day of Service a few years ago, was, "You gotta give them hope." And in the conduct of government, that requires being responsive to the requests of the citizenry. What brings on hopelessness is when government is not responsive to that, or the public becomes passive, and that can only lead to bad things. Now, I don't want to disparage the folks that advocated the changing of the priorities of the city towards a focus on block by block, but and I tried to keep an open mind on it, but we can see that there are problems with that, and I want to advocate that the funding for the police, the fire, the Sheriff's Department, please be restored. We need it. We have a crime problem that we have a tough time seeing it show up in the statistics because we all know that it's there. And we've got issues with the scooters. And
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leslie Carlis, to be followed by Nick Roybal, and that will put us at about 20 minutes, Mayor, so let me know if you'd like to continue.
This will be the last comment.
After Nick or after Leslie?
After we hit 20 minutes.
Okay.
When we hit 20 minutes. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Leslie Carlis. I'm a resident of West Hollywood and the president of the West Hollywood West Residents Association. I'm here tonight to talk about public safety and to urge council to restore law enforcement resources to at least pre-pandemic levels. It is widely known that the deputies have been cut and replaced with ambassadors who cannot make arrests and are generally viewed by the public as ineffective in deterring crime. News reports of armed robberies and theft fuel the perception both in and outside the community that West Hollywood is unsafe. Empty storefronts also play into this perception. In the last 2 weeks, I've reported graffiti on 2 vacant properties on Melrose in the Design District. To the city's credit, it was painted over quickly, but as a criminal attorney, I know this usually means a gang is marking its territory. Unfortunately, it is this perception that West Hollywood isn't safe that will deter new businesses from going into those empty storefronts and drive away residents, visitors, and tourists. As staff acknowledged in the community safety update, the presence of law enforcement is the most effective deterrence to crime. We need more deputies on the street, in patrol cars, on foot, and on bikes. Thank you.
So Nick Roybal will be our last speaker. I do have an individual who feels they should be allowed to speak as well, and does not want to stay till the end of the meeting.
Good evening. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, just one more person who signed up?
Yeah.
There's no others?
Well, I have a stack. We have a stack,
Oh,
but
well, if that's the case, then we need to be fair.
Yeah.
So,
thank you.
thank you.
Sorry, Nick.
No apologies needed.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Shine, Mayor Pro Tem Erickson, Council. One is too many. 17 is a public safety city failure. Danny Rivas, we must be better. A 70% increase in reported rapes in the city in half a year. David Wilson, we must be better. And it would be 18 if I reported mine. I must breathe. One woman on the new Public Safety Commission. We must be better. I stand here on the giant shoulders of my tia Gloria Marino. I stand here. I can hear Gloria. As a tender witness that all of us must be better. We must, if we are to stay the city of West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. If you signed up to speak for general public comment, you will be moved to the second public comment period at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we will hear the city manager's report. City Manager Wilson, please provide us your report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. I do have a few updates today, or announcements. The city's Affordable Properties Residential Satisfaction Survey will begin this week. Residents in 100% affordable properties should expect a postcard from the city shortly. shortly followed by a mailed survey from Great Lakes Marketing Research. Residents are encouraged to participate as this survey will assist city staff and the city council in developing policies and programs for the city's affordable housing residents. And then also the micro mobility survey is up and available as mentioned earlier. This includes questions about the city's scooter and e-bike program that is available at www.weho.org/docklist. The scooter survey will be advertised through all the social media channels, advertised on bus shelters and on the bike kiosk, decals placed on sidewalks throughout the city. There will also be in-person intercept surveys at high pedestrian trafficked areas performed by the consultant. Responses will be collected through July 14th. The survey's results will be presented to the City Council in September, and participants may also call 323-848-6401 to submit their responses over the phone. Item 2L on tonight's agenda was to reject the bid received and re-advertise the CIP number 2305, the San Vicente and Rosewood Street Improvement Project. The bid is being rejected because it was 40% higher than the engineer's estimate. Typically, when this occurs, the city will reject all bids to ensure we are receiving the most competitive bid. A new RFP will be released later this week with updated specs and additional time to complete the project to encourage a larger pool of bidders. We anticipate coming back to council for the April for approval and select the contractor in August of 2023, and then begin the work in the fall. We'll also conduct a community meeting to provide the community members with the updated project timeline. And then lastly, WeHo Pride is right around the corner from June 2nd through June 4th. We will continue to promote Pride events on social media and other modes of publication, but since this is the last City Council meeting before WeHo Pride, we'd like to provide an overview of some of the weekend's highlights. On June 2nd, WeHo Pride presents Friday Night at Out Loud, a free concert for the community with RSVPs. On June 3rd, the Women's Freedom Festival and Dyke March will take place from the WeHo Pride Community Stage at Santa Monica and Lapeer. On June 3rd and June 4th, the WeHo Pride Street Fair will be held along Santa Monica Boulevard. The Out Loud concert will also take place in West Hollywood Park from June 3rd and June 4th. And then at noon on June 4th, the WeHo Pride Parade will begin at Crescent Heights and will make its way to Robertson Boulevard. And if you can't make it in person, it can also be, you can see the live broadcast on KTLA. And so that concludes my comments. Yeah.
Mayor, I have a question for the city manager.
Okay.
Thank you. Dave, when we talked about the survey on the micromobility, we talked about a scientific survey. Having a survey posted on the website or other places is not, that is going to be a biased survey. There should have been a survey that was either a telephone survey done by an organization like FM3, where it was actually done by professional market research people. That's what we asked for. And what we're going to be getting is people who are going to, we don't know if they're residents or not residents. They might say they're residents and not be residents, whereas when FM3 or another market research company does a survey, they know who they are talking to. This is going to be a bogus survey. I just want to just put it out there now.
Please don't clap tonight, please. I agree. We actually did give direction that this survey be done statistically by a professional. So that was direction given. In fact, I'm surprised that this is a survey online. So I would ask that we do this survey by professional that will be calling members, community members, and getting responses from them.
Okay. We will certainly look at adding that to the survey, calling community members directly. The survey it does provide IP addresses, so we will ensure that only one device is taking the survey, but that doesn't mean that that device is actually in the city of West Hollywood. So we'll look at actually doing calls as well.
And the thing is that this isn't just, I'm not saying that this should just be for residents of West Hollywood, but it was supposed to be a statistically valid survey and done by a professional. I think that gives it more credibility as well.
Okay. All right.
I just took it. It's nice. Very good. Very easy.
Madam City Clerk, what is the fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar with the addition of items 5A, 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, 6F, and 6G is $6,219,501 in expenditures, $1,109,871 in revenue, and $0 in waived fees. And may I have a motion to approve consent?
So moved.
Thank you, Council.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Heilman and a second from Mayor Shine to approve tonight's consent calendar item. Councilmember Byers.
Yes.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Aye.
Mayor Shine.
Aye.
Consent calendar passes. Thank you.
Okay, we will now move to our public hearing. Our first public hearing is 3A, user fee study and proposed fee resolution for fiscal year 2023 to 2024. The public hearing is now open. Madam City Clerk, how was this hearing noticed?
Thank you, Mayor. As required by law.
Will the staff representative please introduce yourself and present the staff report?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, council members. My name is Claudia Duncan. I am with the Revenue Management Division in the Finance Department. My title is Senior Analyst for the Revenue Division. I'm here with the Revenue Manager, Annie Ruiz, and Preeti Patel, who is a member of the Wilden Financial Services, who is the consultant that executed our fee study. This item we're here to present is the fee resolution, and that is a very comprehensive process we execute every year to evaluate and update the fees that the city charges for our services. The purpose is to identify the amounts that we need in order to recuperate the cost of providing the services. With this item, we're also presenting an update to the fee study that was conducted last year. The fee study was actually approved last year, but this year we've updated it for new staff positions and staff rates. We can provide a brief overview of the updates that we have. You keep smiling at me. Yes.
A brief overview would be
Yes.
better. Thank you so much.
Would you like us to do that? Or we could go straight to specific questions. We have staff from all the divisions ready to answer the questions. We also have Preeti, who is able to answer the questions for the fee study.
Thank you. We can go to straight to questions.
Do we have public speakers on this item?
No, we do not.
If there are no questions, I'm prepared to move to close the public hearing and approve the fee resolution.
And I'll second.
I have some suggestions.
Okay.
So, not really questions, but on some of the fees, and I know some of these are new and some aren't, regarding the community garden fee, I think that we need to have a discount or waiver of fees for West Hollywood residents who are seniors or low income. I also think for Tenacity pay to reserve fees, that we need to also have a discount or waiver of fees for West Hollywood residents who are seniors or low income. And then the third one is I think that we need to look at raising the citation for violating the no leash law and the not cleaning up after your dog law. And that's currently under Schedule C, under community safety. I think that we, as it is, because it is very difficult to catch people doing it, I think that the citation needs to have more bite. Excuse the pun. But maybe if the citation has more bite and we get it out there via social media that we've increased our fees for this, that people will be more responsible about cleaning up after their dogs and also keeping their dogs on leash when they're walking them. So if my colleagues would consider them coming back with a proposal, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, I think the two discounts seem fine, that we could do that tonight. I believe the increased fine, I think we'd have to ask staff to come back with that.
Right.
And that's fine. Yeah, that would be great.
We'll make a note on our report.
My only, the thing with Tenacity, I know they're using an app called Play by Point. Does it have the technological ability to figure out who's a senior and West Hollywood resident to apply that discount?
That wouldn't be something I can answer, but we can have staff come up and answer that question for you.
Otherwise, I agree with, thank you, Councilmember Meister.
I have one question.
And Councilmember Byers has a question.
Just one question regarding the picnic zone activation fee. It looks like it's a new fee, $80 flat rate for activation of lawn spaces outside of the picnic tables. The picnic tables have an hourly rate. What's the logic between doing a flat rate for the general lawn space?
Let me call Stephanie. She'll be able to
Thank
answer
you.
that question.
The question about Tenacity, we can certainly meet with them and see if that's capable to do that. Is it on?
Speak closer to it.
Yes. Hi.
Speak into the
Yes.
mic. Yes, thank you.
For Tenacity, we can go ahead and check with them about the capability for the app to see if they can do that for a non-resident resident and a different rate for seniors. We can check with them on that. The other question was about the picnic zones. So the picnic zones, we typically rent just the picnic zone area, but in the last year that we've been open, we've been seeing additional reservation requests to take around the picnic zone area. So if they want to have, let's say, a special feature at their birthday party, it'll activate that grass area, so then they have a little bit more space in addition to the picnic zones. So we've really taken a close look at reservations in the last year since we've been open and making these recommendations as starting to live in the new building at what we would need, and certainly make additional recommendations as we begin to take on additional facility reservations at the ARC.
Thank you.
Stephanie, what percentage of the fees? Oh, sorry, Claudia.
Go ahead.
Oh,
No, I thought there was a question about the community garden, right?
Yes.
Community garden, we can also take a look at that too in doing the, I believe it was a senior rate or low income. We can take a look at that as well. As you know, we will be moving to a different site, hopefully, and finding a new site for that, and we can take a look at that as well. We updated the fees to accommodate the $120 for the $10 per month, but we can certainly go back and adjust that for low income or seniors and make with your recommendation.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Could we waive the fees for those individuals for the community gardens that we forced to move to a new spot?
If that's your direction tonight, we can go ahead and take that into consideration and then just move forward with my staff. We would just have to go back and update the contracts because they currently just re-signed for a new contract through October with a percentage fee for that. But we can certainly take a look at that. If that's your direction tonight, we can take a look at that too.
Yeah, I just think it's the least of what we can do for right now until we find a permanent spot. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that. And then for the Tenacity fees, what's the percentage split? What does the city get? What does Tenacity get again?
The contract is based on different fees regarding either the pro shop or individual fees regarding reservations and certain courts at certain days and times. If it's a certain in particular, we can certainly get back to you about specific percentages that are allocated for that. But off the top of my head, there are different levels, and I don't want to give misinformation.
No worries. Maybe you could just shoot us an email
Absolutely.
afterwards. Perfect. Thank you. Those are all my questions, Mayor.
So this is sounding a little bit more complicated than I initially thought. Maybe it's best for us to just go ahead and approve and give direction on the tenacity fees and on the other items that were mentioned, and that you could bring back an amendment a little bit in a month or so. Does that sound okay? So I'll just go ahead and renew my motion with that direction.
I'll second.
Thank you. So we have a motion from Councilmember Heilman and a second from Mayor Shine to adopt the new fee schedule and return to the City Council at a future date with the amendments requested. Councilmember Byers.
Yes.
Councilmember Heilman.
Yes.
Councilmember Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Aye.
Mayor Shine.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will now move to item 3B, which is the appeal of the Planning Commission certification of a final environmental impact report and approval to demolish all existing structures on 6 contiguous parcels in order to construct a new 5-story mixed-use development located at 8527 to 8555 Santa Monica Boulevard and 8532 to 8552 Northwest Knoll Drive, West Hollywood, California. The public hearing is now open. Madam City Clerk, how is this hearing noticed?
As required by law, Mayor.
City Attorney Langer, do you have a matter to address for the public hearing?
Yes, thank you very much. While the City Council is about to make their ex parte disclosures for the record before the hearing, there's one matter that should be clarified for the record. And as we all know from reading the staff report, this project has had a very long entitlement process. As noted in the record, the application was originally submitted in 2012, and the application was deemed complete in 2016. This vests the application under the standards in place at that time, and this vesting issue will be discussed during the appeal hearing. It's one of the main points of discussion for the hearing. But before we commence the appeal hearing, there's one procedural matter to address. As discussed throughout the record, the application was deemed complete in 2016. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on an earlier iteration of the project in March 2019. At that time, Councilmember Byers had submitted a letter in support of that earlier iteration of a project through her volunteer work through Abundant Housing LA, and Mayor Pro Tem Erickson had just begun his service on the Planning Commission and heard that hearing of the early iteration of the project back in March of 2019. At that time, the Planning Commission did not render a decision during those 2019 proceedings. And after that time, the applicant chose to make changes to the project and purchased an additional parcel and redesigned the project. After the redesign, the city recirculated a new EIR that went to the Planning Commission, solicited new public comment on the EIR. The revised iteration of the project had new Planning Commission proceedings and new public hearings on both the recirculated EIR and again on the project. Councilmember Byers and Mayor Pro Tem Erickson have not had any reported involvement in the new round of Planning Commission proceedings for the current iteration of the project that is the subject of the appeal before you tonight. In order for the council members to participate tonight, they must consider the application impartially and hear the appeal with an open mind and make a decision based on the facts in the record and the law. They are able to participate in the hearing if they can attest for the record that they have an open mind, do not have any financial or personal interest in the matter, have nothing to gain or lose on the outcome of the decision, and can fairly judge the matter and will base the decision on the evidence in the record. So I'm going to start with Councilmember Byers. I'm going to ask you those questions again for the record. Are you able to hear this matter with an open mind this evening?
Yes.
Do you have any financial or personal interest in the matter?
Not now, not ever.
Do you have anything to gain or lose on the outcome of this decision?
No.
And can you fairly judge the matter and base the decision on the evidence in the record?
Yes.
Okay, do you have anything else that you want to add for the record?
Sure, yeah. I do have a long history of advocating in support of housing and housing policy. My history also shows a use of discretion, good judgment, and discernment. Before us tonight is a discussion and decision on an appeal that has come to us based on rationale that I have not been aware of, nor have I previously engaged in until the item was before this council this evening. I have no personal financial interest in this project, nor was financial interest a reason in me being involved at any point in this project's timeline prior to this. I take my role representing this community very seriously, and I fully believe in my ability to use good judgment here tonight. I've come to this project with an open mind, ready to consider these new issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Erickson, are you hearing this hearing tonight with an open mind?
Yes.
Do you have any financial or personal interest in this matter?
No, I do not.
Do you have anything to gain or lose on the outcome of this decision?
No, I do not.
And can you fairly judge the matter and base your decision on the evidence in the record tonight?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Do you have anything else you want to add for the
I do. Thank you so much, City Attorney Langer. So back in 2019, this project came before me and was actually my first Planning Commission meeting. Then Assistant City Attorney Lauren Langer sat right over there, and I actually sat in her seat where she is right now. It's weird that I remember those things, but nevertheless, I do. The commission did not render a decision that night. The appellant then chose to modify the application, which triggered the proceedings that are now before us to start again, which included 2 EIR hearings and ultimately a hearing before the Planning Commission, which did render a decision, which was then appealed and is now before us tonight. Because of all these facts and because of my long history of being up here and judging these things when they are appealed as well, I know I can be impartial, and I am not basing my decision on anything that came up in the 2019 proceedings, and I am gauging all concerns and issues brought up in this appeal by members of our community completely with an open mind, and I will hear all evidence and viewpoints before making any decision tonight. I have no personal or financial interest in this project. I have nothing to gain or lose on the outcome of this decision, and therefore I can fairly judge the decision and will participate in this process and make my decision based on the evidence in the record. I have not committed to a particular position. I have an open mind, and I value transparency, fairness, and openness above anything else in this city. Therefore, I know I will be impartial in my decision tonight.
Thank you. And then before the hearing proceeds, the rest of the council members can make their ex parte disclosures as well. Thank you.
Any disclosures from my other colleagues? Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. I did speak with the applicant's representative, Jeff Seymour, and I spoke with West Hollywood North resident, Ms. Hoopengarner, and this morning on my morning walk, I visited the site.
Thank you. Councilmember Heilman.
Yes, I've visited the site. I also received a call from the applicant's representative, Jeff Seymour.
Thank you.
I would also just like to add that I have spoken with the applicant, Jeff Seymour, and I have visited the site.
Thank you.
I also would like to add, I've also spoken with the project representative, Jeff Seymour, and for the purposes of this hearing and the appeal, I have not spoken with or connected to Abundant Housing.
I received a text from Jeff Seymour, but didn't discuss anything substantive. Okay, so will the staff representative please introduce yourself and present the staff report?
Good evening, Mayor Shine and council members. I'm Lori Yelton with the city's Planning and Development Services Department. Before you this evening is an appeal of the Planning Commission's certification of a final environmental impact report, adoption of a statement of overriding considerations, adoption of a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approval to demolish all existing structures on 6 contiguous parcels in order to construct a new 5-story mixed-use development located at 8527 through 8555 Santa Monica Boulevard and 8532 through 8552 North West Knoll Drive. The project site consists of 1.4 acres and includes a development containing commercial space, including 12 live-work units, retail, restaurant, office, and personal service uses, and 111 residential apartment units, of which 17 are affordable, over 3 levels of parking, including 347 spaces. The project has not been amended or changes made since the time of Planning Commission's approval. The existing project site is underutilized, and the proposed project presents an opportunity for redevelopment that would support many of the city's adopted goals and policies. The applicant is not requesting any legislative changes or variances. The proposed project complies with the code and general plan of what is allowed and envisioned for this site, and is compliant with the applicable objective city standards in effect when the project application was deemed complete in 2016, some of which are not consistent with current code requirements. An EIR was prepared for this project and found to have one significant unavoidable impact related to temporary construction noise. The project was heard before the Planning Commission on January 19th of this year. Upon a lengthy deliberation, the Commission voted 5-1, with one commissioner recused and one commissioner voting no, to approve the project. To date, staff has received over 2,000 pages of public comment letters, including comments on the draft EIR and recirculated draft EIR, as well as letters in support of and opposed to the project. On January 30th, an appeal was filed by Carol Weiner asserting the Planning Commission's decision to approve the project was based on new information, technical errors, errors of fact, and inaccurate or unsupported findings. The appellant opposes the project's approval based on 4 primary assertions, with a memo that focuses on several subcomponents of the 4 primary assertions: that the project was improperly deemed complete in 2016 due to an expanded project scope, the project does not comply with either the 2016 or 2019 general plan and zoning code standards, with several sub-assertions. The EIR does not adequately address a number of items, and the project does not address how utilities will be provided and existing easements replaced. For the most part, the appeal repeats a majority of claims made in comments at the Planning Commission hearing and incorporates several comment letters submitted to the Planning Commission. The appeal did not specify exactly what the city did in error, so the city has focused on the statements directly referenced in the appeal documents. The appeal asserts that the Planning Commission erred and the expanded project cannot legally have been deemed complete in 2016. The city deemed the project complete in September 2016 based on the submittal requirements checklist. In 2019, the applicant added an adjacent parcel to the project site. This additional lot constituted approximately 10% of the overall project area. The project is not required to submit a new application under the Permit Streamlining Act, or PSA, or other state housing laws, or the city's municipal code. The PSA is not intended to prevent an applicant from modifying a project once submitted. There is no requirement that a new application be submitted to modify a pending project with an application that has already been deemed complete. The code states a land use permit application is deemed complete subject to the requirements in effect at that time, and this is the standard currently that remains in effect. It has been the city's practice to allow an applicant to amend a project, in this case by acquiring an additional parcel to add to the overall project scope to satisfy the code-required 60,000 square foot lot size requirement for mixed-use projects spanning commercial and residential zones. In this case, the applicant acquired a new parcel to comply with the existing standards rather than relying on a density bonus concession or waiver. The vesting allowed under the local ordinance is to protect applicants from changing standards so they can move forward with certainty as to the standards applicable to the project. Applicants should not be penalized for making the project more compliant, especially when there is no code threshold requiring a new application, and the local code provides for such vesting, and the standards is also now present in state law under SB 330. Factors triggering the city's decision to prepare a supplemental EIR require the city to reopen the project and reconsider the determination of when the application is deemed complete. The revisions to the project deemed complete in 2016 did not trigger a supplemental EIR. A subsequent EIR is required if certain conditions are met after an EIR is previously certified for the project. No EIR was certified in this case. A final EIR was considered in 2019 but never certified. Therefore, the environmental review of the project remained open and the regulations related to subsequent or supplemental EIR not triggered. Additionally, the state housing law specifies that a 20% total change in residential units or overall project square footage triggers a new qualifying housing development project application and loss of vested rights. The appeal asserts that the project does not comply with either the 2016 or 2020 general plan and zoning code standards, including multiple sub-assertions. Height calculation. The project misapplies the sloping site method of determining height. A land survey was prepared by a certified land surveyor to confirm actual elevations for the project site. It is at the option of the applicant to use a sloping site method or the parallel plane method for a project, and the applicant opted to use the sloping site method. The residential lots are approximately 5.1% sloping, and the commercial lots are approximately 13.2% sloping, which qualify for a sloping site. Per laterally sloping site measurement requirements, which per code is at least 5% or more from the front property line to the rear property line, elevation measurements were taken from the site survey at all corners of the overall project site as shown in the height diagram. These elevation measurements establish the midpoint for the parcel and measured upward from that midpoint. An imaginary line is then drawn perpendicular to and extended outward toward the front or rear property line until it reaches the angle line. From the top of the midpoint line, an angle is drawn at a profile of 1 foot vertically to 2 feet horizontally, or a 2-to-1 cut to connect the lower midpoint line with the perpendicular line. The area within the diagram becomes the building envelope. The site has been developed and is flat in some areas. However, the method of determining whether a site is sloped is measuring from the front and rear property lines of the project site to create a logical building design on a parcel that may be flat in some areas and sloped in others, since it is a development site that has been developed over the years. Essentially, it's connecting the imaginary lines from the corners of the project parcels and using that differential to create the building envelope within this volume and placing the building appropriately on the overall project site. It is worth noting that this is not the first time the code has been applied using the laterally sloping site, using multiple parcels that are sloped in some areas and flat in others. As long as the project slope is greater than 5%, it is at the option of the applicant to choose which sloping site method to use for a project. The adjacent Ramada Hotel building has an existing height of 60.5 feet along Santa Monica Boulevard, with an additional approximate 2-foot architectural projection, so the proposed 50-foot mixed-use building would be of a lower height along Santa Monica Boulevard, especially since the 5th floor is set back at least 27 feet at the front of the building. Staff has reviewed and considered the project's consistency with applicable height and zoning requirements and determined the project is consistent with the application of the sloping site method and calculations and height requirements, and they do in fact comply with this code requirements. Another assertion, the project does not identify the location or square footage of affordable housing in the project. The project complies with the affordable housing requirements, including provisions regarding location and square footage of the affordable housing units. Prior to building permit issuance, the applicant must execute with the city and have recorded against the title of the property an inclusionary housing agreement governing the affordable units of the project, which is included as a project condition. The city's housing division, through the inclusionary housing agreement, reserves the right to make the final selection of the affordable units in the project once the building is constructed and prior to certificate of occupancy to ensure the units are in fact distributed throughout the project and fully compliant with the municipal code and the conditions of approval. The project does not provide a climate action plan. The EIR describes the city's climate action plan under the section on local regulations and analyzes the project's consistency with the climate action plan, including an evaluation of the climate action plan's emission reduction strategies. The project includes numerous design features consistent with the city's climate action plan measures. The EIR provides a detailed analysis of each of the climate action plan's reduction measures and determined that the project was consistent with applicable plans, policies, and regulations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, including the climate action plan, and concluded that the potential impact would be less than significant with no mitigation measures required. The project includes interior bedrooms without exterior egress or air circulation. Some of the bedrooms in the project do not have operable windows to the exterior of the building. However, the configuration of the residential units comply with the California Building Code provisions for egress and natural light. With Type 1B building construction and automatic sprinkler systems, additional egress for the residential units is not required. There's a condition in the resolution that requires that the building be Type 1B construction. Additionally, the project will be reviewed during the building safety plan check process and must comply with all applicable California Building Code and regulations at the time the plan check is submitted. The project does not include a landscape plan with sufficient detail and does not include the required number of canopy trees. The project's landscape plans comply with the landscape section of the code, which states that a preliminary landscape plan shall be submitted as part of an application for a discretionary land use permit. The project plans include a landscape plan for the proposed project, which contains all information necessary to determine compliance with the code. In addition to standard landscape plan requirements, staff has reviewed the landscape plans and found them acceptable and per code. In any case, the landscape design standards are not objective standards the city requires for qualifying housing development projects. The one canopy tree per 6,000 square feet of site area requirement for mixed-use development projects were not included in the code in 2016 when the project was deemed complete. While the project does not comply with the current ground level canopy tree requirement, the project does include at least 11 canopy trees throughout the project site. Additionally, 3 additional trees will be planted in the public right-of-way along Santa Monica Boulevard, and an additional canopy tree will be added within the public right-of-way along North West Knoll Drive. The project includes residential parking in the commercial parking area. All of the residential parking spaces for the project located among commercial parking spaces include an automated parking barrier which prevents commercial users from using residential spaces. There's no requirement or objective standard that requires parking spaces be contained in a physically separate space or secured differently from commercial parking, nor is there a requirement that would preclude a project from utilizing parking spaces that exist outside a gated complex. To the extent that the security is a concern with residential parking spaces in a commercial parking area, the project's parking layout will be reviewed in a parking operations plan included as a project condition, which requires a public safety and security plan be submitted, reviewed, and approved for the project. The project fails to provide adequate loading, delivery, and rideshare zones. The municipal code determines loading space provisions and standards, and per the code and as conditioned, 2 off-street parking loading spaces are required for and provided in the proposed project. Additionally, per code and as conditioned, all loading and delivery of goods shall be conducted internally on site in the ground floor of the parking garage. With respect to ride sharing, the city does not have any requirements for development projects with respect to the provision of ride-sharing zones. However, the site has adequate area for ride-share vehicles to use on-site within the parking garage, including the loading areas, if not being used, and though there is not an officially designated ride-share zone. Additionally, there is a ride-share zone west of the subject property along Santa Monica Boulevard in front of the Ramada Hotel that can also be used for the subject project. The project misinterprets and fails to satisfy criteria for the 90 green building points and the necessary verification. The proposed project will and must achieve 90 green building points required for the 0.1 FAR bonus available to mixed-use projects. As required with all projects and pursuant to project conditions, verification of all green building points will occur during the building and safety plan check process. The project includes live-work units that do not satisfy the design criteria. The live-work section of the municipal code was amended in 2018, which added a requirement that live-work facilities must have commercial use on the ground floor. This requirement does not apply to the subject project, which is designed and subject to the live-work municipal code standards in effect in 2016. When the project was deemed complete. The live-work units, as proposed, meet the requirements in effect the time the project was deemed complete. Additionally, live-work is a commercial use and is not characterized as a residential use, even though it includes a housing component. As far as we are aware, live-work units do not count toward the city's RENA numbers and therefore does not count toward the inclusionary count or requirements. The project fails to separate the residential and commercial components of the project. The proposed mixed-use project spans both residential and commercial zones and is compliant with the code requirement in effect in 2016 when the project was deemed complete, which allowed mixed-use projects to span both residential and commercial zoning districts. The appeal claims that the EIR fails to address multiple items, including traffic impacts. The city hired an expert team at Fair & Peers to prepare a transportation analysis report, which includes transportation, parking, and circulation for the proposed project. Based on the city's methodology and thresholds for determining an operational deficiency, neither the intersection of West Knoll Drive in Santa Monica or the segment of West Knoll Drive north of Santa Monica Boulevard exceed the criteria to evidence a deficiency. Therefore, the EIR concludes that the traffic impacts would be less than significant and that mitigation measures are not required. The EIR fails to address earthquake fault line and liquefaction dangers. The project is not located within a fault zone. The closest active fault to the project site capable of surface rupture is the Hollywood Fault, which is located approximately 600 feet north of the project site. As stated in the EIR, the project site is not within an Alquist-Priolo earthquake fault zone. However, the EIR includes a mitigation measure, which includes the requirement for a mat foundation system to ensure design and construction of the building that shall be engineered to withstand the expected ground acceleration and potential liquefaction that may occur at this site. The EIR fails to adequately address permeability. The municipal code states that no more than 50% of required ground level common open space area and all of required setbacks and yards shall have non-permeable spaces. The project plans include a permeable diagram of the project, including a table that the permeable areas within the project, the required areas, is greater than 50% of the code requirement for a total of 61% permeable area on the ground floor of the project. This requirement will also be reviewed during the building and safety plan check for code compliance. The EIR fails to address adequately water and hydrology impacts. The city hired an independent CEQA consultant to prepare the EIR, and they peer-reviewed all of the geology and hydrology reports submitted by the applicant's expert consultants. A geocheck report by Langen determined that the proposed development would not result in the loss of lateral support to the existing neighborhood properties and will be subject to the stringent geologic and seismic design requirements in the current California Building Code. Key findings in the report conclude that the groundwater levels have remained stable over the last 12 years and will not substantially rise in the near future. Groundwater is not likely to be encountered during construction, and pumping is not anticipated as part of the proposed construction. The highest groundwater level was measured at 30 feet below the surface, which is approximately 13 feet below the lowest planned excavation level of the project. As discussed in the EIR, the hydrology impacts were found to be less than significant. The EIR fails to address adequately construction noise and other unmitigable impacts. There was only one significant and unavoidable impact related to construction noise, which is a common environmental impact under CEQA, as elevated noise levels occur for all development projects. The city hired a CEQA consultant to carefully review and analyze the project, and as a result of the temporary noise impact, has included multiple mitigation measures to reduce noise impacts during construction, which includes a noise complaint system, requirements for electrically powered tools and machinery, limits on equipment idling, worker radio noise levels, vehicle backup alarms, a process for responding to and investigating noise complaints, noticing to neighboring properties with regard to construction schedule, a sound barrier wall along the property line and adjacent to the Ramada Hotel in the multifamily residential building on West Knoll Drive, and temporary or mobile sound barriers to be used as appropriate to attenuate construction noise near noise-generating equipment, including grading excavation equipment, and lastly, generator shielding enclosures around generators. The project fails to address how utilities will be provided and existing easements replaced. In response to this appeal assertion, the applicant provided a Southern California Edison, or SCE, plan indicating existing and proposed conditions for the above ground and undergrounding of power poles as part of the construction process. Electricity to the site is currently serviced by 5 above ground power poles. 2 of the 5 poles in the middle of the project site will be removed during the construction process to allow for the construction of the building, and the electrical lines will be undergrounded. This process is ultimately up to SCE during the plan check process and not generally reviewed in detail during the planning entitlement process. As some neighbors raise concern, residents will not be without power for an extended period of time. For most projects like this, it's generally a few hours without power in the nearby vicinity, with weeks' notice from SCE before work starts and the power temporarily shut down. And the new conduit running along West Knoll in the public right-of-way is not anticipated to cause significant or long-term traffic impacts. Per the city engineer, SCE determines the location of the infrastructure, not the city or public works staff, and the Public Works Division reviews the proposal during the building and safety plan check process. This project is similar to all other construction projects and is a standard procedure that is not typically reviewed during the planning entitlement process. Rather, it's reviewed during the building safety plan check process. Additionally, the undergrounding of utilities was included in the project description's construction schedule, and environmental impacts were analyzed in the EIR, and there are 2 project conditions in the resolution that acknowledge this easement and power pole issue and address it specifically. Another assertion is that the applicant failed to address 13 objective design standards identified by the Design Review Subcommittee. The applicant conducted 4 neighborhood meetings since the project was submitted to discuss revisions to the project and obtain community feedback. The proposed project has been reviewed by the Design Review Subcommittee 5 times. The 13 objective design standards listed in the appeal are not, in fact, objective design standards under state law. Exhibit C of the appeal states that there are concerns with regard to the geotechnical component of the project and questions the expert firm's credibility and credentials. There's a lot of information contained within the appeal memo C, Exhibit C, that is irrelevant to the project. Staff has reviewed the project and hired an expert team to review the project per CEQA requirements. The applicant is not requesting any legislative changes or variances. The proposed project is an HAA project and complies with the code and general plan of what is allowed and envisioned for this site. Articles from the internet and social media regarding the engineering should not be the basis for determining proper construction of a building. The city's conclusions regarding construction are supported by substantial evidence and based on thorough analysis from experts in the field. As previously stated, the proposed project is a qualifying housing development project as defined by state law, which dictates specific requirements when considering a qualifying HAA project. As such, the project will assist the city in meeting its housing goals by adding 111 new residential units, including 17 affordable units to the city's housing stock, helping the city achieve its RHNA number of 3,933 units before 2029. Additionally, this project has already been included in this general plan's housing element sites inventory and would be part of the city's supply of housing to meet its RHNA allocation. This housing development project is subject to the HAA and applicable state housing law, as the project is more than 70% residential, exceeding the 2/3 residential threshold required under the HAA, and meets all applicable objective development standards in effect at the time the proposed project was deemed complete in 2016. Of note, since this is an HAA project, it can only be denied if it finds the project would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety, and there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the adverse impact identified other than the disapproval of the housing development project. The term specific adverse impact upon the health or safety means a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed when the application was deemed complete. The specific adverse impact language in the government code does not directly implicate significant impacts, as the term is used within the context of CEQA. The EIR identified only one significant and unavoidable impact related to temporary construction noise. This type of impact does not rise to the level of a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety. A temporary increase in noise levels may cause periodic annoyance, but not an adverse health impact. Additionally, construction noise is a common environmental impact under CEQA, as construction is part of all development projects. Accordingly, the project could not be denied on the basis of a temporary construction noise impact. In conclusion, the existing project site is underutilized and presents an opportunity for redevelopment that would support more of the city's adopted goals and policies. The proposed is a housing development project as defined by state law, does not require any legislative changes, complies with all applicable objective development standards, and would be transformational to this portion of the city. It is also near major public transit, which follows the state's legislature's recent intent to provide more housing near public transportation and in transit corridors, thereby reducing the need for individual vehicles and reducing overall greenhouse gas emissions. Public comments received in response to this appeal hearing have largely been addressed in the staff report in Attachment J. However, there are a few additional issues raised which we'd also like to specifically address. Regarding the contention that the EIR did not analyze a reasonable range of alternatives because the alternatives analyzed did not eliminate or reduce the project's impact, the EIR identified construction noise as the only significant unavoidable impact of the project. 5 alternatives were analyzed, all of which alleviated the construction noise impact as compared to the project as shown in Table 6-22 of the final EIR. Further, as noted in Section 6.1 of the EIR, alternative sites were considered but rejected as infeasible, in part because an alternative site location would not likely avoid or substantially lessen the significant construction noise impact given the city's current level of urban development. Accordingly, the EIR analyzed a reasonable range of alternatives. The city also disagrees with the contention that mitigation measure N1H improperly defers mitigation during the building phase. Deferral may be appropriate when the nature or extent of mitigation that may be required depends on the result of a later study. Given noise conditions could change depending on a variety of factors, including proximity to sensitive receptors at any given time, there needs to be flexibility to determine the most appropriate measure given the conditions on the ground during the building phase. Measure N1H properly accounts for this potential change in conditions during the building phase and does not constitute an improper deferral of mitigation as written. In conclusion, staff recommends the City Council certify the EIR, adopt the Statement of Overriding Considerations, adopt the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, adopt the resolutions, denying the appeal, and upholding the Planning Commission's decision to approve the project. This concludes my presentation. Staff and the applicant team and our consultants are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do my colleagues have any questions for staff at this time? Councilmember Meister. Well, I called on Councilmember Meister, so
Okay.
I'm leading the meeting, so please go ahead.
I'm going to be courteous. Okay. I have some questions about, I have a lot of different questions, okay. On the unit calculations, when you say that 70% of the project's floor area contains residential uses, qualifying it for the affordable housing bonuses, does that include or exclude the commercial live-work units?
It does not include the commercial live-work units. That's a commercial use, so that was not part of the residential calculation.
Okay. Ms. Hoopengarner raised a concern about several conditions related to the affordable housing that were not consistent in the conditions, condition 17.1 and condition 17.7. Do you have a response to that?
I believe she was referring to the Planning Commission's resolution. 17.7 indicated very low and low income, and that has since been corrected in the current resolution. So it's accurate. Everything should align. It should be very low and moderate.
Okay. As affordable units are supposed to be equitably distributed throughout the project, how many of the affordable units will be placed on the residential West Knoll parcel?
I believe we have Allison available to answer that question, but it's my understanding that all 17 units will be dispersed throughout the project as it's considered one project, but I will defer that to her.
Well, I would specifically like to know how many are going to be in the residential building on West Knoll, because that was not in the conditions.
Yeah, we've discussed this we've discussed this as staff, and as outlined in state density bonus law and our local code, you calculate the bonuses by separating commercial and residential, but once you have a single project in a single building, we equally distribute throughout the entire project. We do not separate along residential versus commercial. As Hoopengartner outlined, that's incorrect. We wouldn't add that as a condition.
So in other words, there will be units on the West Knoll side of the project?
There will be units distributed throughout. We typically distribute them by floor, the goal of each floor having a similar number of units.
Okay, so you're not answering my question. Will there be units
Yes, there will be
specifically?
units on both parcels. It's considered one building once it's constructed.
No, I understand that it's considered one building,
Yeah,
but there are
absolutely.
definitely
There will be
two
a-
sides to this project, and all of the units on the West Knoll side are all two-bedroom units, whereas that's not the case on the other
Correct. And so that's correct. And so, I think Lori had up a slide, but, we look at overall how much of the project is studios, how much is ones, how much is twos. In this project, I think 5% are studios, 37% are one beds, and 58% are two beds. That's the same percentages we will see in the inclusionary. And that's how you get the 17.7 condition, where we call out the number of twos, ones, and studios. And then in the inclusionary housing agreement, which we negotiate and execute in the next phase of the project, in Exhibit A is where we call out our specific units, and it's tied to the plans that are approved at Planning Commission. So that's how we sort it out.
Okay, thank you.
We wouldn't call it out directly in a condition.
Okay. Now, this morning when I walked the site, there was water coming down from Westmount like a little creek, and as you know, there is a hill there. So you're going to have a 40-foot retaining wall surrounding the project, basically acting like a dam. We know the water's going to come down from the hills. Where is that water going to go? And if there's subsidence on the surrounding properties, who or what is going to protect the neighboring properties?
I think we have our CEQA consultant available to answer that question specifically.
Is John Gilmore here?
And then my other question is there going to be a pump in the garage? If you want me to ask those questions of the applicant, but
I think
I thought a CEQA person is supposed to be separate from the applicant.
But I think the applicant might know more about the project itself on as far as the construction.
So perhaps when you come up, you can answer those questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I can ask those again.
Thank you.
Okay. Regarding, I just want to ask a quick question of City Attorney Langer. You talk about, the staff report talks about the Permit Streamlining Act. Is that part of SB 330?
No, the Permit Streamlining Act predates SB 330, which went into effect January 1, 2020.
Okay, great. And then, Lori, what other projects use the sloping method on Santa Monica Boulevard in that area? Because it's my understanding that it was not used in the Ramada project, which is right next door and has a similar.
It was recently used in the project across, I guess it would be 8500 Santa Monica Boulevard at the corner of West Knoll, of La Cienega in Santa Monica. And then I believe it was used also on a project on Larrabee.
Okay.
The sloping site method.
Okay. The 8500 project, or I think it was 8550. Is it 8550 or 8500? 8500. It was one parcel and it didn't cross different zones. So, whereas the Ramada was very similar in that it has a commercial component and then it has the residentially zoned component above it. So I would think that that's more similar. Let me just, on the utilities, attachment O, if that was developed November 1st, 2019, which is the date on the attachment, why was it not included in the Planning Commission hearing when residents actually brought that up to you? They sent emails to you and to our Public Works. You referred them to Public Works. Why was it not included in the 2023 public hearing packet?
So this is not, the utilities is not generally something that is reviewed during the planning entitlement process. It's generally all up to Southern California Edison to determine where the, where the undergrounding goes. I actually did not get a copy of this site plan from SCE until it was brought up in the appeal. Generally, that's something that is done during the building safety plan check process and is not, we normally don't discuss it at this point. So I was given the plan by the applicant team in response to the appeal to make it hopefully more clear of where, where the existing power lines were going and where, the underground with the easement and the circuit was going to be along West Knoll.
Right, but the residents did bring up the issue back in 2019, which you would think would be addressed when it went to public hearing. It is an environmental impact. Utilities is part of the EIR report as far as I know, and it involves mitigation. So I just don't understand why that was not included when the information was available.
I think the applicant can address that.
I will add, though, that it was included in the environmental analysis and in the EIR. The consultant did review that and included in the project description. So any impacts stemming from this process were considered and evaluated, but that specific plan piece of information was not provided to staff until more recently.
Okay. It's just unfortunate because it was available. So regarding the sloping method, if is the retaining wall that's at the lot where collar and leashes, is that the property line of that commercial space?
The property line, there's a retaining wall where you can go park, and then there's one retaining wall, and then there's dirt, and then up on a hill that's where actually the property line is. So the entire commercial lots are not flat. They have a slope at the back.
So that is commercially zoned up the hill?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that's my questions for now.
Councilmember Myers, do you have any questions from staff? Oh, you're not ready yet. Councilmember Heilman.
Yes, thank you. My question is going to be relatively brief, and I think you covered it in your report, having to do with the undergrounding. That's a big issue that came up today, and your explanation makes sense that that's something that wouldn't usually be part of the approval, that is something that actually occurs during the construction. They have to get the utilities approval. Having lived by one, can you confirm if this is correct in terms of the process? When the project at Sunset and La Cienega was built, at some point they undergrounded some of the utilities. I wish they had undergrounded more of them, but we then all got notice of when that was going to occur. I believe they did it on a weekend at a time when people normally wouldn't be working. And actually, as I recall, they finished earlier than anticipated, but that's usually how the process goes. They get, several weeks notice at least, and an opportunity to make arrangements if they can't be at home without electricity.
That is my understanding from speaking to our city engineer, John Gilmore. I had an extensive conversation with him this morning, and that is exactly what he said, that happens for all projects. Sometimes they shut off the electricity for a few hours, but everybody's given ample warning, and it's not something that is going to shut off the power for long term.
And my other question was triggered by Lauren's comments, and it had to do with the measuring of sloping sites, and she brought up the Ramada. And maybe John Kehoe remembers, but I don't even believe we had the sloping site measurement standard at that time, because the Ramada was approved very early in the city's history. And if we did, I'm sure that the standard for measuring sites has changed several times.
Yes, that's very likely. That was 3 zoning ordinances ago when the Ramada was approved, and it was actually approved prior to the city's first general plan. So they were probably working under Los Angeles County regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem? I have no questions. Okay, Councilmember Byers, do you have any? Okay, and neither do I, so we can move on to public comment.
Do we want to hear from the appellant?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
We do want to hear.
So the appellant will have 5 minutes to speak. So if the appellant can come up. So the appellant is Carol Weiner or Weiner? How?
Weiner.
Okay, so in total, everyone here will have 5 minutes.
My name is Carol Weiner.
Carol, you need to speak into the microphone, and it would help if you removed your mask.
My name is Carol Weiner.
Carol, before
I'm a
you,
resident
Carol,
of West Hollywood.
Carol, I'm sorry, before you begin, Mayor Pro Tem has a question.
Thank you, Carol. I'm sorry to interrupt you, and your time won't be impacted by this. My understanding is Carol is the only appellant of this project, and I understand, is she going to then give time to the individuals behind her and share the 5 minutes? Or who is the appellant of the project? And are they all getting 5 minutes? Because my understanding is this wonderful individual before us right now is the person that appealed the project. If she's appealing the project in conjunction with the representative from I Take the Ramada, as well as former Commissioner Hoopengardner, and I don't have the pleasure of meeting the man next to you, then that's one thing, but I understand the full 5 minutes. How I would see the appeal would be given to the individual at the dais, right, at the podium right now.
Well, I think we want to hear from the appellant who she's including in her team. I haven't heard that yet. Her name is listed on the appeal form, and there's 5 minutes total for the appellant, how they choose to use it. The other individuals could not come up and speak later if they're part of this appeal team with the as general public comment. So I'd like to hear from the appellant first, because I don't have the information of who's representing who and who's considered the appellant.
That's fine. I think that there's a different statement of fact than on the appeal, and the appeal for the record should reflect the individuals that will speak, as well as Carol, if they're party to the appeal, and for transparency purposes. That's just my understanding of it, because if the party in the appeal was done by a group, fine, but if Carol, I'm sorry to keep calling you out like this, is the only appellant, then she should be the one speaking. And I remember as a planning commissioner, the appellant would either be that individual or the group that would be doing it before them, and not somebody that would defer their time during the appeal. But I'll let you deal it with however you deem fit, I guess.
So maybe every person who's going to speak in this 5 minutes can say their name and if they're representing themselves or somebody else, so we can have a better understanding, because I'm not sure it's entirely clear, but there will be 5 minutes for whoever speaks as the appellant right now.
But if they're representing, but if they're representing the appeal, they should be listed as an appellant. And from my understanding, it is only Carol who was listed as the appellant. Am I wrong in anything I just said?
Carol is listed on the appeal. I'd like to hear from Carol why everybody came up with her and how they'd like to use their 5 minutes.
Okay.
Well, I'm asking Mark Lehman and Lynn Hoopengardner to come up and speak on behalf of this appeal.
Is Mr. Lehman speaking as an individual or representing somebody else? I think everyone just has
They're
some
just representing
questions.
the condo association.
The condo association.
And Lynn Hoopengardner.
And Lynn Hoopengardner. As residents.
We've always allowed either the applicant or the appellant to bring up whoever they want as part of their appeal or as part of their application. And as long as it's clear that Ms. Weiner is the appellant, I have no problem with that.
And it's just 5 minutes total for whoever's speaking as the appellant.
I just want it in the record that they are a part of the appeal, and Ms. Stellinger is deferring to them as part of the appeal.
I think we got that it's going to be in the record as such. Thank you. Are you giving 2.5 minutes to each?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Very good.
Good evening, members of the City Council, staff. Mark Lehman, longtime resident of West Hollywood, a neighbor, member of West Hollywood North Neighborhood Association. I'm here on behalf of the appeal. Obviously, we've got quite a bit that's been under consideration. The appeal's thousands of pages long. I think I'm just going to discuss a couple of very key points. First and primary, our opinion is this is just a lost opportunity. I think the city, by deeming the project complete in 2016, which we believe was a mistake, lost major opportunity to accomplish a project that would have been substantially greener, a lot more green space, more open space, a better designed project. That's number one. Number two, as we've argued many times over, we think it was an error to deem the project complete back in 2016. I've been doing this for many years. I have never had a situation where a project was so blatantly defective at the time of submission, or I'm sorry, at the date of it being deemed complete, where it was so out of whack with the code, where it was deemed complete. In every single project I've been involved with, we're sent back, it's not deemed complete until you comply with code. This was not the case here. We didn't comply with code till 3 years later. I think this was a mistake, and I think we're suffering for it now. Finally, and just practically, is the issue of sound mitigation. I've argued this or requested it in a letter that was sent this week. We all know this project will go on for many years. It's going to have a lot of noise impacts, and we are asking that the actual language of the condition comply with the actual language contained in the EIR as far as the sound barriers should interrupt the line of sight from the noise source to the receptor. That may be more than 15 feet. It may be less than 15 feet, but we wanted to comply with what the EIR conditions, and that's actually both a condition in the city's EIR from the general plan, as well as a condition from this EIR for this project. Thank you. I think Lynn Hoopengardner will now speak as well. Thank you.
I have a question real quick, Mayor. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Never mind, Lynn. Go ahead. Don't let that take away from their time.
Okay. Yes. No, go ahead. I'm confused. You want Lynn to go?
I interrupted you. I apologize.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Melissa, what's our clock like now?
So the mayor indicated that Mark got 2.5 minutes and you get 2.5 minutes. So I haven't started the clock yet for your 2.5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Lynn Hoopengardner, a neighbor and also a member of the West Hollywood North Neighborhood Association. I'd like to speak to just a couple of quick items. Oh, thank you. We've now caught up with our slideshow. You can move it forward because I'm going to move on and talk about the power. Staff has asserted that the attachment O was an SCE plan, but it's not stated on the plan that it is in fact provided by SCE. It is in no way, other than saying SCE power lines, it doesn't say that this is prepared or approved by Edison. Has never been presented and certainly should have been addressed in the EIR. An EIR has an entire utilities section, which in this FEIR is only addressing wastewater. It doesn't in any way address electrical impacts to the neighborhood, and this is a significant impact, unlike any other project that rips up the street across and the length of the street. That's going to be multi-month, per staff's own admission, a multi-month rip-up of the street, which will block the driveways for the residents of 8535, and the street itself will be unpassable. We just went through this on Westbourne. Moving on to subsidence, I don't know about you, but I got 24 inches of rain this year, and that water table has gone up substantially. You can see it, as Councilmember Meister pointed out, running down the streets. From across the street at 935 Westbourne, down Westmount, massive amounts of pumped water coming out from very high levels. This has changed significantly, and I'm going to recommend for the applicant's best interest and for everyone's best interest that you require them to actually do a survey and take pictures of everything and measure survey the heights, look for cracks that already exist so that when something happens, and let's not kid ourselves, when something happens, everyone's protected, and we have a clear baseline of what has happened as a result of this project. Height. Staff's diagram is absolutely spot on accurate for a sloping height calculation. It shows a slope along West Knoll. There is no slope on the actual parcels. The actual parcels are flat. If you tear out those buildings right now, Collar and Leash is flat. The next project is flat with a raised flat parking space. Next parcel to the east, flat with a raised flat parking space. That requires a parallel plane method. There is no natural grade. There is only existing parallel planes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will provide 5 minutes to the applicant team.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So glad to be here tonight in person, right? And very excited about that. So good to see you all. Nikki Carlson, Alston Bird, representing the project applicant. So first, huge thanks to staff, right? This was a little bit of a messy appeal, right? A little haphazard. One of the appendices was a little bit difficult to understand and to read, and they sifted through all of it to prepare what was certainly a lengthy staff report for all of you, but it really goes through all of the issues, many of which were already raised before and we've heard about, and the Planning Commission went through in great detail. So let me get through to some key points. The most important point that I'd like to make tonight is the project is subject to the Housing Accountability Act, right? And that act compels approval of the project and the rejection of this appeal, right? The project complies with all the applicable objective standards and the Planning Commission's approval must be upheld. So with respect to a couple of the issues, given the flurry of letters that have been filed over the past weekend, you'd think that there were a number of appellants, the Ramada, the unions, the others, but no, just the one appellant. And I say, right, that those folks who failed to appeal have conceded that the Planning Commission decision is valid, right? They have failed to exhaust their administrative remedies. They would not be able to challenge that decision in court, right? So they try to expand the scope and raise all sorts of other things. The reasonable range of alternatives wasn't raised in the appeal, all sorts of, that's all improper, right? But in any case, none of those claims have any merit. So with respect to the project being deemed complete, one of the Ramada's letters indicated that, it was not, there was, I'm looking at the words, but it was defective from the moment it arrived, I think were the words that were used, and that's just not the case, right? The deemed complete process or the application process is one of information to provide sufficient information to decide the matter, right? The decision makers, right, the Planning Commission here, the City Council, are the ones who decide whether or not the legal requirements are met. It's not the time to decide whether it's 60,000 square feet or whatever it might be. And that said, Ramada keeps on saying, well, they had to say it was a concession. They had to say it was a waiver at that time when the application was deemed complete. But at that time, as many of the more senior people in this room will remember, the city was processing modifications on a routine basis with respect to numerical requirements in the code, right? That could have been done, a variance could have been done, it just wasn't what was happening at the time. With respect to the noise mitigation, all right. The city has very carefully reviewed what's going on and decided. They looked at that, the general plan EIR mitigation measure, which starts with where feasible, right? Where feasible, decide what's appropriate for purposes of sound mitigation, and the city's done just that. That mitigation measure is very specific, 15 feet high, right on the property line, both with respect to Ramada and the condo units on West Knoll, right? Ramada says, we want you to break the line of sight. Are you kidding me? Right? Line of sight could be a 50-foot high wall. We're building the 4th story and we have to break the line of sight to Ramada? No. If you're building a 50-foot sound wall, that's a huge, massive structure. It takes engineering, all sorts of other things that you need to consider. And by the way, it would probably intrude upon our design, right? What's a footing for a 50-foot wall these days, right? It's not a 15-foot right? It's not a 15-foot sound barrier. It's impractical, it's infeasible, it's nonsensical. With respect, the height issue candidly has been addressed ad nauseum, I know, but the survey is the survey. It was done precisely to the code's requirements, right? Precisely to the code's requirements. And it's at the election of the applicant. That's the code. We're entitled to do that. With respect to the groundwater table, there were some additional table testings done just in April because of the rains that occurred. We wanted to make sure everything was good, right? We sent that table, literally, we just got that the past couple of days. We sent that over to the city, and all of those tests conclude that, in fact, it's still 13 feet below the bottom of the excavation is where the water table is. So all good. Do want to mention the power poles. That plan is just a draft plan. It's not been approved by SCE. It's not SCE's plan. I think that's exactly right. So the last point on that is we're willing to do whatever SCE wants us to do, right? It's not our choice. They tell us what to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we're here for, the whole team is here. We're here for questions. Do you want to have them answer your question?
Thank you. Do my colleagues have any questions for the applicant? I think the question, or yes, if you can bring up somebody to answer Councilmember Meister's question. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Sidorian. I'm with Langen Engineering and Environmental, and I'm the geotechnical engineer for the project. I put this up like this. And I believe, Councilmember Meister, you had two items. I'm going to start with the second one first, regarding support for the below-grade wall. The methodology that will be used to construct and permanently support that wall is common. It will consist of the temporary phase will include the installation of vertical elements referred to as soldier piles and incremental excavation, while lagging boards are placed between the soldier piles, and at some point tieback anchors to brace the wall before the excavation continues. So the temporary method of excavation is very common. It's done all over, West Hollywood, Los Angeles, and in general, the country and the world. The permanent methodology will include construction of reinforced concrete cast up against that wall, designed to carry the weight of the soil, the earthquake loading, and any potential hydrostatic conditions. And as Nikki pointed out, we do have groundwater wells up on top on the slope. We've got 2 up top and 1 down low. We did measure those wells last week after all the heavy rain we had. And there was some fluctuation in general, which is not uncommon. However, the highest reading we had after all these rains still equates to about 13 feet below the bottom of the mass excavation. So in conclusion, we don't expect a permanent water level condition to rise up above the bottom of the wall on the north side of the site. The project and the design in general, just as common practice, does include a provision referred to as wall back drains that has a vertical component that's applied to the back of the wall, permeable materials, and a collector pipe at the base of the wall that allows water that would, in this instance, seep in from the surface is really what we're talking about, because again, the global groundwater conditions are below the bottom of the excavation, and that water is, would be directed, as is again common, would be directed into an internal sump, but it's not generally referred to as groundwater or treated as groundwater, just nuisance water. And again, it's a very common, the common or most typical method to handle water that accumulates behind the wall that's not a permanent condition.
So you will or you won't have a pump that that's there 24/7 in the
Will
garage,
not.
say?
Yeah, there will not be active dewatering, I think is what you're getting at, respectfully.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not a need for active dewatering.
Because I live north of the Sofitel, and from the time the Sofitel was built, they also have several levels underground, and they have to pump 24/7, and also I'm told that the groundwater level has rose after that project was built by several inches.
Yeah,
to the north.
The idea of permanent dewatering for below, projects that have these general conditions has become somewhat antiquated about 10 or 15 years ago with increased environmental control or on what can be pumped out, and it's usually, again, this is not relevant necessarily to this project, but just as a general point, it's usually a better decision for the development team to address the issue now and just build a bigger, stronger subterranean level than try to permanently lower the groundwater table. So it's not as common. Permanent dewatering is not that common anymore.
Thank you very much. And if I can just ask staff a quick follow-up question on the electric. I'm trying to find what you're talking about in the environmental impact report, the final, and I can't find it, so if you can give me a page number, that would be great.
Can you give us a chance to find that? I don't think we have it off the top of our heads. Thank you.
Mayor, do we want to go to public comment now, or?
Yes, let's do that.
Okay, perfect. The first member of the public in chambers for this public hearing to speak is Bill Karpiak. Or not. Andrew Solomon to be followed by Ryan Welch.
Good evening to the great relief of council. I am not here tonight to talk about pickleball, but one of the only things more important than pickleball is housing. So I'm here to express support for the project 8555 Santa Monica, which I think means that I am supporting the denial of the Planning Commission's decision to uphold the project. I live fairly close to this project. I walk by it often these days with a stroller in hand oftentimes. And I know that it's an incredibly underutilized spot. We have a housing crisis in Southern California, in other parts of California. We're in a crisis, and the only way out of it is to build up. And this is a prime spot to do it. It's on a major thoroughfare, a very busy intersection of the city that is very underutilized. It's away from some of our single-family neighborhoods. The impact of single-family homes is less. And most importantly, it's compliant under the West Hollywood zoning code, the general plan, and most importantly, under the California Housing Accountability Act. We need more housing here in the city and in this state. And for that reason, I support the project and hope that you will deny this appeal. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. Our next speaker is Ryan Welch, to be followed by Alan Willian.
Hi, folks. Hi. Hello. Hi. Yeah, please follow staff's recommendation on this. I received this in the mail, I don't know, a week or two ago, and I remember this project from years ago, and it's even better now, and it has the first live-work units for West Hollywood. I think that's fantastic. I'm sad that somebody appealed this project and put the staff through so much hard work in refuting every point, and I thank you for considering my opinion, and I appreciate you denying the appeal and approving the project. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Our next speaker is Alan Willian, to be followed by Adam Kaufman.
city attorney for sandbagging the residents with this conflict issue. So I'm making a demand that both these two people, Erickson and Byers, are disqualified for sitting on the Planning Commission. They are not independent. As a matter of law, they're not independent, and they must be disqualified. You really tried. It was really nice attempt to sandbag us. Number two, all of you are disqualified because you engaged in seriatim contacts with the applicant in violation of the Brown Act. You know all about that. Mayor Meister, you guys did that in the 8150 building. Same thing that you did it here. You're all disqualified as a matter of law. You can go ahead and try to avoid it, but there's no avoiding it. You're finished. You need to get some independent people involved because you can't rule on this particular matter. Furthermore, with regard to the landscaping issue, that's another lie. The issue is not landscaping. The issue wasn't certified, and the application says it has to be certified, and no certified landscaping was filed. None. That's what the application says. And you know what the city did? They withdrew the application since I raised that issue to remove that language. But that's what the language was at the time. There's 80,000 cubic yards of dirt that's going to be hauled here in 3,000 truckloads over 13-foot water zone. You know how much 80,000 cubic yards of dirt is? That's enough to fill Staples Center. And 13 foot is not enough to support 3,000 double trucks and cement trucks. It's going to fail. In addition to that, it's in an earthquake zone. There's another lie that says it's not in an earthquake zone. Of course it's in an earthquake zone. The fault lies 600 feet, but it's in an FO1 and 2 zone, which means it must have mitigation. The problem here is the form of mitigation. It's a mat system, which is crap, which is garbage. That was used in the Millennium case, if you remember. Remember Millennium in San Francisco? The same soils engineer was
Thank you,
involved
Mr.
there,
William.
And they were sued, and the city
Thank
paid
you.
$30
Thank you.
million.
Thank you, Mr. William.
And they
Your
paid
time is
$100
up.
million in damages.
Our next speaker is Adam
with regard
Kaufman.
to his recommendation for a mat
Thank you. Your
system.
time is up. Thank you.
Why don't you tell me to stop it? Because I'm telling you,
Okay.
Your time is up. Please be fair to everybody else who has had a limited time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. William. Our next speaker is Adam Kaufman, to be followed by Mike Carter.
Good evening, council members. My name is Adam Kaufman, native Angelino, resident of West Hollywood since the 90s and president of the West Hollywood North Neighborhood Association. While I'm not speaking on behalf of the association, I am speaking on behalf of the majority of my constituents I talk to regularly. I will keep it brief and focus on 3 key issues I'm asking for your support on. First, we ask the resolutions specify the sound wall for noise mitigation will wrap around the whole residential perimeter. Fear with the current language, the sound wall does not need to continue along the north. We fear with the current language, the sound wall does not need to continue around the north perimeter of West Knoll Drive. This is where residents live, and we fear our neighbors will be exposed if it's not clearly spelled out and enforced. Second, we ask the plans to underground the utility lines under West Knoll be revised. The more straightforward path is to underground power beneath the subterranean parking structure. While the plan was not submitted for EIR review, we know it is more energy efficient for the current to travel in a straight line. The circuitous wrapping around the perimeter and under the public street, doubling the length of power circuity is wasteful and unnecessary. Third, we ask your help mandating that the developer survey and photograph all surrounding properties in order to establish an objective baseline. There are real concerns about soil subsistence, and when they excavate down at least 3 stories and pump out groundwater, we have an engineer's report that recommends this baseline study in the interest of limiting the developer's own liability. This is our 11th hour. We beg you to tell staff to put specific language in the resolutions to mandate these 3 mitigation efforts and make them enforceable. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Carter.
Good evening again. I won't take much of your time. I believe that the ZTA, that went down in November of 2019 regarding 1936-170B, West Hollywood Municipal Code. I think it missed the mark. I think projects like this that span commercial and residential property should be banned in this city. I have experience with one in my own neighborhood. And this all for what it's worth, because these projects are much too awkward to stick in a neighborhood in a city our size. They're too large for a city our size. They involve too delicate, as you have found, of a process to be approved. Finessing them is extremely difficult. They have a propensity to be intrusive and just not a very good thing to subject a neighborhood to. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mike. There's one individual who submitted a citizen position slip in chambers, and then we'll move to one speaker in Zoom. Mary Ann Collins supports the appeal.
Our speaker on Zoom this evening for this item is Jamie Francis. Jamie, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. I wanted to speak in regards to this project and the scope and the size of the project. I understand that there has to be an ample need of affordable housing. And what a lot of these developments are doing is they're basically giving the least or the minimum allotment when it comes to affordable housing. To refer to what Councilwoman Meister said, is that can we verify and understand that there's going to be equilibrium amount of affordable units? And it has to be juxtaposed between what is allowed on ground level, upper level, what is going to be in the residential zone, commercial zone, and it's a disproportionate allotment of housing that I'm seeing. A continuation of this. It's notorious on the Sunset Boulevard and Improvement District when it comes to housing. And as we see, a lot of those units that were supposed to be affordable were made into Airbnbs. When you have work site housing or what they consider workforce housing, it dwindles the amount of affordable housing that should be given to city developments that are approved. And I don't see that here in this development. I don't like naysayers either when they say, well, it's going to impose on our, way of life, our tranquility. I understand that it abuts a residential zone, but we need housing. I just don't like the fact of these developments that have that propensity to just, want to build the development, and then housing that should have been available or made available is now, well, no, we're not going to provide low-income housing, or we'll mediate it and make it moderate. I just think it's unequal, and it's unfortunate. And I want the city to mitigate that and say to the developers, you need to do a better job, because there should be 80 or 90 market rate units with only 17 affordable. In regards to how it's constructed, yes, there are issues when it comes to feasibility and people walking and flood zones.
Thank you, Jamie. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. We have one additional citizen position slip from Alan Strasberg in support of the appeal. Those are the only members of the public we have for this item, so we will now move to rebuttals.
All right. Does the appellant have a rebuttal?
And you will have 2 minutes. Sorry, Mark. I apologize.
I'm just going to briefly say one comment, which has to do again with the sound barrier. I want to refer just specifically to language in the EIR for this project. And we never asked for a 50-foot wall. All we asked for is what the language provides for in the EIR, which says that the sound wall should, and of course, if feasible, they're going to determine if it's feasible, that it should be as close to the receptor as possible, the noise receptors, which would be the condo buildings, the Ramada, and the housing, and break the line of sight between the source of the noise and the receptor. So 15 feet doesn't work. It could be that it has to be 5 feet, could be that it has to be 25 feet, depending upon what breaks the line of sight. So we just are asking for the condition to be consistent with the condition contained both in the general plan EIR as well as the EIR for this project. Thanks.
Thanks. Just a couple things. The housing, the bonus was granted on the 5 residential parcels, the 4 residential parcels, based upon those 4 residential parcels. That's how the bonus was granted. They were given 5 affordables and additional market rates, and in exchange, they got a bonus. Those 5 units should be on those parcels. That is equitable, that is fair, and that is how it should be allocated. How they're distributed within that building, we don't have a quibble. I'm trying to protect our affordable housing here, okay? And make sure that we don't have poor floor parking, which is where this is headed, given those random parking spaces, including the one outside on the street. How are we going to make sure that the affordable people aren't the ones given the subpar parking? Those are the things that I'm concerned about in this case. And back to the balance of the very low and the moderate, that should also be the same. Those 5 units in the affordable, in the residential building should be 3 and 2 to keep it equitable. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. We will now hear from the applicant team if they have a rebuttal.
Before, we have a question for the appellant from Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
It's for Mark, actually.
For Mr. Lehman.
Thank you, and apologies, Lynn and Mark, for interrupting you in your little 2.5-minute thing. I didn't mean to throw you off your game. So you sent us a letter, and I understand tonight you are representing the condo association. Are you here solely in your representation of the condo association, or do you, in fact, stand before us as a representative of WH Holdings, Inc., which is the operator of the West Ramada Hotel?
I'm here on many different capacities.
Fine.
I signed the appeal.
Yeah.
My client also signed the appeal. My understanding of the 30-some-odd years I've been here, if you sign the appeal, you're part of the appeal. That's the way I've always understood this, the way we've always acted. I have never had any distinguishing other than that. So I'm speaking here not just on behalf of the Ramada, I'm speaking here as a neighbor, as a member of the neighborhood association, and also as a person who signed the appeal.
Understood, but in your official capacity, as I'm guessing the lawyers for the Ramada, did you sign the appeal on their behalf
The Ramada signed the appeal as well.
I just want that on the record as well.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And Lynn, you signed as a resident, I'm guessing.
Yes, and furthermore, the appellant signed as a citizen. She did not sign as a member of her condo association.
Yeah, I understood that from the
She signed as a citizen, and we are all fellow citizens and neighbors of the same neighborhood.
Yes,
Thank
it's
you.
just, I would have loved to heard Carol's argument for the appeal as well, if she's a part of the appeal.
Carol is a little bit elderly, and she asked us to speak on her behalf.
And that is why you're doing a
very
great
much
job
for your
for
time.
that. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you so much. I'll be brief. Other than Carol Weiner, there is no other appellant, right? By signing the sheet which allows them to waive fees, that does not make them an appellant, period. I just want to close with this. This particular project has been in the city's prior housing element. It's in the current housing element. It's been relied upon by the city to make sure that the city can meet its RHNA numbers. We've been here many years. We'd like to move forward with the project. I sense you're ready to ask a question.
I am. Yes, thank you. Can you address the sound wall issue, please, for me?
My understanding is this: the city gave great consideration to what was in the general plan EIR. It went through all of those mitigation measures. And when that mitigation measure, which is quoted by Ramada, it says where feasible, right? Where feasible, institute, and it goes on. What the city did was determine what is feasible given this particular project and said a 15-foot sound wall, right, is feasible. We believe that's feasible. We cannot account for the feasibility of anything taller than that at this particular point because of all of the factors that we were talking about. When you have a taller wall, it really is a huge structural issue. In addition, by the way, the mitigation is not just about that 15-foot wall. It's about and I have the provisions here. I just want to make sure that I'm stating them correctly. So it is, yeah, install that. And then there are also the mobile sound barriers. So what they have are these mobile sound barriers that you can put up around equipment and other things to block the sound right where it's occurring with the equipment. And there's a different mitigation measure, N1B, which basically says if there's a noise complaint, right, there's a report to be done, which should include noise measurements and recommendations. And as a part of the Planning Commission hearing, right, the Planning Commission said, well, what are you going to do with that report, right? Are you going to do anything with it? So there was a condition that said the city shall provide appropriate recommendations within 1 week of the receipt of that report. So there are all these mitigation measures. The point is, the feasibility, right, which is required under CEQA, the feasibility has been evaluated by the city. This idea that now that we should have some amorphous, you know, we don't know what we're going to do. The city did exactly what the mitigation measure wanted for project-specific things, was to evaluate the feasibility at the time of the project.
Okay, so my question then, what I heard, and maybe I'm incorrect in understanding, but that the language makes it so it's not certain that it's going to go around the entire perimeter and then protect the neighbors. That's what I heard.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, yes, the sound walls are only for the adjacent parcels, right? So throughout the city, when there are construction projects, there are not sound walls on the property boundaries that face the streets, right? So you'll see that fencing that's up in terms of the areas that face the street, because the sound issues are not considered to be as meaningful, right, in those circumstances. So for the adjacent properties is where the sound barriers are required.
Okay.
Again, we've been at it for a long time, over 10 years since the first applied, and we'd love to get started. So, and urge you again, please reject the appeal.
Are there any other questions from my
Yes.
colleagues? Yes. Councilmember Hanlon. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson. My question has to do with, I can't remember the speaker's name, about documenting the current conditions, the adjacent properties, and the impact, so that we would know if there was any damage done to those properties during the construction phase or afterwards. Is that something that, I don't think it's a condition right now, but is that something that you would be doing?
I think we would decline to do that, and I'll tell you why. That is an extraordinary thing to do, right? I don't know if you've been in any circumstances, but to basically document the whole neighborhood, and to say now that the project is potentially responsible for anything that may occur. Let's say there is there's something else that occurs, an earthquake occurs, and now all of a sudden there's a change, and now we're getting into a fight about whether or not it's us, it's the earthquake, what is it? That is an extraordinary measure. And very difficult, I think, to monitor, to maintain, to consider. And by the way, it's never been done in the city, and it's not an objective standard under the HAA.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Mayor?
Yes.
May I ask Jennifer if she's found the page for the
Yes.
electric?
Yes, we have some answers for you here. And so the undergrounding of the utilities was evaluated at a high level when the initial study was done, and it was determined not to have impacts in terms of utilities. So that's when they evaluate the service that's needed for the project. And so that was evaluated in the initial study. It was included as...
Jennifer, did they talk about it being across the street when they were talking about undergrounding? The diagram that we were provided in attachment O shows the undergrounding on the north side of West Knoll, not the south side where the project is, but the north side, which means digging up that whole road for who knows how long. And so if that initial study said that there were no impacts, I think that someone should have raised a red flag.
Okay. So when I say that it was evaluated in the initial study, that was for utilities. And then as far as construction impacts is what I'm hearing the concerns are. Less about the level of service of the utilities and more about the construction impacts of when it actually happens and the undergrounding happens, correct?
Yes.
So that was included in the construction schedule and in the geo-analysis. So it was something that was taken into consideration when we were looking at all of the construction period impacts that could potentially happen. Whether or not, I think I would have to check with our CEQA consultant to see if they had this particular diagram at that time, or how that was evaluated. I think that it is a very common practice. It happens on almost all of our projects. It's a standard condition to underground utilities where it's feasible. So I think it was considered part of the regular course of construction. However, I also think that the actual plan gets, like we talked about, it gets evaluated and approved in terms of whether that particular plan works properly as we go through towards a building permit. So I don't know that that's the final version of it, and I can't answer whether that was included in detail in the analysis.
I think the issue is that the residents who are on the north side of West Knoll, who would be directly impacted by them tearing up the streets, shutting off electric when they're doing whatever it is they're doing, and we've all had to deal with SCE doing that, that there was no option to have a discussion with SCE to say this should be on the south side of West Knoll or on the east side of the project, but on the west side of, again, west side of West Knoll, where the project is tearing up everything anyway.
And I think, again, I will just go back to the fact that this isn't a finalized plan, and I believe the applicant would like to address it as well, if that's okay with the council.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead and address this, please.
This is a draft plan, and we are willing to do whatever SCE wants us to do, right? This was not intended. This was provided just to give information as to what was going on there. And I think it may be part of the issue for SCE is there may be a conduit on that side of the street that may collect all of the utilities, so that may be a reason why that conversation they thought about having it there. We don't know. We're happy to do either way. It doesn't matter to us, right? Really, truly. And this is a draft plan, and if you wanted to put it on our side, we're happy to. But if SCE says no, right, we have to do what they say, right? That's it. But this is not truly not our thing. And I might just add, by the way, I mean, this is so routine that these types of things, utility changes are you can go through the CEQA exemptions, but there's a ton of them for utilities, right? Because these are things that are routinely done, and which is why it's attended to the way it is. So, thank you.
Go ahead, since we gave time to the...
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is an environmental impact. There's an impact to the neighborhood. It was not studied. It was not included in the EIR, period, okay? And furthermore, there is a huge Canary Island palm right at the intersection of that curve where you go north and take a right on West Knoll. There's a huge, close to 100-year-old Canary Island palm there that would be killed during this process, and that was not addressed at all. None of these elements were discussed, addressed. We have no discourse on the subject. We have one map. We have no description of what's going to be done, how it's going to be done, who's going to do it. And this is not the same as every other project out there. Every other project is a single lot tying into the electrical at the curb, one and done. That you cannot conflate just an average, 8-unit condo on Orlando to this huge project and this huge disruption to the neighborhood. It is simply not in the EIR at all to discuss these environmental impacts, and they are an impact. Normally there would be a mitigation to the impact, just like there is a noise mitigation. There's a whole chunk of discussion, there's tables, etc. This is not discussed at all, was not presented at all, in spite of the fact that the neighborhood brought it up multiple times before and during the revised EIR process. That's material. And that alone is the basis for granting this appeal. Thank you.
Mayor, we have one additional person who wishes to provide testimony for this public hearing.
Okay, a public commenter?
Yeah.
Okay.
In Zoom.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm concerned that we've already given both the applicant and the appellant rebuttal. And if we open it up for additional public comment, then we're going to have to reopen it for rebuttal.
Have we closed the public testimony portion?
We haven't formally closed the public testimony portion, but that is correct. We've been a little.
Since I said yes, let's go ahead, and if that's the case.
We'll give a 1-minute rebuttal if needed.
Yes, if needed.
Okay.
Our speaker on Zoom is Susan. Susan, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. I just want to make a point that the project on Sunset Boulevard, the WehoTV, the Ziggy Hotel, and if this new project you're proposing is going to have rooftop activity, the noise is unbearable. We have double pane windows. We cannot hear our own TVs. We cannot open our windows and enjoy a glass of wine on our patio. So I hope whatever you're doing for West Knoll will protect them from the noise that we're living through here.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I think we're good. I will now close the public testimony portion of this public hearing. We will now move on to City Council deliberations. Would one of my colleagues like to begin the discussion? Who would like to begin? Would you like to? I am looking at you, Councilmember Heilman.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone who came out and spoke, and thank you to our staff for their many years of work on this project. And thank you, Ms. Weiner, for appealing. I'm sorry there was a bit of a kerfuffle when you came up here, but appreciate all the work that was put into this. And thank you to the applicant as well for all the time and energy that was put in on this. I do have a couple of maybe follow-up questions I want to ask staff, particularly about documenting current conditions and the ability to extend the sound mitigation onto West Knoll. In terms of the legal aspects of the appeal, the project was deemed complete by the staff. Just because there were changes, that doesn't mean that there has to be a new submittal or a resubmittal. It's very common for a project to be submitted, deemed complete, and changes to be made. So I also think there would be a big problem for the city to have processed this application under the city's conclusion that it was deemed complete, and now at the last minute somehow decide otherwise, that it wasn't properly deemed complete. I don't think we can actually do that as a city. Secondly, I didn't agree that there is a need for a supplemental or new EIR, environmental impact report, when the original EIR was never certified. So staff, I think, addressed that in the staff report, that the draft EIR was recirculated after changes were proposed. With respect to the utilities, and maybe this is just my bias because I've lived by projects that have engaged in this, I think undergrounding utilities is a good thing, and it's a positive for the community. I understand the concerns that Lynn raised, but I don't think any of us actually know exactly how the utilities will be undergrounded. That's something that SCE will tell the property owner when this goes forward, if it goes forward during the building phase of it. And in terms of the impact on the community, and again, this is just my experience, our street, La Cienega, wasn't torn up for weeks on end. The amount of, it was pretty much a trench that was built, not that big. Traffic still was able to operate on the street. and the interference with electricity was planned, and it wasn't that significant. The sloping site calculation issue, Lynn really emphasized that portions of the site are flat. Well, they're likely flat now because they were graded for the construction of buildings on it. But even if portions are naturally flat, the sloping site calculation doesn't require every square inch of the site to be sloping in order for those calculations to be used. I also want to focus on, we've focused a lot, and the staff has focused a lot on the positions of the appeal and responding to it. I want to focus more on the positive aspects of this. This will add 111 apartment units to the city, something that we need in the community, and something that even if we don't need it, the state has mandated that we build a certain number of units in the city. 17 of them will be affordable. There will also be restaurant and cafe use similar to what we have now, additional retail space, personal services. The site currently is not particularly attractive, and it is not really fulfilling the needs of the community. I think this will be a much better project. I am very sympathetic to the neighborhood with respect to the sound mitigation during construction. And I say that because I'm living across the street from a project that has been being built for the last 3 years. During the pandemic, I actually had to go into my guest bathroom and set up a desk there because the noise was so impactful during the day. So I would like to see if there's more that we could do in terms of extending the sound mitigation on the West Knoll side, because those are the people who are going to be most impacted by the construction noise. No matter what we require, it isn't going to completely mitigate the construction noise. There's no way to do that. But anything we can do to make it easier during the construction, I think we should be looking at, whether that's temporary barriers or something that's more of a sound wall type. I'd like to see us do that. And then Ms. Carlson's argument that we don't normally do that on the street. I live on La Cienega, which is a very wide street across from the construction, and I'm pretty far up in my building, and you can hear every hammer that is hammering a nail across the street. So I'd like to see if we can do whatever we can to mitigate that. I also think that there does need to be some documentation of the existing conditions, whether that's something we impose on the applicant or whether that's something that we as a city undertake, at least photography or videotaping of the buildings around, so we have documentation of the current conditions. And those are my major thoughts. There was one other point, but I've forgotten it. So if necessary, I'll come back to it. But I think legally we don't have a basis for granting the appeal. I think the Housing Accountability Act says that we actually have to approve this project and deny the appeal.
Councilmember Byers, I think you wanted to comment. Yeah.
To step up. Yeah, thank you so much to staff for the work on this report tonight and to the public commenters who took the time to be here. My major concern in reviewing all the material and after hearing more from the public is in the electrical planning. But I think we got an education tonight, and it seems like timing with SoCal Edison's plans were part of the problem. What I'm really hearing is that these are draft plans, that there's opportunities to evolve, and that we're not even certain what the beneficial undergrounding will actually look like when it takes place. So that was an education for me and for many of us, it seems. So then my next big concern is housing and whether or not we're actually looking at a project that's going to achieve some net benefit towards the larger goals we have as a community. And with 111 new residential units, 17 affordable, and the live-work component, which is new and exciting for West Hollywood, plus the retail and many other things that Councilmember Heilman mentioned. There are many good things here. I'm sympathetic to the community and very grateful to those who will endure the construction the most closest. But we've all gone through this. This is something we all go through constantly. Cities are never finished, and dealing with that noise and construction is really part of the sacrifices that we make to live in a shared community where our collective interests are best served. And I think this project does so much to help serve our shared collective interests. So I'm really excited about that. I hear and appreciate Councilmember Heilman talking about the documentation, because this is something that hasn't been done before. I'd be interested to think about what that could look like on a more systematic level versus just on this one-off project as part of a condition of approval. But I think the asks around the sound wall seem reasonable. It is, a big project, and if there are ways that we can extend that sound wall, within the feasible requirements of the EIR, I think that's something we can do. I think that's all I have to speak to right now.
Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple of thoughts, and I'm really glad that Councilmember Heilman brought up the idea of the mitigations. First of all, I want to thank the appellants for really doing a lot of work themselves to put forward this appeal and really make us think about this project and the impacts that it would have on a neighborhood. And also, they showed us it's not about the number of housing units, it's not about the size of the project, it's about the impacts on the neighborhood, and more than anything. And I thank the applicants for being here as well. As much as I may or may not agree with the sloping method, I would like to focus on the mitigations. And so I agree that there should be a survey of existing conditions documenting the adjacent properties, maybe within a 100-foot radius of the project. I also would like a mitigation measure that states that there must be conversations with the neighbors, including the project, the developer, and the neighborhood regarding the SCE portion of this project. I also think that making sure that there are 5 units, 3 and 2 in the West Knoll portion of the project. As Ms. Huppengarner said, the applicant received whatever density bonus based on that premise, that part of the project would be providing 5 units. And I think that we, as a city, especially after seeing poor floors and poor doors, we need to make sure that those units go into, that there is the correct proportion of units going into that side of the project on that parcel, because that's what got that part of the bonus. So I'm hoping that we can come to some agreement about these mitigation measures. I will say that the comments about, it's taking so long, it's been so long, it's been, 10 years or whatever it's been, that wasn't the community's fault. That was, what happened with this developer and this development. So I just don't want people to think, well, that's because the community did that. That was a process. That was their choice to revise, to put in an application the way they put in the application, to revise that application, to revise that application again, to revise that application again. So I just want to make sure it's clear that I appreciate that this has taken a very long time, but that, just like the Melrose Triangle, that is not the city's fault, and that is not the community's fault. Also, regarding the buildings falling down, that's a property owner's responsibility to keep up a property, regardless of whether they're planning to develop it in the future or not. That is their responsibility to us as a community, to make sure that the properties that they own just like, you know, anyone who owns an apartment building or a single-family home or whatever, takes care of their properties, you know, not only for themselves, but for the community, and especially in a commercial area where you want to make sure that there is pedestrian activity, that people feel safe, that there isn't light, and that there aren't public safety issues. That's pretty much what I have on this, and I do think that just the experience that we've seen with, for example, 8899 Beverly, although that was just a remodel, a number of properties were affected by the construction in that project. Cracks and movements and subsidence, and I think it's our responsibility as city government to protect our residents. So that's where I stand on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Meister. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. In terms of agreement, I agree with what Councilmember Meister said, as well as Councilmember Heilman. It sounds like Councilmember Byers is online with documentation of the current conditions. However, we want to splice that. I think we could have a conversation about whether the city takes that on or we think about how we could do that at certain intervals. I'm fine with how we would discuss that. I think that in terms of the temporary sound mitigation issues for the neighbors, I agree with what's been said here. On the West Knoll side, I have many friends that live along this side of the building going up there, and they've talked to me about sound and said that they can even hear the street when people go down with their delivery trucks and everything, so sound from Santa Monica Boulevard is already quite loud, and add construction on there. I think that would be helpful to provide whatever relief we can for those neighbors. Additionally, this area is, in terms of, I think, when we look at what it is now to what it could be, the positive aspects of this project, has been widely said here, are very important to not only the community, our housing element, our commitment to housing, but I think it, you know, also when we look at how it conforms with our general plan with being along commercial corridors, and this project not being in neighborhoods is something to specifically address, because this is the exact type of project you would probably want on a commercial corridor. If people want it in their neighborhoods, then that's for them to discuss and talk about whenever those things come before them. But additionally, it's a blank parking lot. It's actually the parking lot where Ruth Williams tripped several years ago, unfortunately, and I'm glad to see that those issues will be taken away, because it is just there and it needs to be moved to be something vibrant and understanding. I want to thank the members of the public, as well as what seems like all of the appellants, Mark, Lynn, and Carol, for their very hard work on what was 2,000 plus pages of documentation that they looked into, as well as how they've represented the arguments here. But I do come to the conclusion, as with my colleagues, that based on the legal standpoint of what we have, we do not have the basis to grant this appeal, and that's just where I'm at. But I would like to find some ways to mitigate for the community to grant them some relief where we could figure that out. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I also very much want the sound mitigation to West Knoll, and for staff to look at what we can do to create a better mitigation plan for the neighbors. I'm in full agreement with everyone, actually. And the city, I think the city taking on the surveying is important, actually, because this isn't the first time I've heard from residents that have been affected due to the issue with water extraction, water tables on their homes and properties. So this is something that I think the city owes our residents, and I agree with Councilmember Heilman and Meister in that sense. And I also think that the meeting with the neighbors and SCE before a final electrical determination, I agree with Councilmember Meister on that, that should happen as well. before a final is done. And I think the applicant is in good faith in saying that these are just draft and it's not final. So, and I'm sure there'll be, everyone will be fine with that. I'm not sure this canary tree, if it definitely is going to be uprooted, but if it is in a place that we could save it, that would be great too. But I'm not certain if it's right in where everything's going to be dug up, so that might not be possible. So it sounds like, and I do agree that we don't have enough legal basis to approve the appeal, and it should be denied. So on the basis of that, I think we are all really in agreement that the appeal should be denied, and that giving extra direction to staff to look into increasing the sound mitigation John Kehoe, you have an update for us.
I was just going to say that if the council is wanting us to come up with those conditions, we may need to take a break so we could work on those conditions.
Perfect.
And consult with the applicant so we can make sure we have proper language.
Great. Let's take a 10-minute break to do that.
Before we do, the conditions I'm most concerned about is improving the sound mitigation along West Knoll, the utility undergrounding, and requiring a neighborhood meeting and consultation and input from the neighborhood and SCE before anything goes forward. And then the direction to document, that's more a direction to staff rather than a condition.
Yes.
I didn't agree with Councilmember Meister's requirement of specific units in specific locations.
No.
I trust what we were told by Ms. Bartle, that is standard, and that we would always disseminate those units and make sure that they were of equal quality. So.
Yeah.
And if we could, I think 15 minutes might be a little
Okay, 15 minutes, great.
May I just remind everyone that the public hearing has not concluded, so the council members, please don't discuss the matter amongst yourselves, and I ask the members of the public to please not come up and discuss the public hearing with members of the council. Thank you.
We are resuming the meeting. Staff, do you have an update for us on the
I think so, yes.
conditions?
All right, so to address the 3 items that the council brought forward that would like to see updated in the resolution, we would add condition 5.21 that says prior, or I think John Kehoe is going to read that.
Right, it will be a tag team tonight. Prior to the issuance of building permits, the applicant shall hold a neighborhood meeting to discuss the undergrounding of underground utilities.
Okay.
Can that specify that it will also include representatives of SCC,
Yes.
SCE?
And shall also include representatives of SCE.
Ready for the next? Okay. Then we would add language to condition, it's condition 16.2, which includes the mitigation measures. And we would be altering mitigation measure N-1 little I. This is the one with the sound barriers. To where it says, in I think the first sentence, it says, during the shoring phase of construction after installation of soldier piles in the ground, the applicant shall erect temporary noise barriers along the boundaries of the project site adjacent to the Ramada Hotel and the multifamily residential uses at 8562 West Knoll. We would add those words, and along the property line on the north side of the site along West Knoll. Great. And then regarding the documentation, staff would recommend that we get direction to bring back an item. We would need to hire somebody to properly conduct this documentation, so we would likely need to ask for funds to do that. We would want to know exactly what it includes, so I think that's going to take a little bit more time to flesh out. So it would just be a direction with the action that the council takes to direct staff to come back with an item.
I remember last meeting, we talked about precedent and how we, with that appeal, this seems like it's a mitigation that we're doing for the community, which I'm completely supportive. I just don't want this to be used, and maybe it can be used for future projects, so one time only, or however the city would take that on. I just think that we have to look at how this would be applied, because I think other people would try to use this. It's fine, but I think for this project specifically, it's being given for specific reasons. So that's just the reason why I say that.
And to clarify, that's not a condition of the approval, that's just direction to staff to come back to us with some recommendations on how do we document existing conditions.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, and it could be for projects over a certain size or projects that are adjacent to residential, but we'll leave that to you to come up with parameters and how to do it.
Yeah, we can include that in the item that we want to have a larger discussion about how this might be applied.
So with those changes, I'm prepared to move that we deny the appeal, that we adopt the resolution with those changes. Is there anything else I need to include in my motion, Lauren?
And to close the public hearing, did you say that?
And to close the public hearing, correct.
I will second that motion, Mayor.
Great. Let's take a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Heilman and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Erickson. Councilmember Byers.
Yes.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Aye.
Mayor Schein.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Great. We will go ahead and move to unfinished business. We don't have any legislative items tonight. And next is item 5B, the semi-annual community safety update. So we have do we have a concise presentation on this item, please?
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. I'm Danny Rivas, Director of Community Safety for the City of West Hollywood. Also joining on this item is our Assistant Division Fire Chief, Drew Smith, from our Los Angeles County Fire Department, David Aguilar, our Regional Vice President from the Block by Block Security Ambassador Program, our West Hollywood Sheriff Station Captain, Bill Mulder, as well as our Human Services and Social Services team members, Corey Plank, Strategic Initiatives Manager, and Leslie Eisenberg, our Acting Social Services Manager. So this item serves as the semi-annual community safety update that is provided generally to the City Council twice a year, with data included in the staff report from October of last year through April of this year. In addition to that, this item is serving a dual purpose. One is to provide an update regarding community safety activities, and then secondly, to confirm citywide community safety contract staffing levels. With that in mind, I am now going to be turning it over to our Assistant Fire Chief, Drew Smith, from our Los Angeles County Fire Department to provide an update, which will then be followed by David Aguilar from our Block by Block Security Ambassador Program, and then finally our captain from our West Hollywood Sheriff Station. So, Chief.
Perfect. Thank you, Dave. Well, thank you to the City of West Hollywood for all your support, to your Los Angeles County Fire Department. We are your fire family, as I like to say. We spend a third of our lives in those fire stations, and we're happy to serve the City of West Hollywood. So I am Drew Smith. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief, so I represent West Hollywood as your fire chief. So if you have something that you need, it goes to me. So the City of West Hollywood, just as an overview, is primarily served by 3 shifts, and we work 24-hour shifts with 2 stations at Station 7 and 8. So Station 7 is right at the San Vicente, and Station 8 is right down the street on Santa Monica Boulevard. With that, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary from October to April. We did 4,237 total calls, and 3,052 were emergency medical calls, which created 72% of our call volume. And there were a total of 80 fires within that 6 months period, 7 of which were vehicle fires, 12 were building fires, and the remaining 61 were a combination of outside rubbish fires, tree fires, dumpster fires, dryer fires, or cooking fires. And we had no firefighter injuries reported with any of those fires. We took swift action with those. And one thing with all the fires that we have, one thing to mention is they all start out small. And then there is significant potential. So your swift action and your highly trained firefighters reduce the amount of property loss and, heaven forbid, life loss with those fires that do happen in the area. And it averages for your West Hollywood firefighters about 20 calls per shift out of the 2 stations. You can see the statistical data from January through November of 22, and comparative speaking to 2022 of October to April of this year. And so I didn't see anything out of the ordinary with that. So as you know, all the calls that we go on can be variable in nature. And so we respond when 911 happens. As far as your firefighters, they're very well trained, they're very well motivated, and to combat these fires, which has saved millions in loss of property damage and potential financial impact to residences, which we're really happy about. We have a significant community outreach program that we're tied in with the city, and so in the absence of your firefighters on a major disaster, I'd like to thank the Community Emergency Response Team with CERT. So we just put 23 residents through back in April, and that was over 3 consecutive Saturdays, so we had great feedback with that. And also, your Los Angeles County Fire Department has a very robust social media platform, and also it's centric to Division 7 West Hollywood on those various platforms that we have. So community is everything to us, and so we're happy and proud to be here. Do you have anything for your fire department?
Just a lot of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much for your partnership and your keeping us safe, and we really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Keeping us safe as well. LA County released a number of properties that were seismically in danger or needs to be updated. And unfortunately, I believe fire station number 8 was on that list. I know it is county owned, but can you make sure, because we want to make sure all of your people are safe, what is the county doing? What could we do as a city to help out to make sure that that station is, off that list, essentially?
Right, so it's a great question. We have a construction and maintenance division within our organization that looks at our facilities. So we do look at the safety and structural integrity of those buildings, and the infrastructure is everything to us. So we are exploring opportunities to build a new fire station 8 that would be enhance what our capabilities are. What do I mean by that? So that station, let's just say, is vintage. Stations don't grow in size, but our fire apparatus does, and sometimes our personnel do. So we can easily outgrow that station based upon a lot of different factors. One of those is the vehicles we drive based upon size and the complexity of the vehicle we may need, but also the infrastructure within there. So that station was built well before even we had microwaves and central heating and air. So we can outgrow that with what we need. So we are exploring new opportunities to look at if we can facilitate purchasing something or doing something in West Hollywood for a larger station.
That's great. I know that's where Chief Maroney got his start, as he told me a couple of weeks ago. I don't know. I know that's a longer conversation for us. I did hear, because I live over there on the east side, and I always walk by your people, and they're so great and so friendly. But sometimes when you park the fire station on that side street, some residents have questions, and they don't like it, but that's fine because you're doing your work. But perhaps the ways in which you can continue to communicate, however, with the surrounding neighborhood, and just making sure that they're aware of any type of set schedule you have. If there's not a set schedule, I completely understand that, but I know that's something regular, along with how much they love all of you, that they're just like, why does this fire truck always park on the street? And I always say, well, you never know when they have to go out, but we have a really responsive fire team. But if you could maybe work with however you do, or we could host something at the city in a neighborhood during National Night Out, or however we could, to make sure that they know why you're doing it, why it's important for you to do it, and all that stuff, so that way we can help make sure we're always answering those questions, because you're out there for a good reason, and we just want to make sure everyone's there to support you all.
Yeah, and we would really like to do that. So one of the reasons we do put the fire apparatus on the side street, because sometimes we need to get into the apparatus doors, if you will, to do maintenance or whatever it may be. So we need to put those big pieces of equipment somewhere. So we try to have as least amount of impact that we do to the community, but we really don't have many alternatives on what we can do. So but we will be glad to put something out. We get a lot of new residents and maybe new to them, so we understand that, and we want to be flexible but yet be efficient in what we do. So I'll be glad to put something out with some information for sure. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. David Aguilar with Block by Block. I'm a regional vice president, and I oversee 15 of the accounts within my region. West Hollywood falls under my purview. So I'd like to start off just by taking a quick moment to explain what the role of a security ambassador is to members of the public, as this seems to be one of the more commonly or frequently asked questions that we tend to receive. So a security ambassador, a block-by-block security ambassador, is a non-law enforcement responder who can assist with a wide array of situations to help people maintain safety in their surroundings. Security ambassadors are private security guards licensed through the state of California. Their primary role is to provide an unarmed, highly visible, uniformed presence throughout the city of West Hollywood and act as a visual deterrent for any kind of unwanted behavior. Security ambassadors are trained to diffuse and de-escalate nonviolent, low-level quality of life issues, and offer support to nonviolent or offer support for nonviolent and non-emergency calls for service where community members don't necessarily need to contact 911. However, it is highly encouraged if you are unsure. If a security ambassador observes a serious crime being committed, they're not to engage, but rather gather good description, identify witnesses, and connect immediately with the Sheriff's Department. Security ambassadors work in collaboration with the Human Services Department and outreach service providers for our unhoused community members. They work closely with the City of West Hollywood's code compliance, LA County Fire, and of course the West Hollywood Sheriffs. In addition to serving as a visual deterrent in addressing nonviolent crimes, ambassadors also provide a number of hospitality services, such as safety escorts. So ambassadors will provide safety escorts to anyone who feels unsafe walking to or from their destinations, as long as it's within city limits. Ambassadors make it a point to make 2 to 3 minute pit stops at some of our local businesses to check on the businesses, answer any questions, or address any concerns. Ambassadors also act as a source of information and provide parking information, dining recommendations, business referrals, provide general directions and information about upcoming city meetings or events posted on the city's website. Ambassadors can also assist with traffic control related issues. In the event of a minor or major traffic collision, ambassadors will contact emergency services when needed and can assist with the exchange of basic information to help motorists on their way. Ambassadors also assist with jump-starting vehicles and can even help you change a tire if you possess the proper tools. Our management team also attends neighborhood watch meetings. So they work closely with the neighborhood block captains, community safety leaders, and the West Hollywood Sheriff's Department to address low-level nonviolent issues. As far as the deployment of the team, security ambassadors are deployed along major streets, alleys, city parking lots, residential neighborhoods, kiosks. They can be found in Plummer Park, West Hollywood Park, the Arc, and of course, City Hall. Ambassadors can be seen patrolling the city on foot, bike, and or vehicle 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now, I would like to just walk you briefly through some of the more notable stats over the past 6 months. So the team had seen an increase in calls for service compared to the last 3 years. They also saw an increase in their hospitality assistance. Their interactions with unhoused community members had increased. Their safety escorts had increased. Now, we did see a decline in our business contacts, and a lot of that had to do with the primary focus on our residential patrols and our fixed posts. In the residential report from October 2022 through April 2023, it does reflect the east side of the city having the highest areas of calls for service. And also they saw the highest number of unhoused residents, community residents, and their contacts and their interactions. When compared to the west side, however, our hospitality assistants were significantly high. The west side of the city followed by the east side and then the center city. So in regards to our calls for sheriff, I know this had been a request before to track response times. So since the residential program's inception in October, there have been 64 calls for service by ambassadors to the West Hollywood Sheriff Station for assistance, with an average response time of 12 minutes and 23 seconds. In regards to staffing, so since October 1st, 2022, we've consistently maintained our staffing levels at 100% for the residential expansion, our kiosk locations, City Hall, and our parks, as well as our pickup trolleys on the weekends. We've also maintained our staffing levels at a consistent 90% for our patrols on Melrose, Santa Monica Boulevard, and Sunset. Just like every other company, we have experienced a bit of turnover as well since the expansion. The turnover we have experienced is mostly due to performance-related issues and accountability, as well as competitive wages. Currently, 19% of our current staff members have been with the program for more than 2 years. 53% has been with the program for a little bit over a year. About 28% has been with the program for less than a year. I know there have been questions about training and what type of training ambassadors receive. So all block-by-block ambassadors are required to complete a number of training modules upon hire. Block-by-block assigns bi-weekly training to all ambassadors as well as monthly safety training topics for each site. Training continues throughout the 12-month period and repeats the following year. Management at each site has the ability to assign additional training when needed. Some of the more notable training topics ambassadors are required to complete consist of active shooter training, first aid, administration of Narcan nasal spray, cultural diversity and sensitivity, sexual harassment, mental health first aid, traumatic situations, incident report writing, protests and demonstrations, missing children's, emergency disaster preparedness, and a number of safety scenario training. Since October 2022, ambassadors have participated in a number of training initiatives organized by the City of West Hollywood, one of which was an introduction to Healthcare in Action, which is a mobile response team providing medical services to vulnerable individuals experiencing homelessness in the City of West Hollywood. Ambassadors attended a virtual training class with Healthcare in Action and learned how we can work hand in hand. The ambassador team also took part in the UCLA Santa Monica rate treatment training that was provided by the city, as well as the active shooter preparedness workshop. And most recently, of course, they participated in the Only Yes Means Yes outreach campaign during the National Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month. Now, there's always room for improvement when it comes down to dealing with situations out in the field. I know a lot of folks saw the video on San Vicente and Santa Monica. Our ambassadors, for the record, did exactly what they were trained to do. Now, is there room for improvement? There always is room for improvement. And we've had ongoing conversations with management here at the site, and we're working on improving what we feel can be improved. In closing, I'd like to take a moment just to share a few highlights and successes the team has had since the expansion that don't always make it to social media or people don't really talk about too much. But in December of 2022, the security ambassador observed an individual with a firearm, reported his observations to the West Hollywood Sheriff Station, and followed the individual from a safe distance long enough to direct deputies to the armed individual's location. This led to the detention of this individual, which resulted in the recovery of a loaded magazine and handgun. In December of 2022, ambassadors successfully administered Narcan to an individual suffering from a potential overdose. The individual became responsive long enough to allow EMS to render aid. In March of 2023, ambassadors witnessed an individual displaying symptoms of an apparent drug overdose near Formosa and Santa Monica Boulevard. The application of Narcan was administered, and the person became responsive long enough for EMS to render aid. In March of 2023, an ambassador assigned to our City Hall fixed post observed an individual brandishing what appeared to be a firearm outside of the entrance to City Hall. The ambassadors assisted with the evacuation of the first floor at City Hall until the sheriff's deputies arrived and cleared the area. Those are just a few of the highlights that I wanted to share with you all that you may or may not have been aware of. But with that, I'd like to open it up to any questions that you all may have.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really am glad to hear about the use of Narcan to provide that meaningful intervention. I'm really glad that you shared these highlights. Just a couple questions. You mentioned competitive wages as a challenge for retention. What is the starting wage for block by block?
So currently here in the city of West Hollywood, it's $19.36.
Thank you. I'm also curious, I know Block by Block's out on bicycles. Have there been any injuries related to the use of bicycles?
From our team members? I'm sure we've had a couple. Sure. I'm sure there have been.
That's not something you're typically capturing data on, or?
We will definitely, if there's an incident that occurs. Some of them are notices only, where an ambassador maybe had an accident, fell off their bicycle, didn't result in serious bodily injury. But we also have had situations where we've had serious injuries.
Yeah.
I don't have that data in front of me, but that is something that we collect for sure.
Thank you for sharing that. I think that's all. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Meister.
Sure. Thank you. So you talked about that the ambassadors do de-escalate, but what types of situations do they de-escalate if they don't de-escalate a fight or they don't intervene in a crime that's occurring?
So again, all we can do is request for compliance. We're not law enforcement officers, we're security guards. We have the same abilities that everyone else does out there. However, our staff is trained to recognize certain behaviors, to try to verbally communicate with individuals. We can recognize certain behaviors and we can contact the sheriff's department. They gather, collect information, pertinent information such as descriptions of individuals. In the event there's a physical altercation that results in serious bodily injury and somebody flees in a vehicle, they're collecting vehicle information, last known direction of travel. So there's a few differences that we can provide or assist with. Again, we put our ambassadors through real-life safety scenario trainings, things that we've experienced out here in the field. We act those out. We role-play those scenarios. We pretend to be aggressive individuals, shouting, yelling, folks dealing with mental health crisis issues. Again, all we can do is communicate verbally. That's all we can do. In the event of serious bodily harm, that does come down to a judgment call on the ambassador's part. It's not something we encourage simply for the risk of injury to our ambassadors as well. But if they feel the need to intervene, they can.
Okay, and you provided some numbers to us, and you had that there were 1,038 calls for service and 64 calls to the sheriff. So I guess I would be curious to know how you resolved the other 974 calls for service.
Sure, and a lot of that is just requesting compliance. So a lot of it is education, educating folks on what the issue is. If we're getting called out for a particular specific situation where it's a disturbance, we'll come out, we'll try to have a conversation. Again, this just kind of falls into the whole de-escalation and requesting compliance. But we really try to get the message across of whatever behaviors they're displaying or whatever it is that they're doing. We try to discourage certain behaviors. We try to request compliance. And we'll deal with a number of calls. Excuse me. We deal with trespassing-related calls, people on private property, and again, it's just a matter of us coming over, educating them, and letting them know, that they're not allowed on private property, and this kind of eliminates the unnecessary call to the sheriff's department. So the only times that those 64 calls, and I do have the list of 64 calls, but they obviously were enough to warrant the response from the sheriff's department.
Right. I was more interested in it. I figured that in the other 974. What metrics do you use to gauge success?
Well, we definitely take a look at the statistics. That's one way that we measure success. We also collect feedback from our own ambassadors. We're constantly working on what we can do to improve, areas of concern. We have regular safety meetings with our own team members. We also meet regularly with the Sheriff's Department and Community Safety just to see what areas of improvement or if there's room for areas of improvement, which there always is, what we can do differently. We always accept constructive criticism and feedback from the Sheriff's Department and our community safety team members. So the SMART system, the statistics is probably the primary way to gauge some of that success. But again, we also attend a lot of these meetings, so we hear positive and negative feedback from community members as well. And so we're constantly working on improving.
And do you look at, because I know you attend, your people attend the Public Safety Commission meetings, so do they look at the sheriff's reports that come out for those meetings, especially by area, to see what areas may, to change up, how you're, patrolling or?
Sure. Yeah, so we do meet regularly, again, with Community Safety and the Sheriff's Department. Again, our deployments are adjusted depending on what the needs are. So if the Sheriff's Department is seeing a trend in nonviolent issues in a particular area, we can connect and they can make a request for us to provide additional patrols in that area. We can increase our presence there. Again, I meet bi-weekly with Danny, and so we're constantly going over this data and this information as well. And so we're constantly deploying our ambassadors where needed.
And as far as deployment, I noticed that you tend to send them out in pairs, and I always figured it was because of the de-escalation for safety of the ambassador, but if they're not really getting into or intervening in a more physical way, why do they need to be in pairs?
So they aren't always in pairs. A lot of those patrols are conducted individually. However, later on in the evening hours, we will pair them up. The risk of confrontation and nighttime issues increases at night. However, you guys may have seen ambassadors pairing up as well when we have a new hire that's on. It's part of the training for us. So they spend a good amount of time at our building at the office reviewing their new hire training, but a big part of it is training out in the field. And so we will pair ambassadors up. They will learn from each other. Sometimes we're pairing up with 2 or 3 different ambassadors a couple days out of the week just so that they get to see different styles on how ambassadors address different types of situations. So that could be why you see them in pairs from time to time.
And just 2 more questions. So residential burglaries were up by 31.9% from October 2022 to April 2023. And the staff report, notes that Block by Block was fully staffed since October 2022, which means that they were patrolling the residential areas. So I guess I would ask your professional opinion. Would you say that having Block by Block patrolling residential areas in whatever way you are patrolling them, which is mostly by bike, is effective if residential burglaries increased by almost 32%?
Well, it's kind of hard to answer that question. Again, we're here to serve as that visual deterrent. All right. I'm not exactly sure how many of those vehicle burglaries or burglaries our ambassadors have
But they were
witnessed.
residential burglaries, houses,
Sure.
houses or apartments or.
Of course. So I don't know how many of those were actually witnessed by our security ambassadors, but if they were, I can guarantee that a call would have been placed to the sheriff's station. Again, we can look at this a number of different ways. You've got 30 additional ambassadors that are spread out over 24 hours, patrolling West, Center City, and East Side residentials. It's a large area to cover, so we're not going to be everywhere at once, that's for sure. But we have received tons of positive feedback from our residents who have been happy to see our ambassadors walking through their residential communities. And again, if a crime is observed by our ambassadors, they are contacting the sheriff's station.
Okay, and last question for now. According to the staff report, there were 2,541 unhoused resident contacts. Do you think that we need another MET team, in your professional opinion?
The conversation surrounding unhoused community members is going. It's an ongoing conversation that's happening everywhere. Sure, people have tried throwing additional resources to that too. I mean, it's kind of difficult to answer as far as the MET team goes. I can say that we've been successful in working with some of the local outreach agencies that the city contracts with, and that's been pretty effective for us. So working with the Sensia, working with the LGBT Center, Healthcare in Action most recently, just to name a few of the partners, has been beneficial to us. I mean, I would say I would always welcome additional resources if that's at all possible. Mental health crisis is a major thing. That is something that we see on a regular basis as well. So of course, if we can get more professionals involved with the unhoused community members that are suffering from mental health issues, I mean, that'd be a great thing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Byers, do you have any questions? Councilmember Hamlin? Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any questions?
In terms of the residential burglaries, and Mulder, feel free to jump in here, because sometimes we get follow-up from residents on those cases. Just to piggyback off of that question, sometimes people left their front door open. Sometimes, I believe one last year was they left their windows open and they went out of town for the week. And I mean, I'm really sorry that happened, but also self-accountability for how you keep your own property safe is important. It's like car break-ins. If you leave your laptop in your front seat, I mean, you tell us all the time, never do that. And that's hard, right? And it's no one's fault, because, these people are victims of crime and it's not okay in any way, shape, or form. But I don't necessarily blame you all for that. And I'm trying to find out, what are some comments you do hear from our residents that see you in the neighborhoods? Are they shouting and screaming at you, why aren't you an armed sheriff? Or are they like, hey, thanks for being here? I would love to know some of the general feedback that you get, because we don't hear that. We hear when something goes wrong, unfortunately, or wrong, and however you want to define that. But I would like to know what your people do here in the streets.
Sure. So a lot of the feedback that we do get from our residents, they are just happy to see a uniform presence walking through the neighborhood. We've received a few emails that I know Danny was kind enough to share with Block by Block as well, where people are just saying thank you. Thank you for being here. You know, feel a little safer knowing that security ambassadors are walking through this area. So we've received a lot of that kind of feedback from our residents. Of course, the residents on the east side are a lot more familiar with our program. I mean, that's kind of where we started. And you know, I know we were a huge hit on the east side, addressing a lot of their concerns, a lot of their trespassing related concerns. Of course, they were always happy to see somebody in the area, a quick response to calls for service. I mean, there was always somebody a block or two away, you know, which was also a good thing. But a lot of the positive feedback that we have received have been, thank you for being here. You know, it's nice to see somebody walking through the neighborhood. Not to say, of course, the sheriff's department don't. You know, they conduct their patrols as well. But just having an additional uniform presence has been nice, and that's the feedback we've gotten from residents.
Are you currently on Sunset?
We are. So we have a later deployment on Sunset. However, that doesn't mean that we cannot respond to calls for service that are generated during the daytime hours. You know, we've had some of our residential patrols just south of Sunset expand up towards Sunset from time to time, just depending on what the trends are. But we have a heavier presence on Sunset at night, so after 8 p.m.
After 8 p.m. That's actually all my questions, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have some questions for you, and thank you. Can you break down what exactly calls for service means?
Sure. It's anytime anyone calls our mobile hotline requesting any kind of assistance. So it could be reporting somebody trespassing on private property. It could be somebody requesting assistance. It can be somebody reporting disruptive behavior. We've also received noise complaint issues. So it's a little bit of everything. Calls in regards to our in-house community members, aggressive panhandlers, people camping out on sidewalks. So it's a number of calls.
And when you get those calls for service, what does a block by block ambassador do?
So once they receive that call, it's usually a supervisor who receives that phone call. They'll deploy or they'll dispatch any ambassador who's closest to that area. They'll respond to the location. They'll assess the situation. They'll try to address that situation as best as possible. Most of the time, we gain compliance. However, when compliance isn't met, we're pretty persistent with our request for compliance, but if it's not met, then we're contacting the Sheriff's Department if we absolutely need to.
So there were 1,038 calls for service, and a block by block ambassador goes out and essentially tries to takes care of whatever the issue is. And if they're not able to, they would then call our sheriff's department. So out of 1,038 calls for service, 64 calls were made to the sheriff's department from 2022 to 2023. And so essentially, let's say 970, let's say 960, I don't have the exact number. That means 960 calls for service. Does that mean those were successfully handled by block?
That's correct.
Do you have a breakdown internally of the different types of calls for service?
It would probably take some time to put that together, but I'm sure that's something that we could pull if we needed to.
Okay. And I'm going to move to the unhoused resident contact. Can you let me know exactly what the block by block ambassadors do when they're contacting unhoused residents?
Sure. So anytime we respond to a call for service in regards to an unhoused community member, ambassadors are coming over, depending on the call and what the issue is. Again, we're advising the individual of what the issue is, why we're there, why we're speaking to them. We're offering services to them. We're asking them if they're interested in receiving any kind of services. Again, just through our contacts with our outreach providers, you know, if there is something that or some sort of assistance we can provide them with, or someone we can connect them with, we will take down some basic information. We also have a system, it's called the Persons of Interest in our database as part of our collection. So when we do actually identify somebody who is interested in services, we'll collect that information that's stored there, and then we can connect them with the proper outreach agency. I'll be honest, most of the time, folks aren't interested in receiving those services. You know, however, there have been a few. Okay. So again, part of what we do is just educate folks on what they can and cannot do, why we're there, and offer assistance.
there were 47 calls to the fire department too, and 63 calls to EMS. How I know when we came up with the new block by block number, did the amount of calls go up after that? I'm just wondering if our communication with residents, I know we were at the digital bus stops, we've been sharing the number of block by block. Has that been helpful, do you think, in getting more calls since?
Yeah, it definitely has, because I believe what we did is we try to isolate that number, right? So a majority of the calls that were coming through that vanity number. And there's only a handful of calls that still come through the legacy number. We still receive text messages to that phone number though, so people do have that luxury of texting us as well. But we have seen an increase of calls coming through the new block by block WehoBBB number.
Thank you. And you said you receive emails from residents thanking you for being in the neighborhood. Are you able to provide that to us on council? You can take off the residents' information, because I assume that this is going straight to block by block, but not to city.
No, Mayor. So usually what will end up happening is a resident will send an email either to our community safety email, our general email that goes to the department, and then expresses appreciation. And then we in community safety will obviously pass that on to the block by block management team.
Okay, so it does come to a public email address.
It does, yes, it does.
Okay. Can you please turn off your phone, whoever that is? Thank you. So can you go ahead and start forwarding those to us?
I can.
Great.
The ones in the past, they probably have already,
That's fine.
but
I'm just
yeah,
saying moving
anything
forward.
that we do have, yeah, absolutely, we'll start doing that.
It would be helpful for us. And, well, I want to thank you. I think there's been some unfair portrayals of block by block in the media that haven't really shown a true depiction of what was going on. And there's been a narrative created that is untrue. And I just want you to know that we appreciate you, and I want all of the block by block security ambassadors and management to know that we appreciate the good work you've done.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Captain Mulder, I think it's your turn now.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff, and our wonderful West Hollywood community. Today, we'll be presenting our community safety update for the period of October 2022 through April of 2023, which is a 7-month period. So for this period, we had more than 11,000 calls for service, more than 11,000 observations, which is deputy self-generated work. We had a total of over 1,100 arrests. We had 570 emergency responses. We had over 2,700 priority responses and over 8,000 routine call responses. For October of 2022 through April of 2023, Part 1 crimes decreased by 9% when compared to the same period in 2021 to 2022. Based on the hard work of our patrol deputies, our cops team, our entertainment policing team, our supplemental law enforcement program with the foot beats throughout the city on different days at different times, and the work of our detective bureau, we were able to see a drop in the Part 1 crimes. 65% of Part 1 crimes for this period were theft related, which is either grand theft, petty theft, or vehicle burglary, which continue to drive our Part 1 crime numbers in West Hollywood and plague our community. However, there were significant decreases in vehicle burglary. It was down about 26%, and armed robbery, which was down about 40%. For context, prior to the pandemic, we usually average 180 to 220 Part 1 crime incidents monthly. Part 1 crime numbers have been mostly on the lower end of the average. In October of 2022, we had 181, November 179, December 170, January 177 of this year, February 212, March 167, and last month, April, it was 218, so it is kind of ticking back up. In the West District, there was an 18% decrease in Part 1 crimes. Despite this decrease, the West District, with 684 Part 1 crimes, accounted for 52% of all the Part 1 crimes in the city. The city center Part 1 crime numbers decreased 16% from the same time period in the previous years. However, residential burglaries, as you guys talked about prior, increased drastically 88%. And they are a cause of concern due to the potential for suspect and victim interaction and the significant property loss that can occur. The city center was also hit hard with catalytic converter thefts, there were 23, from organized crime groups. With 244 Part 1 crimes, the city center accounted for about 19% of all Part 1 crimes for the city. In the East District, Part 1 crimes increased by 12% when compared to the same time period the previous years. Total robberies were up about 44%. Residential burglary was actually up 57%. Grand theft was up about 69%. There were 36 catalytic converter thefts, 44 vehicle burglaries, and 64 petty theft shoplifting, which accounted for about 42% of all the Part 1 crime in the East District. In terms of overall citywide crime, the East District accounts for about 26% of all the Part 1 crimes. Club and bar pickpocketing incidents have stayed mostly low, with October of 2022 at 26, November 36, December 20, January of 2023 we had 16, February it went up to 43, March we had 15, and April we had 29. We also had 12 arrests during this time frame regarding pickpocketing. Grand theft pickpockets by organized crime groups continue to occur in the West District as they target patrons inside the nightclubs and outside on the sidewalks. Their activity has slowed somewhat due to the arrest of 12 suspected members of the group between this particular reporting period. We will not only continue to address this issue, but we will be increasing our efforts regarding the pickpocketing issue. Now, through WeHo Pride Weekend, we will be conducting a variety of operations, including undercover operations, to catch and arrest these criminals. For WeHo Pride Weekend, we will have teams dedicated to the eradication of pickpocketing during our Pride Weekend. Deputies from patrol and our teams continue to address this pickpocketing issue. Our teams continue to run a variety of operations such as foot beats, saturation patrols, and undercover operations. Reserve detectives from our Narcotics Bureau have also come out to West Hollywood numerous times to conduct foot beats, which is free to the city of West Hollywood. As you know, our cops team consists of 5 deputies and a sergeant who is Jason Duran. They address a variety of issues, quality of life issues in our community. They work with our unhoused residents and attend neighborhood watch meetings and association meetings. They work with the Met team, our Narcotics Bureau, and Detective Bureau on many other tasks. They also participate in special operations focusing on crime issues in the city. The Entertainment Policing Team, or EPT, consists of 5 deputies. They are responsible for nightlife safety at the bars, clubs, restaurants, and hotels in West Hollywood. They also handle quality of life issues and engage our unhoused population. They also participate in the special operations focusing on crime issues in the city. Our Service Area Lieutenant Fanny Lampkin oversees the teams. We also had the Task Force for Regional Auto Theft Prevention, otherwise known as TRAP, come out to West Hollywood to assist with operations involving vehicular-related crimes. This is a multi-agency task force with detectives from LASD, LAPD, CHP, and Beverly Hills Police Department, and other agencies. They have also conducted catalytic converter etching operations free to our community to help prevent catalytic converter theft or enable identification of the stolen converters. I know some of you have attended some of those events. From October of 2022 to April of 2023, there were 177 people experiencing homelessness arrested. Those figures were for only to individuals arrested and do not take into account that many of these individuals were arrested multiple times during this time frame. It is also worth noting that 28%, 25 of the 89, of all aggravated assaults involved a transient suspect. Why that is important, since we are able to identify that 28% of aggravated assaults involve a transient suspect, our COPS team, entertainment policing team, patrol, and our MET team continue to conduct outreach with unhoused community members. We will work with our city social services, thank you Corey Plank, to connect with people with resources if they are willing. By conducting outreach, we endeavor to prevent aggravated assaults and other crimes from occurring with this population. Domestic violence was down 9%. The reports of non-criminal domestic violence incidents was up 71%. The reporting of the non-criminal events is important because it can offer a deterrent and compel people to get help before things get worse. It also helps law enforcement track these serious issues, and especially if these issues escalate to a criminal state. The number of rapes was up for this period, going from 10 previously to 17. This is always a concern for us in law enforcement and our community. We work closely with Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center, as you know, and have deployed various operations, and the city has deployed various programs to address some of the contributing factors to these horrific crimes. For the reporting period, there have been 12 incidents reported regarding possible drink spiking. Misdemeanor narcotics and weapons laws were both up. The narcotics were up about 166%, and the weapons laws, arrest for weapons was about 45%. Hate incidents were up for sexual orientation. It went from 1 in the last reporting period to 8 in this reporting period. And a hate incident is a non-criminal incident. However, we do take reports and track all of those incidents. Hate crimes related to religion was up from 1 in the last reporting period to 4 in this current reporting period. As you know, anti-Semitic acts have been on the rise. West Hollywood Sheriff Station has strong relationships with our Jewish community members, which is very helpful in proactively preventing these horrific acts from occurring in the first place. As a matter of fact, last Thursday, our amazing station volunteer, Dimitri Kermani, was awarded the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, Sherwood Prize for law enforcement combating hate. Yeah. Dimitri was the first, and they started this in 1996, but Dimitri was the first law enforcement volunteer to ever receive this award. Dimitri's incredible and selfless work to connect law enforcement with Jewish community and all communities who are targeted has improved West Hollywood Sheriff Station's service to our entire community. Thank you, Dimitri, for all you do for us. We appreciate it. For this time period, the number of reported traffic collisions decreased 14% as compared to the same time last year. The number of DUI traffic collision investigations also decreased 55%, and the number of DUI arrests decreased 33%. The traffic unit has taken a proactive approach to combating drunk driving. The traffic detective has continued DUI training for our newly assigned patrol and traffic deputies. As a result, patrol and traffic deputies are more aware of the signs of drunk driving as well as proper documentation of DUI arrests. By using a combination of enforcement and education campaigns, the West Hollywood Traffic Unit aims to reduce DUIs even more in the months to follow. the implementation of DUI checkpoints by Traffic Services Division, along with conducting numerous traffic enforcement operations within the city, has helped in this regard. And a lot of these are grant-related operations that we're doing, so they're also not at a cost to the city. We have a great traffic sergeant who is really adept at finding these grants and putting them into action. The city of West Hollywood is the first and only contract city within Los Angeles County to contract for a full-time MET team. The MET team pairs a deputy sheriff who has approximately 1,000 additional hours of training in mental health with a clinician from the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health. The contracted MET team reduced response times for incidents in West Hollywood from 20 minutes to 8 minutes on average. During this period, the West Hollywood MET team responded to 135 incidents and evaluated 74 people experiencing a mental health crisis. Of the 74 individuals, 19 adults were involuntarily hospitalized by MET to receive mental health treatment. The MET team's work also helps to reduce use of force incidents. The MET team prevented the use of force in 6 interactions and reduced the use of force in another 6 interactions. MET's interventions prevented civilian and deputy injuries in which each incident could have led to trauma, civil claims, lawsuits, disability leave, and loss of administrative time or worse. 12 West Hollywood constituents living with severe and persistent mental health illness were referred to specialized county-funded intensive care management. The MET team also allows West Hollywood Station personnel, deputies and sergeants, to go back into the field while MET takes the handle on the incident. This team continues to be a success and contributes to the well-being and safety of our community. On Friday, April 7th, at approximately 8:13 a.m. in the morning, deputies responded to an apartment complex in the 7100 block of Santa Monica Boulevard regarding gunshots fired. Upon their arrival, deputies along with LA County Fire located a female suffering from 2 gunshot wounds. Deputies Anatema, Franklin, Quinones, Hernandez, and Garcia, along with LA County Fire, heroically got the victim out of the apartment, not knowing if the gunman was still around and going to shoot at them. They placed themselves in harm's way to rescue our community member. The victim was transported to hospital in stable condition and has since been released. Deputies additionally located 5 bullet holes in the victim's wall. It appears the shots came from the apartment building the apartment located directly across from the victim's residence. The target location was contained and call outs were made. Special Enforcement Bureau arrived on the scene. SEB, as they're called, took command of the tactical operation. Crisis negotiating team and mental health evaluation team attempted to establish communication with the suspect, but that was unsuccessful. Approximately 7 apartments were evacuated as a precautionary measure. The Red Cross responded to assist with the evacuees, and an evacuation site was set up at Plummer Park, and thank you to Director Rivas for getting us that location. Members of SEB entered the location but did not find the suspect. Deputies from West Hollywood Station conducted a search of the building and did not find the suspect. Detectives from West Hollywood Sheriff Station and other department investigators conducted the investigation. On May 9th, 2023, Los Angeles County Sheriff detectives arrested the person of interest regarding the shooting. He is currently in the custody of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. West Hollywood Detective Martinez did an outstanding job handling this case and took it to the district attorney's office, and the district attorney filed charges on this individual. On Tuesday, April 25th, 2023, at approximately 9:38 in the morning, an armed robbery occurred, 9:38 p.m., an armed robbery occurred in the city of West Hollywood near the intersection of Santa Monica Boulevard and Orlando. A male suspect armed with what appeared to be an AR-15 rifle and 2 female suspects armed with a handgun approached 2 men as they were walking in the alley and demanded their property. One of the victims was struck in the face with a handgun by one of the suspects. A man walking on the sidewalk interrupted the robbery. The suspects demanded his property, and he complied. 2 days later, the Beverly Hills Police Department arrested 4 people involved in a robbery in their area. They were able to locate the suspects after the crime using their amazing real-time watch center, which is their public safety technology system of cameras throughout the city. There were many similar circumstances with the robbery and suspects in the Beverly Hills incident as the incident and suspects that had previously occurred in West Hollywood. West Hollywood detectives took the case to the district attorney's office, and the district attorney filed multiple charges on all 4 suspects for this robbery. Detective Zeth and the entire Detective Bureau team did an outstanding job putting together the case together for a successful filing. Thank you, by the way, to City Council for approving our automated license plate reader program, ALPR. Very, very soon, we're going to have a bunch of new cameras. Currently, there's only 1 up in the city, and now this will be adding more to it. So that's really going to go a long way to protect the people of West Hollywood, and thank you for that. And there will also be another item coming before you about stationary and aerial cameras. And so I would hope that we can even move in that way as well, much like the city of Beverly Hills, because it's been very effective for them keeping their folks safe over there. For this upcoming budget for fiscal year 2023 and 2024, I have asked that the City Council restore the sergeant to the entertainment policing team, which was cut during the 2020 pandemic. I have also asked for the restoration of 2 deputies that were cut in December of 2022. And I've asked for the Deputy General's item for a dedicated public information officer, or PIO. During the cuts of 2020, the city had cut one of the photo enforcement deputy, which is a bonus 1, higher paid than a generalist deputy, and I'm asking for this position to be restored, but as a generalist, which would be a cost savings, actually restoration cost savings to the city. Having a dedicated PIO is critical to the service of our community. This person would handle media requests, media interviews, social media, and nixle messages, producing content for social media regarding crime and other issues and events in West Hollywood, working with our community academy, CERT, town halls, station open houses, neighborhood watch, West Hollywood Pride, Halloween, and other events. It is critical to have somebody in this position. I've heard numerous requests from our community for improvement in our outreach and social media. Other sheriff stations have dedicated PIOs, which have been a tremendous success with this program and drastically improved communication and relations with our community. Deputies are working very hard on behalf of our community. The deputies that work here love being here in the West Hollywood community. The vast majority of deputies that work here pass 1, 2, 3 sheriff's facilities on their way just to come here to work. Our deputies, sergeants, lieutenants, and professional staff are all wonderful people who I'm very proud of. I'm proud to work with and blessed to work with. They all care deeply about our community. Our patrol deputies continue to respond to calls for service and conduct patrol checks of areas that are experiencing issues. Our supplemental law enforcement program, and thank you for that, City Council, gives us the ability to have foot beats and deploy across the city at different days and times, and are flexible to focus on different issues throughout the city. You'll be seeing deputies on bikes very soon as the weather gets better. Our detectives are working hard to solve crimes and bring people to justice. Our wonderful volunteers and reserve deputy sheriffs are a huge asset to the station and our community. We appreciate all the hard work they do for West Hollywood. Our volunteers work the front desk and other jobs at the station, which gives us much more flexibility. Our reserve deputies work in patrol, Detective Bureau, narcotics, and our reserve deputies are here at every city council meeting too. We have been conducting rape treatment center training and LGBTQ plus training for our entire station. Personnel from the Rape Treatment Center, Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center, have come to our briefings to present the latest information and training for the Rape Treatment Center. The Sheriff's Department has created an LGBTQ plus training class, which is POST approved. POST is the California Peace Officers and Standards Training and oversees all training for California peace officers. We have put most of our deputies through this class. Our next LGBTQ plus training is scheduled for May 23rd, coming up. We invite City Council members or Public Safety Commission members to attend the training, to see the content of the training and make any recommendations. We envision having the department LGBTQ+ training complemented with a section of training that is West Hollywood specific. We also continue to conduct active shooter training for both first responders as well as our businesses. We continue to work with the Public Safety Commission, Chamber of Commerce, Neighborhood Watch and associations, and other community groups and members. Our door is always open, and we love to engage our community. We have resumed our West Side Commanders meeting, which is a command staff from surrounding agencies, LAPD, Beverly Hills, Culver City, Santa Monica, our Lost Hills, Malibu Sheriff Station, and we get together and talk about common law enforcement issues, best practices, and joint operations. We have a wonderful partnership with the Cedars-Sinai Hospital. Cedars-Sinai has donated the electric bikes we will be using. Thank you to Cedars-Sinai for your incredible partnership and their friendship. As you know, the Center for Policing Equity is conducting a review of West Hollywood Station. The report will probably be released certainly this year and fairly soon. We're looking forward to the findings and doing anything we can to improve our service to the community. We have resumed our Community Academy. This is a 6 to 8 week program where participants have the opportunity to learn about law enforcement, the Sheriff's Department, and West Hollywood Station specifically. Topics range from laws of arrest to our Special Enforcement Bureau SWAT team to the procedures of the District Attorney's Office. We invite you all to attend. Those of you who have not yet had the opportunity, it's really a great opportunity to learn about what we do. We continue to work closely with our community safety and well-being partners. We appreciate and thank our partners at Block by Block, Code Compliance, Parking Enforcement, and City Social Services, and everyone at the LA County Fire Department. We consider ourselves very fortunate to be part of such a great family. We remain committed to facilitating community engagement and building trust within our community. We work hard to provide the best service to our community with the goal of enhanced safety. Successful community safety can only happen with a great partnership with our community, which we have. As always, if you see something, say something, never ever hesitate to call the Sheriff's Department to report any suspicious activity. This past week was National Police Week. Today, the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial will be honoring those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for the safety and protection of our nation and its people. This year, 10 members of the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department will be enshrined in the memorial wall. West Hollywood detective Amber Joy Least is one of the people being enshrined and honored today. As you know, on January 12, 2020, Amber was off duty in her car at a stoplight when she saw an elderly couple crossing the street. She saw the woman fall, and the male was unable to get his wife back up. Amber, being the servant that she is, exited her vehicle, assisted the lady to get back up, and assisted both people to the safety of the sidewalk. As she turned around to walk back to her vehicle, she was fatally struck by another vehicle. We at West Hollywood Sheriff Station and the entire Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department love and miss Amber and honor her for her sacrifice for the service of our community. I thank all the deputies at West Hollywood Sheriff Station for their continuing dedication to our community. And again, I thank council for your support. West Hollywood Sheriff Station and City Council here has always had a wonderful relationship, and we appreciate it. Thank you to the wonderful City Manager, David Wilson, Assistant City Manager, Oscar Delgado, Deputy City Manager, Jackie Rocco, Community Safety Director, Danny Rivas, our wonderful City Attorney, Lauren Langer, working with, and all city staff, working with all of you is always a pleasure, and we appreciate the relationship. And a big thank you to our wonderful West Hollywood community. Our residents, businesses, people who work in West Hollywood, and people who visit for all the great things West Hollywood has to offer. We appreciate you, we care about you, and we'll do everything to ensure safety for our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Captain Mulder, for the very thorough presentation. Any questions for Captain Mulder? Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Captain Mulder, thank you for reminding us that it's National Police Week and that today is Peace Officers Memorial Day. I also want to thank you and thank your team, and want to congratulate Dimitri and thank Dimitri and the other 21 station volunteers who donated 1,490 hours these last 7 months, valued at $33,000, $33,138. And that's they do it every year. So you answered my first question, which is when will we see the LPR cameras? So are we looking at just a couple of months, or?
Yeah, I think it's about a couple months, Danny. Yeah.
Great, okay.
Trying to turn on my mic, Councilmember Meister.
sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, but absolutely. Yeah, the goal is we just solidified kind of the locations, working with our station, and so we plan on hopefully having those in place within the next 90 days.
Thank you. So we've heard about Part 1 crimes, and we seem to talk about them the most, and we don't talk as much about the Part 2 crimes, which was not down as significantly as the other. Under Part 2 crimes, the ones that were up significantly were weapon laws and crimes related to narcotics. So I guess what I want to say is these types of crimes, I would imagine, really need to be handled by sworn officers as opposed to block-by-block ambassadors. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and as I mentioned before, residential burglaries were up 32%. Do we have less sheriff's patrols in the neighborhoods since October 2022? Or same, or?
So in terms of patrols in the neighborhoods, our patrol deputies do, when they're not going to a call or handling an incident, then patrol around. And of course, main thoroughfares, but we also encourage them to obviously go down the residential streets and do patrol there. Then our specialized teams, our cops team, entertainment policing team, they then also will do special operations in our neighborhoods. If we have particular issues happening in a particular place, then they will conduct operations there, and then that does constitute our neighborhoods, and especially with the residential burglary. Since we were seeing that they were going up, we've done a couple operations targeting that. It's a little more difficult to do operations regarding that, but there are some things that we've done to address that.
Right, okay, because what I'm seeing is if there are less deputies, that means there's less time for the deputies you have to be out patrolling the residential neighborhoods.
That would be correct.
Okay. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
I have a question for the city clerk. How many people do we have waiting to speak on this item?
We have, and I have the number here. We have 9 individuals in chambers, and we now have 5 in Zoom.
All right, I'm going to defer any of my questions. Thank you.
Okay. I have some questions, but I can actually wait until after we hear from the public commenters. How about and then we can ask some questions after hearing the public comments? Okay. Pascal?
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker in chambers for item 5B is Mike Carter, to be followed by George Nickel.
Good evening once again. I don't know how you all do it. You're superhuman. The Owls is a neighborhood watch group on the east side. And we're not sure, but we may be anticipating a block-by-block kiosk over at Fairfax and Santa Monica. At least we're hopeful of that because block-by-block helps us out a lot. And we just want to use the tools that we're given. I walk about 20 miles a week through the city, and I take my phone with me, and I'm just apping away, reporting the code violations and trash and tagging and large items and scooters and all that. And I know that Block by Block has an app also. where they can pretty much do the same thing by just, punching. And I'd be interested, I don't know if they're available, I'd just be interested in those input statistics. What block by block is reporting and how much of it they're reporting. How does that categorize out? I'm curious. That's a rhetorical question. Traffic in the city, there's clear contempt for any regulation of the right-of-way by scooters, pedestrians, and motorists, from what I can see on my 20 miles a week. Yellow means red, and red means go like hell. There's no regard for stop signs or crosswalks, and the delivery robots seem to have the most trepidation when moving around the city. And who do we look for compliance and enforcement? Well, I have great respect for our sheriff, but I wouldn't want to police the city with 5 cars at a time, or outdated equipment, or facilities, or technology. I think it must be a feat to try and attract the finest with that kind of incentive.
Thank you, Mike. Your time is up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. It was a
the
little
alarm.
quiet. Yeah, I apologize.
Thank you.
Good for Beverly Hills.
Thank you.
And I think we should probably even things out a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you. George Nickel, to be followed by Dimitri Kermani.
Good evening. Good late evening. I'm George Nickel, 18-year resident of West Hollywood, and I speak tonight as a resident only, not a member of the Public Safety Commission. And I just wanted to talk about one reason why I think there was such a strong reaction when you decided to cut some of our police officers last year. And that reason is because West Hollywood is a sanctuary for gay and lesbian people. It's an LGBTQ place of safety. And gay men in particular have a very troubled history with the police. We have always had a lot of problems. And West Hollywood had a lot of problems with the police when this city started. But West Hollywood did what we always do. We stepped up, and there was a lot of work for a long, long time, and they have become someone that at least I've heard, as I speak to my community, that a lot of gay men, and a lot of lesbians, and a lot of transsexuals look to and say, these are police officers unlike the ones from where I came, rural America, small town America, who were against us. They're here for us. I think that we have managed to build the kind of community policing in West Hollywood that progressive activists fight for. They're involved in our National Night Out. They work with our neighborhood watch groups. They make themselves available through Coffee with Cops and Dialogue with Deputies. They're available, and they're here for us. So when they were cut, it felt personal against us, against the people who came here to find a safe place. So I know that a lot of other communities need to fight to do what we managed to do here. But it feels like you took something that a lot of people worked a really long time to achieve and threw it away. And that really hurts. So I hope that you will listen to Captain Mulder's suggestions, that you'll give him back the resources that he needs. Thank you.
It worked that time, George. Thanks. Dimitri Kermani, to be followed by Steve Martin.
Good evening, Mayor Shine, Mayor Pro Tem Erickson, and council members. My name is Dimitri Kermani, and I'm with a volunteer with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, where I've served for the last 4.5 years. Today, I stand in front of you wearing our department-approved uniform. As you can see, I have no weapon. In fact, all I have on my belt is a flashlight, medical equipment, and a radio that allows me to communicate directly with our local dispatch. I'm not sworn law enforcement. I'm not an employee of the LA County Sheriff's Department. Rather, I'm a proud member of the West Hollywood community, offering my time to assist those who protect us. During my tenure with West Hollywood Sheriff, I've learned an incredible amount about law enforcement, seeing firsthand the way things operate at a station. As a volunteer, we are the first point of contact between law enforcement and members of the West Hollywood community. I've seen the impact of the reduction of deputies at our department the negative impact it's had on those deputies, as well as our residents and our businesses. Our station is running on thawing Antarctic ice. I've seen how overworked our deputies are. The required levels of overtime just to be able to operate at the most basic level required to protect West Hollywood. One of the biggest complaints with our station is how long people have to wait at the desk to have a report taken. It's because we don't have the required number of deputies to both patrol the streets and be at the station to write reports. We have to pull somebody off the streets in order to do that. I've seen confusion between the residents and the West Hollywood Sheriff. It's because we don't have a public information officer who specializes in communicating between law enforcement and our community. I've laughed with our deputies. I've cried with our deputies. I've celebrated and mourned with our deputies. I've seen our deputies run into fires. I've seen them perform CPR on infants more than I want to.
Thank you, Dimitri. Steve Martin, to be followed by Laura, I'm going to get this wrong, Udenot.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood. I'm wearing a t-shirt with the number 68 on it. That's the number of deputies we had pre-pandemic. That's the number that people in the community are asking that we restore it to. Actually, it'd be great to make it 70 because we could add a Met team. You know, when we incorporated the city 38, 40 years ago, the promise was to make West Hollywood safer. And at the time, there was street crime all over the place. But you know, every year, the city council worked hard and did make West Hollywood safer, until 18 months ago. This is the first time I've ever been to a council meeting where I've ever heard a council member blame the public for bad crime stats. It's not appropriate to say, maybe you shouldn't have left your door open. Maybe you shouldn't walk down the street after going to a bar. Maybe you shouldn't wear a watch. Maybe you shouldn't bring your phone to a club. Maybe you shouldn't wear that bag. Maybe you shouldn't go to a restaurant. Maybe you shouldn't walk in the alley behind La Boheme. So where do we stop blaming the victims and start taking responsibility for making this community safe? Listen, I grew up in Pacoima. A little graffiti doesn't bother me, but seeing videos of people with assault weapons robbing people who visit West Hollywood does. The bad guys have better guns than the sheriff, and the sheriffs are overworked and are on overtime because they can't hire additional deputies because the academy is way behind. We need leadership here, not political grandstanding. We do not. This is not a petri dish for experimentation. We're talking about people's lives. We moved here to be safe. This is a sanctuary, as George Nichols said. But listen, I have my neighbor, she's my age, she was mugged at Target in the middle of the store. That's not acceptable.
Thank you, Steve. Our next speaker is Laura. I'm not going to try to say the last name again, to be followed by Lucian Tudor. Sorry about that.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having me today. So I'm the GM of La Boheme. So as everybody knows, 2 weeks ago it happened, this incident, which it makes our customers scared to come at the restaurant, but not only the customer, but also our staff member, which they don't feel safe. So as you know, we had COVID, and we have to deal with this to have a good staff with us. And I feel now is the unsafety then we have to deal with to keep our staff in our place, which it's like kind of a SOS for us at this point. It's not only it's for all the community in West Hollywood. So thank you for letting me speak today. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucian Tudor, to be followed by Kayla Smith.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Pro Tem Mayor, and members of City Council. I'm the CEO of Global Dining, which we have a location in West Hollywood named La Boheme. And that's, we didn't release any press release. We don't want any bad publicity. But seeing my staff crying coming to work and not being able to feel safe in this city, it makes me responsible to be here in front of you and ask you for help. We don't need block by block ambassadors through the streets to solve crime. We need more police officers going through our streets. Block by block, I know them very well in Santa Monica. They're doing great job as hospitality. But we over that. We're not at that point anymore. People are not safe in their own houses in West Hollywood. You need to stop thinking about us political correct. I'm an immigrant. I barely speak English, but it's so easy to understand. When you have crime, you need code enforcement. You need police officers in order to solve the crime, not hospitality ambassadors. Please take action tonight. Please think of the people, 100 people who are afraid to come to work. At other residents which comes 1 or 2 times usually come to our restaurant because we keep the prices cheap, even if we don't make any money in this city, with high minimum wages and high taxes as you make us pay. Even though people come 2-3 times a week, but they're not safe anymore. They don't feel safe anymore to do that. It's your responsibility.
Thank you.
Kayla Smith, to be followed by Charlie Jasper.
Hi, City Council members. Thank you for taking the time to hear us out today. My name is Kayla Smith, and I'm also speaking from La Boheme, West Hollywood. I am one of the staff members that doesn't feel comfortable coming to work anymore. As a female and being 24 years old, it is very scary walking in and out of work, especially at late hours at this time. So I'm just asking, I know you guys have the power to help us and make the city a safer place, so I really would appreciate anything that you guys can do. I grew up coming to West Hollywood and going to the Grove with my parents. I never ever had a fear, and now I have an extreme fear every day when I leave work. So I'd really appreciate anything you can do, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlie Jasper, to be followed by Patrick Blood.
Good evening. My name is Charlie. Some of you know me already. Nowruz Mubarak, Mayor Seppi. I'm a native Angelino. I've been a resident of West Hollywood for 4 years. I'm a combat veteran. I'm a religious minority. I am a security and protective intelligence professional. I have multiple clients in the city, and I am a statistics enthusiast, so I can nerd out with the best of you guys over there. I threw my cup away when I saw a child drinking from his hands at the trough. Who said that? Diogenes of Sinope, the cynic, the guy who lived in a jar intentionally. The intent is not, oh, well, I can just do this. It's, I'm going to give up something that's better to do something that's worse and, frankly, of a lower order person, in this case a child, because it does the same thing. But instead of getting clean water from a faucet, I'm going to drink from where the horses and the dogs drink. That's been the behavior of West Hollywood city government for as long as I can see. Right now I see you guys removing deputies from the streets. LASD is probably the premier local law enforcement agency in the country, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart, Captain. Instead, you are grandstanding and pandering with the likes of narcissists such as George Gascon, resulting in defunding and depolicing for the nebulous, undefined term with no end state of restorative justice. And that is coming at a cost to our citizens. Our block-by-block ambassadors can only do so much. I understand exactly the restrictions that the state puts on security professionals. They've even helped my family, and thank you for that sincerely. But in the 4 years that I've lived here, I've watched this city go from a thriving bubble of entertainment and economic prosperity to a failed city. We are within a failed county, and we are definitely in a failed state. I have been around the world, and I have seen some horrible places. And I don't want us to become one of them, but I see that. You have vagrancy running rampant. Drugs are all over the place. You know, what do we need? What's going to happen? What's going to take us to where we go from social justice to equal justice?
Thank you. Patrick Blood, to be followed by Rick Watts.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for letting me speak. Usually I would say hi to everybody, but my time is short. And also in the interest of time, I'm going to keep it extremely, extremely brief. I could have our beautifully articulated words like speakers before me, like Mikey, or Alan, or Nick, or Caesar, or all the people who just spoke. I'm not as eloquent as them. I'm just gonna cut to the chase. I don't feel safe here in West Hollywood. I've lived here a decade. I have nothing but respect for our sheriff's department, who are adeptly trained in working with the LGBTQ community. In fact, their training requires that their deputies undergo sensitivity training. We heard tonight block by block ambassadors. Some of them are brand new. They don't bring the knowledge that the sheriff's department does. Restore the sheriffs. Our sheriff captain is asking for help. You are hearing from residents and business owners. I've read all the email correspondence. They're all asking you to do one thing: bring more sheriff's deputies. It's going to make us feel safer in our city. That is what the people are telling you. So please listen.
Thank you, Patrick. Our next speaker is Rick Watts, to be followed by Jackie Steele.
Thank you, Council. Rick Watts, City of West Hollywood. And I would like to echo what several of the prior speakers have said. I don't want to question the motivations of council in this current experiment. I think that the motives were pure and intended to be strategic in making a better use of resources, but I think that that's just not really how it's worked out. We do have more crime, and I also don't want to also impugn the motives or the skills of the security ambassadors or the block by block, but I think that the experience over the last 18 months has shown that it's not sufficient, and I have been witness to it, as have others, and I will have to add that I have seen personnel at the kiosk across from the Ramada twiddling away on the phone while scooters are zooming by on the sidewalk. Now, I know they don't have the tools, they can't jump out there and stop them, but it's not working. And the sidewalks are not safe when it comes to scooters. Those are, the riders of those things still ignore the rules and are endangering pedestrians, particularly persons with mobility, hearing, sight, or cognitive disabilities. And
thank you, Rick.
The sheriffs need more help. Thank you.
Now we're done. Thank you.
There's a lot of sounds coming.
Yeah,
Which one is
'cause
the alarm?
The good sound is the speaker timer. The other one is text messages.
Okay, thank you.
Jackie is our final speaker in chambers, to be followed by speakers in Zoom.
Good evening, Council. I am not here to praise nor vilify any of our partners, and of course would always like to thank Danny Rivas for his incredible work. I have a great working relationship with Captain Mulder and his team, as well as Block by Block. It's disappointing to see here the same questions not asked of multiple vendors. Regarding metrics, if we are not setting forth achievable metrics for our vendors and partners to report back to us, it is us who are failing our service providers and not the other way around. In terms of the numbers for narcotics, and how that needs to be handled by the sheriff, there are elements of that do, but narcotics is an absolute. Those spikes are a result of the mental health crisis. That is a nationally known statistic, and that is something I would highly suggest this council reaches out to folks who have founded the sober programming in this city, like Jimmy Palmieri, Robert Gamboa, and others, to get informed on and engage them in how we can better serve those issues in partnership with the sheriff. I didn't hear the Mayor Pro Tem blame victims, clearly stated that crime was unacceptable in any form. The former sheriff, not our current, also blamed residents and patrons for having their phones stolen and how women wear their jeans, and yet Mr. Martin praised him. Hate crimes have been reported by religion. I'm curious to know why I didn't hear it by race. If I missed it, I apologize. I would like to know if there were crimes that were reported, hate crimes by race. I personally intervened one a week and a half ago, so I was there and made sure the sheriffs were aware of it. But I did not follow up with Captain Mulder yet. But I'd like to connect with you on that and find out why we're not having the same dialogue. The fear-mongering by business owners who I have never seen participate in this city through events nor council meetings is unacceptable. Saying bad guys have better guns is also fear-mongering and unacceptable. This is a national dialogue that is happening, and this is a progressive city. Block by Block is not supposed to have the same training as the sheriff. That is entirely the point. It is our responsibility to manage these contracted partners and vendors and serve their contracts to the best of their ability, along with serving the city and all of its residents. In terms of drink spiking, we continue to talk about rape numbers going up and about drink spiking numbers going up, and yet the dialogue is going down. We need a continued dialogue about how to protect our nightlife. I appreciate the partnership with Cedars as well, but we are still not having a robust dialogue about wraparound services that are severely missing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. We will now move to our speakers in Zoom for this item.
Our first speaker on Zoom this evening for this item is Genevieve Morrill, to be followed by Larry Block. Genevieve, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO of the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. And a shout out to Dimitri. Congratulations, Dimitri. First, I want to thank our Director Rivas, Captain Mulder, and the department, and Block by Block, and all our public safety staff. We're grateful for all you do. I want to ensure that it's understood this is not about them being inadequate. They do an outstanding job. This is about the resources needed to provide adequate public safety measures. Please give them everything they need. Our businesses, residents, and visitors do not feel safe. Employees are afraid to come to work. Statistics do not paint the picture we are experiencing. Whether perceived or real, we need a new approach. We need to provide more funding for our law enforcement, reinstate those deputies Captain Mulder and the community have been asking for a while, add more boots to the ground, look into lighting, motion sensors, cameras like Beverly Hills has, signage, anything we can do to provide an environment of safety. However we can help to be a partner in this effort, and the business community and the Chamber, please let us know. We want to show this community that you've got our back and that you're doing everything you can to make West Hollywood safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. Our next speaker is Larry Block, to be followed by Lynn Russell. Larry, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, everybody. Larry Block, West Hollywood. I'm speaking as a resident. While you may view me with different hats, the only one that matters is West Hollywood is my home. I speak to you as a resident and local business owner, one of those small businesses, the only Pride store left in the entire city of West Hollywood. My home has been robbed. My business is vandalized so many times. Last year, the SWAT and sheriff teams chased a suspect through my backyard for hours. The crime around me gets more frequent, violent, and scary. When workers from around the town line up to speak, council says, "I hear you." When Annie speaks about violence towards the mayor, the mayor responds, "I feel you." But when residents line up to speak about restoring the sheriffs, we have been ignored. We are the ones who are being marginalized. You don't have to be trans to feel unsafe in this city. Do you hear us? Do you feel us? Are you willing to listen to us and our pleas for a few more armed sheriffs, or are you taking orders from the union? Block by block is fine. We need all the help we can get. But it makes no sense to maintain or keep past COVID cuts when we have so many dangerous situations, active shooters and more. $6 million on Pride and cut 3 deputies. An economy that is based on travel and nightlife must be a safe haven for all. You can send a sign that West Hollywood restores the sheriff to full capacity. You can send a message that West Hollywood is prepared, we are strong, and we are at full force. Or you can send a sign that we are weak, inviting crime to the neighborhood. It is really time the City Council stood arm in arm with the sheriff, support Captain Mulder, and support the request he just spoke of, and invest all of yourselves in restoring the confidence that we can walk our dogs at night, our employees are safe at work, and West Hollywood is a safe place to visit or open a business. And I hope you do that.
Thank you, Larry.
Consider it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lynn Russell, to be followed by Jamie Francis. Lynn, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Lynn Russell, West Hollywood. Good evening, Mayor Shine and fellow council members. This is an imperative request that the City Council use their best antenna and judgment to respond to the growing number of outrageous public safety issues recently evidenced throughout the city. The feeling shared by residents and visitors is one in which they do not feel safe in our city, given the unpredictable individuals and events. This represents failure to be equipped with appropriate personnel trained in traditional law enforcement methods. The Sheriff's Department in West Hollywood contingent may improve as their numbers can increase, but improving their methodology is necessary, and cutting this was irresponsible and unintelligent. It was further exacerbated by the installation of security ambassadors who appear unsuitable in both experience and temperament, unable to offset the reduction of the deputies. Now is not the time to be dabbling in alternatives and a wishy-hopey agenda that lacks serious action. Individuals seeking criminal opportunities see a welcome mat in West Hollywood. I join many of our neighbors tonight in voicing serious concerns and strongly request restoration of the 68 deputies and possibly additions to fortify the cops team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lynn. Our next speaker is Jamie Francis, to be followed by Susan M. Jamie, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi there. Thank you, Council. I just want to reemphasize and reiterate what many speakers have said. Being a victim of crime, and I urged the Council last year, over a year ago, when it was considered that cutting the deputies would be in the best interest, fiscally, financially, or morally, that you thought it would be better for the city, in conjunction with block by block ambassadors. I didn't think that. I said, I don't think it's effective. I think it's ineffective, and it's unsuitable for people in a urban center, an epicenter that West Hollywood has become. Now we have to, face people with military assault rifle and weaponry, or we have to be confronted by people who are mentally deranged, mentally ill, and have to face them. And then it's victim blaming. And people have to be confronted who are just minding their business. And we are becoming statistics. That's all it is, statistical analysis. And it's frustrating because I've been a victim multiple times in the 12 years I've lived here. Not 1 year goes by that I have not been assaulted or randomly attacked or chased by a homeless person or confronted with someone with a handgun. It is petrifying for someone who has a disability, who has anxiety, and also has to confront that with no reassurances whatsoever. And I'm very disappointed. I really am, because I think that my rights are violated more than other people's. It's victim blaming, and let's give the credibility and the protections to criminals first and foremost. And then let's mitigate if there's something after the fact. Were you bodily injured? How severe was the confrontation? Were you attacked? Where? Is it in our jurisdiction? Because I live close to the LA city line. So I have to be the one to explain and express the sentiment that I know my city boundaries, I know what a victim of crime is, I know that I've been assaulted, and I shouldn't have to justify myself.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Jamie. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Susan M., to be followed by our last speaker on this item, Wes Sigmiller. Susan, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you. This is Susan Markheim. Thank you to the City Council, but I would especially like to express my sincere thanks to Captain Mulder and the entire Sheriff's Department and the Fire Department and Danny Rivas. I'm having a little better understanding of your security ambassadors, their limitations are and what they can and cannot do. However, that absolutely makes me to the conclusion that we need even more deputies than Captain Mulder is asking for. I've lived here for over 30 years. I don't feel safe. Nobody feels safe. We're not safe walking our dogs. We're not safe going to a restaurant, walking to our cars. We are such a diverse community. We should even be more concerned about the safety of our citizens with all the hate crimes, racism happening throughout the country. It's just a matter of time before it gets worse here. It's already not good, but it's going to get worse. And we have to do something to protect everyone in our community. Our LGBT citizens are especially at risk, and we need to protect them as well as the Jewish, Latin, Black, Asian, Russian, Persian, Iranian citizens. I want to believe that you have our best interests and that you will do the right thing and put the money into the budget that the Sheriff's Department needs. It needs it now. There is no waiting. I mean, when we have people running around with AK-47s, it's just a matter of time before somebody gets killed. And I just want to say, please, please, help us feel safe, help us be safe, and get the captain what he needs, and more. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Our final speaker on Zoom for this item is Wes Sigmiller. Wes, please press *6 to unmute yourself. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you folks hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm calling in to echo what many residents have been asking for a while now, to restore the number of sheriff's deputies to pre-COVID levels, but it seems like what's sensible is to add more more sheriffs on the ground. And I'm somebody I've had interactions with cops where it was just really bad. I also did criminalized work for a very long time. And I started my career as a community organizer like 15 years ago, organizing families of young men who had been like brutalized by cops in like the Long Beach area. So, I mean, I'm a police accountability person. The WeHo sheriffs have not been perfect. There's still unanswered questions about the special relationship that Ed Buck had with them. Former Lieutenant Dave Smith was convicted of extorting massage workers locally for sex. And, you know, I'm trying to call that stuff out, but I mean, even someone like me, I feel more comfortable with a beat cop on the ground whose face I know and that I can get to know, which is sort of the relationship, which is unique with the WeHo sheriffs. We have that opportunity to have that community type of policing that everyone's always talking about. We actually can have it here. I'd rather have a beat cop than like a surveillance camera that's scanning my face and uploading it to some like nefarious centralized database, which is sort of the proposed, that's like the solution that's being prepared. We're being prepared to accept that solution because of the social decay, because of these policies, these experimental policies that are so politically motivated. It's so clear. It's been years of this. We can all see the writing on the wall. We want a functional society. We need to support our law enforcement, and we need to continue to maintain accountability. An accountable law enforcement department is an effective one. So that's what we're trying to do here. I know Captain Mulder is capable of doing that, so let's give him what he needs.
Thank you, Wes.
Thank you.
Is that the last speaker?
That was the last speaker signed up, yes.
Great. I know that Mayor Pro Tem had questions, and then I do too.
Thank you. I'll defer because I know other people have questions, and I'm happy to be concise, but my question's for Danny. Danny, pre-pandemic, let's say 2019, how many deputies did we have?
So for fiscal year 19, which includes 18 and 19, we had 62 sworn personnel.
Understood. So then let's go to 20 because that would get us closer to the year of the pandemic. How many did we have?
We had 63.
Where is this 68 number coming from? I'm looking at a grid from fiscal year 07 to fiscal year 23B. There's 67 in fiscal year 07. That's a true number, but I haven't seen 68. I was a freshman in college, I think, in fiscal year 07, so I don't and can't speak. West Hollywood is a twinkle in my eye at that time. but do you know where this number 68 is coming from? I've just been hearing it a lot with the community, and it seems infactual, but I want to go off what's in front of me versus what I'm hearing, and that's why my question's to you. And maybe my colleagues who have been here longer than me might know where the 68 comes from, but I would love for you to tell me.
Yeah, no, actually, we did attach to the staff report attachment A, and that was in review of looking at our 575, which essentially serves as our contract with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. And so the information that we have that dates back to fiscal year 07 does reflect 67, and that carries on through to fiscal year 2009, and that decreased to 66. But I don't see any of the numbers, as you mentioned, Mayor Pro Tem, that reflect the 68, at least for the past 17 years, which is reflected in attachment A.
Thank you. And just to be clear, then the pre-pandemic number, we'll just use fiscal year 2063.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll have more maybe later, Mayor, but I'll let everyone else speak.
Councilmember Byers, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. Earlier it was mentioned, I think, by the representative from Block by Block that there's a 12-minute average response time to their calls to LASD, but I wasn't clear if that was a standard response time or not. It was, yeah, you mentioned that it was LASD's standard response time was 12 minutes, and then I guess the question's to you, Captain Mulder, if that's average response time.
So it depends on, excuse me, I'm sorry. It depends on the call. So an emergency call, we're around 3 to 5 minutes in there. To a priority call, it's, I think, 8, 9 in there. And then to a routine call for service, it's usually under 30. So usually 30 is the mark. I think the department mark is 60, but here at West Hollywood, we aim for 30. And that's something that kind of is set by us. You know, we want to see certain response times for certain type of calls based on the area, volume of calls, geographics, amount of traffic, all those kind of things are kind of bared onto that determination.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And what I'm trying to wrap my head around, because when I was at the catalytic converter event, which was great and extremely useful in helping the community become aware that this is a trend that's happening and that there are, you know, mitigation strategies both for prevention, but also in the, you know, unfortunate event that your catalytic converter does get stolen, we can recover that really well. So I appreciated that event, but I learned that, you know, a catalytic converter can get stolen pretty quickly. It's like a matter of minutes with a saw that can be rented. Got to keep it on at this point.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Yes, you're correct. You know, it could be actually stolen in a matter of seconds. I think even under a minute or 30 seconds, people can get underneath a car with a particular kind of cutting device and get it removed fairly quickly. So yeah, those types of crimes do happen very rapidly.
And when people's, you know, the residential robberies that are happening, are most of those happening at single-family homes or apartments? Do we know?
Yeah, so you know, I don't know that for sure between single family versus apartment, but we can find out that information.
Yeah, it might be interesting and helpful to sort of understand what's happening and where, you know, the trends are occurring. But when those happen and you know, a call is made, are we finding people in the homes by the time you get there? I don't imagine that's sort of how this happens.
Yeah, sometimes it does, depending on the situation. We have made arrests. I can check on those. I know we have made arrests with regard to residential burglaries and actually found people there or nearby. So that does happen. But sometimes, so with a residential burglary, it could happen if somebody's home or they could come home. We don't like that because that's obviously increases the chance for danger or something to happen. Residential burglaries are also, the vast majority are when people are not home. So they come home, they found their home had been burglarized, and they make the report of that. So, but we can break down these statistics like that and provide those to council. We do look at the varying different statistics about these and report those to our patrol deputies so they'll be aware, but I don't have them on top of my head right at this moment.
No, it's okay, thank you, and I should have asked these before, so it's just helpful for me to think about a little bit more. The reason I asked the question about single-family homes and apartments is because I'm getting some questions from folks who maybe have different, you know, rights as a tenant or are unaware of their rights as a tenant with regards to security cameras. We talk about the effectiveness and efficacy of security cameras and helping solve crimes after they've happened often. But I'm hearing from residents, especially who are tenants of apartment buildings, that they will put up a security camera to give them that feeling of safety, and then a landlord will rip it down the next day. So maybe just Danny Rivas or somebody can provide some information about what a tenant's rights would be in those situations. And if that's not something we can do tonight, we can do it as a public safety announcement after.
Yeah, Councilmember Byers, I don't know the specifics because I'm assuming that every, property is a little bit different in terms of what they may include in their lease agreement. We have seen, though, a number of folks that obviously install like doorbell, right, like the Ring and those type of cameras. But in terms of them having the ability to kind of install surveillance cameras or something of that sort around the perimeter of maybe their balconies or the front, I don't know yet. And so that's something that we can certainly look into and also even work with our rent stabilization department to see.
I think it'd be great to clarify what those rights are so tenants are aware. And I'm not somebody myself in favor of security cameras everywhere, but for those people who do gain a certain sense of comfort, and we know they're a tool that's useful for the sheriff's department, I think people who want those should be able to have them, and we should make sure that that's possible. Just a couple more questions. I appreciate you humoring me. I think I'd asked this question maybe before in my head at some point, but I'm curious if there is a fund locally accessible for victims of crime. I know that California is, we have a victims compensation fund under the state, and the United States has one, but do we have anything like that locally or at the county level?
I'm unaware of anything locally. I mean, we don't have anything as a city that provides that. I mean, there is restitution that is provided to victims, and that goes through the county court system as it relates to that. Yeah, and it depends on the type of crime.
But should somebody get, a scooter stolen and it ends up in the impound and they can't afford to get it out, that's it impacts low-income community members disproportionately. Okay, so we don't have anything like that. It's good to know. One more question, and then I think I can come to a close. Just curious about, I know part of this report covers the social services we offer, and I'm curious if or what type or if any services we offer to folks who've experienced these traumatic experiences. Do we follow up with people, provide counseling, support?
I really wouldn't want to speak for social services. I know that Leslie Eisenberg, our acting social services manager, is here present, and I don't know, as well as Corey Plank, I believe, is here as well, our strategic initiatives manager. But if there's any information that they could provide a quick update if the council would like.
No rush, that'd be appreciated. Thank you. That's all for me.
Councilmember Heilman, do you have questions?
I don't have questions, but I do have a comment, and it goes back to something that our city manager said at the last meeting, which is that public safety is our #1 priority. And I see my colleagues shaking their heads, but I don't think our actions necessarily reflect that, because we have not even gotten to council discussion on this item. We're still in the asking questions phase, and it's 11:15. And I'm not faulting any of us. It's just what it is tonight. But if public safety is going to be our #1 priority, then at future agendas, when this comes back, as it does every 6 months, then it needs to be the #1 item on the agenda so that we get the public comment and that we have opportunity for council discussion and interaction in a way that members of the public are still awake and can observe. So that's my comment. I don't have any questions. I will have additional comments after everyone else has an opportunity to ask their questions. But thank you.
Okay, I think Mayor Pro Tem asked, so I have some questions. Well, first of all, I want to thank the public for all your comments and for coming out here. And I do hear you. And I hear your fear. I hear, your feelings are valid. Just like Annie Jump Vicente's feelings were also valid. And two sides that perhaps have disagreements can both have feelings that are valid. And on City Council, it's really our job to make sure that there is public safety, and that is our number one concern. Now, when I hear two very different sides feeling unsafe, one side saying, I want more sheriffs, the other side saying, I don't want any sheriffs, our job is to look at facts and see what we can do to provide safety for all, taking into account everyone's feelings, taking into account facts, and looking at solutions that will bring community together. There is no position of living here 30 years, living here 10 years, living here 1 year, doesn't make anyone's belonging to this community more than another, and neither does race or sexual orientation. We are all part of West Hollywood, no matter what. I want to thank you, Captain Mulder and the deputies, for your service. And I want to thank you for our partnership. I know you and I have met and spoken, and I do see that there have been improvements. I see that there have been more arrests. I see there have been 12 arrests of cell phone thefts in our nightlife, which is important. And I do want to say that we added a nightlife deputy in our vote last year, correct? Was that helpful in making these arrests?
Yes, indeed. Adding the deputy was very helpful to our team. Thank you.
I have some questions about, you said that weapons, when you were going over the stats, there was a 45% increase in weapon arrests. I see it was, you didn't say the number, it was from 22 to 32. That's what I read in the staff report, the 45% increase.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't list the number, I just listed the percentage. So is that what it says in the report? Yeah, I can go back and check, but
yes,
you saw it. Okay.
Thank you. You listed the number and everyone else except that one. As you know, percentages can be obscure and can create fear versus if you go from 1 to 3, it sounds like a lot. But none of this is good. I want to just say that. We want less of this. But when these weapons, could this be pulling someone over? And I'm just trying to understand what does this mean? Pulling someone over and they have weapons in their car? Is that under this law?
So
anytime
we arrest somebody for a weapon, knife, gun, an illegal weapon, then that's what the stat is speaking to. In terms of, I think that would be though listed under the misdemeanor sections.
Okay. For residential burglaries, I'm trying to practically think how this would happen, just like I asked block by block manager here, or that might not be director. For burglaries, how would an officer be able to prevent a residential burglary? I'm trying to put this in my mind, unless they see something. Is it fair to say that those are kind of hard to prevent as you're patrolling? And how does it work with residential burglaries?
Yeah, no, they are hard to prevent. Right. And but what we do is we see that there's a rise in residential burglaries. We see where they're happening. We see what times they're happening, what days they're happening. We break down all the statistics to kind of give us a direction. And then what we do is we do a special operation with the entertainment policing and cops teams and go to a particular location where they may be on the rise. We can do an undercover operation so people around the neighborhood, you can't tell that they're cops. We can do a saturation patrol where we put a bunch of deputies out in radio cars from the teams patrolling that area. So there's various different kinds of operations we can do to either prevent it from happening, which is really the goal, to be proactive in preventing crime rather than coming and taking the report after. So there's several different kinds of operations we can run. Maybe foot beats through the area, foot beats through those particular streets, streets. Now that we have the new bikes, and maybe we might get some more bikes, we're going to, do biking through the area. They're really, biking patrol is a fantastic resource to kind of get somewhere quickly, and if somebody's engaging in criminal activity, to be able to kind of approach them a lot quicker and more stealth.
Right. And the stats were from October to April, so October, November, December, we didn't cut the one patrol car, right? It was two deputies that we decreased.
Yeah, yes, correct. In December, it was a decrease of 2 deputies.
Okay. I see that the Part 1 crimes, again, the increase is still grand thefts. Is it still cell phone pickpocketing? Because I know the cell phones now fall under grand theft because iPhones and Samsung are higher in price.
Yeah, so under Part 1, it considers both, and so it's not just those. As I read through kind of the numbers on those were down compared to where we have been, and a month or two they spiked up a bit, but coupled with other types of grand theft, petty theft, vehicle burglary, again, the theft type crimes drove the numbers for the entire city. I think it was like 65%.
Thank you so much. Would you say that, because we've had a partnership with you for quite a while, and in prior years I kept hearing that you've been doing such an excellent job that over the years crime has generally dropped than prior years?
Yeah, so, as you can see, what we do, certainly for purposes of this update, we take this period of time that we're talking about and compare it to the last period of time to see where we're at. And like I said, that was a 9% decrease when compared to the last period that's similar to this. So the 5-year numbers, they are in the report. I can go thumb through this and give you those numbers, because we do track that. We track 5-year crime numbers. We track then year-to-year crime numbers, just to get an idea of kind of the difference.
The average, is it dipping more? Is it skyrocketing 5 years? What is it?
Yeah, I think though, for our 5-year numbers, we're ahead. But I have to go back and just confirm that before I'd say that. So I can either thumb through this, or we could talk about that later.
Right.
But yeah, I think the 5-year also might be, and it depends on what category. I think overall, Part 1 crimes, I think those are currently up 5-year wise. But I can check.
Yeah, if you can check, that would be great.
Sure.
And then the 12 arrests, do we know how many of those were calls for service, calls to you from block by block?
I'm sorry, which arrests?
The 12 arrests of the cell phone pocket thieves?
I don't know. I don't know if how those were generated.
Okay. Do we know from block by block?
We'd have to filter through our calls
Yeah.
for service to the sheriff's department.
Because I think I got 1 or 2 emails, because we get the daily reports, that at least 1 or 2 times I saw that block by block had called in and deputies arrived quickly and there were arrests made. So I really like that. It's a good thing, and it's something I'd love for us to track. I'd like to also know the calls for service to the sheriff's department, exactly what they're for. I'd like to see those numbers, and I don't know if public safety has asked for that or those numbers are given. Those are a great way to quantify what's happening. Captain Mulder, do you know what's going on in other cities in law enforcement, LAPD, Beverly Hills, our surrounding areas, as far as crimes such as the robberies that happen behind La Boheme? Are you aware of any of that happening in the surrounding areas?
Yeah, so we do keep up with our partnering cities, LAPD, Beverly Hills, and others like I mentioned in my comments. We've resumed the West Side Commanders meeting, wherein it's about quarterly meetings we have during the year, where us, LAPD, several LAPD divisions, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Culver City, Lost Hills, Malibu Station, we all come together and kind of talk about any issues that are happening in our area and kind of share best practices resources, talk about things we can do as well. But we have an ongoing daily connection with our other law enforcement agencies through our crime analysts on our detective bureau. Our crime analyst does coordinate with all the other crime analysts around the area, and they swap information. If they got a particular crime that happened in a certain way, or they have a picture of somebody, we use it, and they've given us their pictures of folks, and then our deputies then see them somewhere and arrest them. So there's a lot of cooperation really on a daily basis with our folks that are, on the ground doing the work. Like I said, our crime analysts, our deputy sheriffs, our special teams doing that every day.
Thank you. And so Beverly Hills has their own police department, LAPD has their own police department, and we're with you, the LA County Sheriff's Department. Would you say that the other surrounding cities, do you know if they have more incidents of that happen behind La Boheme than we do generally?
Oh, so in terms of like the robbery that occurred behind La Boheme, comparatively to other divisions with LAPD and other departments, I don't have those statistics. It's kind of so. Either I hear about them in talking with our folks or talking with other agencies more anecdotally. And then our folks, again, our crime analysts, our deputies, they're kind of mining that information, what's happening, going on around us on a daily basis or weekly basis, and trying to then get an idea of what's happening there, information that we can share, similarities, ways we can connect criminal behavior or certain people that are committing crimes, much like the robbery that occurred behind La Boheme. The suspects that were arrested in Beverly Hills area, like I spoke about, they very similar type of robbery, similar suspect number, a lot of similarities, which helped us understand that those were the people, and we were successful to file charges on all 4 people.
Amazing. So the same type of robbery happened in Beverly Hills?
Yes, a robbery with these 4 people, suspects, occurred in Beverly Hills, and there were certainly quite a few similarities.
Okay. Thank you so much. That is all of my questions. I do want to, we are at 11:27, so in 3 minutes, council needs to take a vote. We have one more item left tonight, which is advisory board and commission appointments. 2 more items. What's the other item?
The Halloween item.
Okay. I think commission and advisory board appointments, we're not going to have all of them, so that'll be quick.
Okay.
And then let's make sure Halloween is quick. I think Councilmember Heilman just had some questions, so I want to get through this, but we need to vote to extend the meeting maybe another 30 minutes.
As long as there's consensus
As
from
long as there's
everyone.
consensus, is that okay with everyone? So we can get through? Okay, great. So I'm going to, I think we've been asked to confirm citywide community safety contract staffing levels to consider as part of the fiscal year 2023 to 2024 budget. There has been an ask from Captain Mulder, and I don't think we're going to be making any decisions tonight, but I would love for us, because we need to make this decision during the budget, but it would be nice if we can have a discussion to see if we can come up with some kind of consensus or see where we all are with respect to his request, and either we could finish the discussion tonight and come up with something that the budget discussion we can just maybe put on consent if we can have a consensus, or we can see where we all are and then have more time during the budget discussion to kind of make the final decision. I think that's the best way to go. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up to my colleagues to hear what your thoughts are, and Councilmember Meister.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to start. What I would like to see is, first of all, I'd like to support adding back the entertainment policing team sergeant and the 2 deputies that were cut. And then in terms of the PIOs, I think that we can look at 1 or 2 civilian non-sworn PIOs, because I think I don't maybe I don't understand, but I don't see the necessity for them to be sworn, especially we have other civilian employees at the sheriff's station, and I'm sure that there are PIOs that have worked in the sheriff's industry and other public safety industries. So I would be happy to support that and hope that my colleagues would support that as well. One of the things that I've been thinking about in terms of the whole mix of block by block and other public safety, and especially after seeing the numbers on the residential burglaries, something that maybe we can consider as also in addition to this. So this for sure I want, but is to consider maybe an armed security patrol cars in our residential neighborhoods throughout the city. And that's something we may want to think about where it does lighten the load a little bit for our sheriffs and for block by block. I just don't know that part of it has been as effective as we would have hoped it would be. I think the visibility is great, but I just don't know if the quick rides through the neighborhood are really what's, that they're not really deterring that type of criminal activity. So that's what I would think about. And the only other thing that I would think about, but I don't know that we need to do this now, and we may want to wait until we have our CARES team up and running. But I would also support an additional MET team, considering the issues that are showing in these reports. But again, I don't know. I want to increase the sheriffs. I don't know whether we need the amount of block by block that we have if we had these other two things, the security patrol and MET. So that's where I'm landing.
Thank you. Councilmember Byers.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we have enough data tonight to tell us how effective the number of deputies is to the number of crimes deterred. It's just how I'm feeling. The City of Los Angeles, Beverly Hills are experiencing crime in spite of the number of sworn officers they have. Given that the most crimes that we're experiencing are robberies and rape and a number of Part 2 crimes that were also named, a number of different solutions. I'm just not really sure how feasible or realistic it is to think that we can equip every block with deputies or have deputies within enough line of sight to be actively deterring. So the question to me becomes, are we effectively solving crimes and supporting victims as things are happening? And we've heard tremendous success from the sheriffs about two very difficult crimes that challenged our community, and so I'm heartened by their success in solving crimes. I'm interested in looking at more how we invest in alleviating the impacts and inconveniences of crime when it occurs, especially for our low-income community members. I want to know how we can better support victims of crime. That's an area I feel like we can be doing much better in. I'm also interested in hearing that we may want to look at the budget for block by block. I heard that after some staff are reaching a 2-year mark and wages are an issue for retention. We know that the longer we have folks in our community doing that work of being a deeply vested community member, the more effective they are, and I think we can do better to ensure adequate wages for this team. I am interested in the idea of these 1 to 2 and ideally 2 non-sworn PIOs, because I believe communication around law enforcement is a major issue, and the breakdown of people understanding what's happening and how we're solving these issues. So that's an area I'm interested in looking at. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Heilman.
Thank you, and I'm sorry if my comments are going to be a little on the long side, given the hour. As I said earlier, I agree with the city manager's assertion that public safety should be our #1 priority, and that's something that it sounded like everyone agreed with, but I think we need to make our actions consistent with that. Somebody mentioned progressive policies. The most progressive thing we can do is keep our people safe. That's what we need to do, and we have a lot of residents who are vulnerable, a lot of people who come here to feel safe, to experience our nightlife, to experience our community, and we need to keep them feeling safe. I'm not going to buy into the sort of narrative that all cities are hellholes right now, that they're overridden with crime. That's not the case here in West Hollywood. But we do have serious crime here, and I think our residents don't feel safe. And I've heard from resident after resident who say they don't go out at night, they don't feel safe, they are uncomfortable walking the dog. We heard from some employees here tonight who say they don't feel safe at work or leaving work. And there's a number of things. We're focusing on law enforcement and block by block, but it isn't limited to that. So we have serious crimes, and all you have to do is read the newspaper or look at TV. We all are aware of the crime at La Boheme or outside of La Boheme, but it's not just that. When I go out walking, it's a whole series of behaviors that indicate to people that things can go on here that are not acceptable in other communities. There are vehicles racing up and down the street without exhaust. There are the scooters on the sidewalk. That contributes to people's sense that no one cares and that anything goes. And that's part of why people don't feel safe. The other problem is the number of homeless we have on the community. I'm not going to accuse the homeless of engaging in criminal behavior that is of most concern, but there certainly is criminal behavior engaged in by unhoused people. When I go out walking in the morning, the other day I saw somebody unclothed in a door of a business at 7 in the morning on the street, sheriffs having to intervene the next day. I saw a number of people later when I came back, face down outside of 7-Eleven, drunk on the street. And this was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the kind of activity and the kind of image that people see that contributes to this sense that the community is not safe. I know we have outreach teams, but they're not visible. They don't wear uniforms. The block by block do, but none of the outreach team, and they respond when somebody calls in. They're not proactively going out necessarily and looking for people, nor are our staff doing that. I'm always having to call in and say, you know, what's going on here? You need to send somebody. And then the third thing that I think contributes to this sense of a lack of safety is the number of business vacancies and projects that are partially developed and not moving forward. If you walk on Santa Monica by what used to be the 24-hour fitness, it's not operational. Now we have another business closure next to it. And you can walk in large stretches of the city where there is no legitimate business activity. So what happens? Well, then it gets overtaken by homeless individuals and people walking by. There's no lights, there's no activity. That contributes to a sense of a lack of safety. So I do think we need to support Captain Mulder and his request and restore the sheriffs. I agree the PIO doesn't have to be a sworn individual. I think we also need to have that conversation about installing not just the license plate readers, but cameras and requiring new businesses to have outward-facing cameras as well. All of them have cameras inside, but they don't have them outside where more criminal activity is going to occur. I think we need to get regular updates on those vacancies. And now that we have Laura here as an economic development director, we need to have a strategy for how do we get those vacancies filled? How do we ensure that projects that have been approved actually get built and that they maintain the sites during construction? And I think we need to have this public safety update, which we do every 6 months. We need to have it at the beginning of the meeting where we can have a focused conversation rather than trying to do it at 11:40. The last thing I want to say is that the statistics that we get, sometimes I'm not sure they're really useful. And some of the questions tonight suggest to me that maybe other council members don't find them particularly useful. Comparing month to month is not really that useful. We really need to see it over time. Also, there are significant changes that occur, like this last 6-month period, the weather was terrible. So that impacted the number of unhoused individuals. It impacted the number of people going out to businesses and restaurants. So it's not always comparing apples to apples. We need to see more long-term trends to make those statistics meaningful. And then the final thing I will say, thank you. Thank you to Block by Block. Thank you to the sheriffs. Thank you, Danny, for all the work and for bringing this forward. My comments about us not making this a priority is not reflective of you, and it's not really reflective of the council. It's just what it is today. This turned out to be an item after a lengthy public hearing, and I don't think it's giving it the justice that it deserves. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start with the gratitude. I want to thank the members of the community as well as all the members of the public that came out and spoke tonight, that are still here tonight, our business owners, those that had to come, leave. I also want to thank Dimitri for all of his service. He owns a business in the city. He provides so much for so many, and I'm so thankful that the ADL recognized you. And Mulder, why didn't you get the award before? But nevertheless, I'm joking. But I say that in levity because, Dimitri, you're the best of this community, and I'm really thankful for the service you provide. I want to say that it's been an interesting couple of months, years, when we talk about this conversation. And I live in 2 West Hollywoods, I feel. And I'm just going to be really honest. I've lived on the east side my whole life. I live right on Fountain. I hear car crash after car crash. I hear sirens. I hear things all the time, right? I see Block by Block walking, and I always say hi to them. I go down to the 7-Eleven at Curson and Santa Monica way too late at night, because when I was writing my dissertation, I was walking down there at 3 a.m. I shouldn't be, and I know, Mulder, you've yelled at me multiple times for walking that late at night. I've never felt unsafe in West Hollywood. And I say that also as a 6'4" white cisgendered man, so I'm saying that with immense privilege and position, but I've also been the victim of crime. I shared on this dais, I almost got carjacked at Altaloma and Holloway, right? I reported it. Captain Mulder, Danny, everyone was so responsive. Everyone followed up. As many people on this dais, have been the victim of death threats. Everyone at the sheriff's station, everyone has always done their work. Residents call and tell us they don't get the right response times. They're frustrated. They love Block by Block. They hate Block by Block. They love the sheriffs. They hate the sheriffs. And I'm always in there saying, I like the sheriffs. I like Block by Block. I think we do more than any other proactive city that really tries to address these issues. And yet again, I've never felt unsafe in this city. And I think that what we've come here to understand and what we do is of 2 minds. And I believe the mayor really said something really important. There are those of us that agree with certain ideas and policies. And I think those are those of us that have a different opinion and maybe would like to find compromise in between. And I just want to point out that, yes, at 11 o'clock, it's not the most ideal time to have a conversation about public safety, but when I voted to continue what we were doing back in December, it was the exact same, but the opposite, because I didn't feel like public transparency had been done. I made that on the record when my colleagues, who I deeply respect and care for, tried to bring back deputies and have a conversation in December right after being sworn in, and none of you in the public that were here today and that were watching at home were here because you had no idea it was happening, and I didn't feel that it was an appropriate conversation at that time. We are now having it at the time that I think I asked for during that time, and we're continuing to see this issue of crime, responsiveness, and what the city's role and what our goals are here. And that's why also I made the decision for what I did back then, wasn't because it was flippity floppity. I believe that the public was not actually engaged on that actual topic. And my point was made tonight, in my opinion, because people care about this issue. And when they care about this issue on one way or the other, on each side, they show up and they stay and they make t-shirts. That's a joke. I enjoy that you made t-shirts. You can laugh. But I also am not above compromise. And I think what we have here is what I've been looking at and really following. I see the sheriff's doing a good job. I see you responding to issues like pickpocketing, cell phone, other thefts, but I understand, and the implication that I would victim blame someone is so asinine, but if that is what a resident heard, then I need to take accountability for that. But what we are trying to understand is that we have to educate a community of a lot of people on how to make sure they're safe in a really residential and very urban area. Some people leave their doors open. Some people leave their windows open. I sometimes leave my door open when I take Winnie out for a walk on the sidewalk. It doesn't mean something couldn't happen to me then, but ultimately we have to make sure we're keeping ourselves safe. We have block by block. I would love to see block by block up on Sunset and however that works. I would also love to see block by block over where on the east side is, where Mike Carter was talking about. I know there have been conversations about that. I think block by block does a great job, and I know when I talk to people and I walk my dog around the streets that you're doing a great job. We have the WeHo care teams coming on board, I believe, at the end of this year in a smaller version leading up to a larger version. I think that's going to be super important for how we continue to get the goal of that program going and moving forward. We have ALPR cameras, quite a few coming in that are going to continue to help us deter crime and catch those individuals. I fully support if we want to add another Met team, because guess what? If we have the budget, let's do it. Let's see what we can do. We have the sheriffs committing to foot and bike patrol, something we've always asked for. Cedars bought you bikes. We bought you bikes. We bought block by block more e-bikes. And so we have a whole mixture of what we're really trying to get at here. But then yet again, how do we make sure everyone feels safe? If we were to add 68 deputies, is that the right number for everyone to feel safe? I don't know, because I've never felt unsafe in this city. I don't know if that's the right number. But what I do know is I've been trying to talk to a lot of residents through the work with everyone, through my colleagues, and here's kind of where I'm at the moment. So at the moment, I believe and agree with the two unsworn PIO officers. I think you've heard us have frustration, myself, about communications. However that could be alleviated with those positions, I think it would be great. I support the EPT sergeant. Additionally, I would support bringing back one deputy and adding another deputy to a mid-year budget, but then yet again, I want to know how we're achieving these metrics. Jackie Steele was 100% correct. We have weapons arrests up 45%, LGBTQ hate incidents up. So what if we bring back two deputies, we do one, look at another one, but how would we gauge what success looks like? And I think that's something that our community safety plan has to build out and what we have to build out together to figure out what those metrics are, because that's all we have at the end of the day is data. I completely agree with Councilmember Heilman about vacant businesses. This is something that we have to see and track, and I would love to see that plan and whatever we would need to do. But commercial rents are extremely high because landlords did not get what they were getting during the pandemic, and now they're coming back with a vengeance. Additionally, what we all need to work on here is, I think, how do we get this perception of crime and whatever it is in the way that West Hollywood can own it, both on the side of how we've always had, but how can we make sure we're responding to residents? I've told this to residents in my neighborhood watch meetings that I've had with them, that I host every quarter with all of them, and then I've done neighborhood watch walks with people around the areas. I continue to do them. So I think ultimately I would love to see this baked into the budget. I'm happy to have that conversation with us later. I think we're going to maybe be able to get to some compromise here, but that's kind of where I'm at the moment with what we've been discussing here. And I think that would bring us back up to pre-pandemic levels.
Thank you. I'm not going to belabor the point. A lot of good points have been made. I am supportive of adding a sergeant because we added a deputy to your nightlife team, and You and I had a discussion about seeing results, and I see results, and I think a sergeant will help because the highest crime has been in nightlife. So I am supportive of that. I am supportive of a PIO civilian officer. However, I'm not sure if I'm supportive of 2 PIOs, but what I would like to see is a community liaison. This is something that Sheriff Luna and I actually discussed, something that he had really been a proponent of back in Long Beach, which was very helpful. So perhaps instead of a PIO, 2 PIO officers, maybe you just need 1 civilian that takes care of your social media, and that civilian could have a degree in social media to do a great job. But a community liaison, I think, would really help the issues that I see that the community has, where, for example, when we were at the Dillon, there was, if somebody was there really sending information back and forth, really being part of the community, interfacing with community members in a way to get information out and work with the city and you and everything, I think that would be great. As far as the 2 deputies, I'm like Councilmember Byers, I'm not convinced that that is going to all of a sudden decrease crime. I don't think we've seen this program long enough. I know that I'm hearing from my colleagues, they want the 2, Councilmember Heilman wants the 2, Mayor Pro Tem wants 1, Councilmember Byers agrees more with me. So perhaps we can come to some kind of compromise in the middle. And it sounds like perhaps Mayor Pro Tem is the compromise in the middle between all of us and his suggestion. As far as the Met team, I'm also not convinced that we need the Met team just yet, because the CARES team is going to come online, and we're spending $2 to $4 million on the CARES team. I would like, and I think Councilmember Meister, you made a good point. I would like to see the CARES team and see how they work out, and then perhaps next year, once they're on for 6 months or so, see if we need a Met team, and maybe we will, and go from there. We haven't even gotten our LASA point in time count back yet to see where our unhoused numbers are at, and that's really where I'm at. And I do believe BBB. There's improvements to be made, but you're doing a great job, and all our public safety officers are doing a great job. So that's where I am, and I also feel safe in our city. I feel more safe in West Hollywood than I do in a lot of other cities that I drive through, especially Los Angeles. So that, I think West Hollywood is safe, and we are creative and incredible and the place to come, and Pride is going to be safe and wonderful, and I want everyone to come and enjoy our city. So that's where I am. I think I'm not sure if we have a consensus, but if Mayor Pro Tem wants to make a motion, perhaps we can, are we going to give direction and make a motion when we come for the budget?
I thought the idea was that this was coming back in the budget, and that
Okay.
we would be making the decision as part of that.
I think if there's a majority and you're able to make a motion tonight, that may be good. We can bring it back with the budget, but chances are we'll be here at this time next week talking about the budget at midnight. So I think if you were to make a decision, if there's a majority and you want to make a decision tonight, then that will be in the budget, and you just have to adopt the budget. I fear that if you don't, there'll be a lot more discussion at the next meeting.
Maybe one day we'll get back to the budget on consent conversation, but never mind. So I will try to find consensus amongst it. So I would like to.
Can I just add one more thing before you do that?
Yeah, please.
I just want to, in full disclosure, so I have talked with Captain Mulder about the non-sworn PIO. He does have concerns that he wouldn't be able to fill those positions, that non-sworn positions are hard to fill. I don't think it's impossible to fill. I think it's hard to fill all positions right now, sworn or non-sworn, and city positions, because we've been trying. But I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that. But I will work with Captain Mulder and the department if needed to provide any assistance that we can to find the non-sworn PIO and possibly have that position meet both the PIO and community liaison type position that the mayor is. Two people that could do both. Yes.
Get 2 for 1 is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So, Mayor? Thank you. I would like to make a motion to give direction to the city manager to, how should I phrase the 2 unsworn PIO community liaison officials, however you would work it out in that way with Captain Mulder, adding back the EPT sergeant, adding back 1 deputy, as well as then the compromise being adding back a potential another deputy at the mid-year budget for the following year, but utilizing metrics to understand how would that look like. So I think we need to have a larger conversation about metrics, but to comment on what something Councilmember Heilman said about percentages and numbers, I think to look back at adding another deputy, what does that mean, and having that on there. So I would like to, as well as, I think I caught everything.
I'll second that motion.
Can I just
Yes.
add one thing before you do? So we will be bringing back the community safety update in December, like we did. So that may be a better time to do it in mid-year, because mid-year usually happens February or March. It's not really mid-year. And then we could make the change for January if you all decide you want to go forward.
I'm totally fine with that, and just to add on to any discussion, I think that we have a public safety moving forward as easy as we can move that up to the first thing in the agenda. I think that would be important, so that way we do it right away. We've been doing really good at our meetings, thank you, Mayor, but today was a very special meeting, but I think that would be important just so the community knows that when public safety is on the agenda, it's going to be first right on up. So I think that is my motion, Mayor, and I hope we have consensus on that.
Okay.
Yes, I'm happy to. Thank you. Would you like to restate the motion for the record?
Just to make sure that we get it right in the minutes. Okay, so the motion on the floor from Mayor Pro Tem Erickson, seconded by Mayor Shine, is to add 2 unsworn PIO/community liaison positions, the EPT sergeant, 1 deputy, consider another deputy in December with the 6-month community safety update, and moving forward, base this information on matrices and whatever we determine that is. And whenever community safety is on the agenda, that will be the first item of discussion. Is that the motion on the floor? Okay. Councilmember Byers?
No.
Councilmember Heilman?
Aye.
Councilmember Meister?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson?
Yes.
Mayor Shine?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We're going to move to the next item, which is Commission and Advisory Board appointments. Melissa, our City Clerk, Madam City Clerk, can you go through each one that is left for directs, and then we'll see who's ready for at-large or not.
Perfect. The only 2 directs we have left is Councilmember Byers' appointment to the Senior Advisory Board.
John Allendorf.
Oh, that was easy. And Councilmember Heilman's appointment to the Social Justice Advisory Board.
I'm not ready.
Okay. So now I'm just going to see if there's consensus for any of the at-large. Are we ready to do Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission? No. Are we ready to? I got a 1 shake of the head. So, Business License Commission. Do we want to just wait and do 2 at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay. Historic Preservation.
I could do that.
Okay, we could do historic. Okay. Human Services Commission.
Not ready.
Okay. LGBTQ plus commission.
No.
Public facilities, recreation, and infrastructure. No. Public safety commission.
I could, if everyone else is ready, I could.
Okay. Rent stabilization commission.
No.
Okay. Transportation and mobility commission.
I am. I don't know.
I am.
Yeah.
Okay, that one. Disabilities advisory board. No. No. Russian speaking advisory board. Okay. Transgender advisory board. Okay. Women's advisory board. No. Okay, so we will start with Historic Preservation Commission. Do I have any nominations?
Sure.
Okay, sorry. I would like to nominate Gail sorry, I'm going to totally butcher her last name. Ostagram and Amy's V.
And Amy. Okay.
Amy?
Amy's V, right?
V. Sorry, I said it too fast. Apologies.
No problem. Any others?
I'd like to nominate Carlo Campamaza.
Any others? Okay, so now I will take a roll call vote, and please select 2. Councilmember Byers.
Amy and Carlo.
Councilmember Heilman.
Gail and Carlo.
Councilmember Meister.
Gail and Amy.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Gail and Amy.
Mayor Shine.
Gail and Amy.
Okay, our new at-large appointees to the Historic Preservation Commission are Gail Ostagren and Amy Zvi. Now we will do Public Safety Commission. Any nominees?
I'd like to nominate Brandon Blau and Stephen Post.
I'd like to nominate Adam. I'm going to butcher your last name. Adam. Sorry. See, we have a soothsayer over there. Thank you, Councilmember Meister.
How many positions are open?
2 at large.
Thank you.
So any others? We have Brandon Blau, Stephen Post, and Adam Karimi. No? Okay, I'll do a roll call vote.
I have another one, Cesar Barrios.
Okay. Okay, so it's Brandon Blau, Stephen Post, Adam Cramy, or Cesar Barrios. Adam Aramian, is that? Okay.
Amramian.
Okay.
Amramian.
Okay. Councilmember Byers.
Brandon Blau and Stephen Post.
Councilmember Heilman.
Cesar Barrios.
Councilmember Meister.
Adam Aramian and Cesar Barrios.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Adam Aramian and Brandon Blau.
Mayor Shine.
Stephen Post and Adam Amramian.
And Councilmember Heilman, you only did one. Is that all you have? Okay. So Adam Aramian is 1, and then we're going to have to do another vote for the other one. So it'll be between Brandon Blau, Stephen Post, and Cesar Barrios. Councilmember Byers.
Brandon Blau.
Councilmember Heilman.
Cesar Barrios.
Councilmember Meister.
Cesar Barrios.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Brandon.
Mayor Shine.
Brandon.
Okay, so it's Brandon Blau and Cesar Barrios. Or I'm sorry, Brandon Blau and Adam Aramian are our new public safety commissioners. Okay, and our final one that you were ready to make this evening
Transportation.
is transportation.
I'd like to nominate Adam Darvish.
Dan Wenzel.
I'd like to nominate Stephen Green.
And I'd like to nominate Alistair.
Alistair.
Alistair. He sent us such a nice email.
Okay, let me just make sure I have the spelling correct. Okay, Councilmember Byers.
Adam Darvish and Dan Wenzel.
Councilmember Heilman.
Dan Wenzel and Stephen Green.
Councilmember Meister.
Dan Wenzel and Adam Darvish.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Dan Wenzel and Alistair.
Mayor Schein.
Adam Darvish and Dan Wenzel.
Dan Wenzel and Adam Darvish are the next two at-large appointees to the Transportation Commission. So we will come on June 26th with the other at-larges and the one direct.
How many?
We have Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission, Business License Commission, Human Services Commission, LGBTQ Plus Commission, Public Facilities, and Rent Stabilization, DAB, RAB, SAB, TAB, and WAB. It's late.
Thank you so much. Let's move to item
Halloween.
6E, programming for Halloween. And I don't think we need a staff report, but do we have any public speakers on this?
We do not.
Great. So Councilmember Heilman, you had some questions.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to the Budget Subcommittee for recommending that Halloween be brought back to the city. Appreciate it. It never left, but I think it's important for us to have this as an event. My concern has to do with the recommendation that we not have stages. I don't have any problem with that. I think the stages actually kind of get in the way of the public, but I do think it's really critical that there be music on the street. And this is just my experience in years where there were large areas that were a dead zone. There was actually no, the dead zone with no music actually causes people, I think, to get into fights with one another, or music calms the beast, or whatever that expression is. So,
on Halloween?
yes, if there is a way for us, and I know that some business owners have actually volunteered their services, I think that's what's missing from the recommendation. So I'd like to have that conversation.
One thing that I was talking, Mayor, sorry. Yeah. Oh, apologies. One thing that after we had the conversation and I was talking to some businesses to comment on what Councilmember Heilman said is that the San Vicente Santa Monica stage, while grand and extravagant in many, many years, it did provide a great focal point as like kind of the one stage where like the music was there in that way. Understand what Councilmember Heilman just said. But once that stage kind of ended, people kind of, and correct me if I'm wrong, Cleo, knew to kind of go away or go into the bars and be a part of our business nightlife. I'm fine with a smaller stage there to kind of be that symbol, but I didn't know if that's something that would get what Councilmember Heilman was saying.
I'm really more concerned about the area from like La Cienega all the way down, because previously if there was no music and it got crowded around the metro station, people would start, getting aggressive with one another or pushing, but having music playing, just people like, oh, okay, it's fun, and they start dancing with one another. So I don't think there has to necessarily be a huge stage, but there does have to be some music along the boulevard, and we can't just rely on the businesses, because there's, as I said earlier, there are large stretches where there aren't any businesses, and the music that they would be playing doesn't permeate the crowd out on the street. So that's what I was suggesting.
And not a DJ, but some type of music playing.
Well, it could be DJs. I mean, that's fine. But as I read the staff report, it seemed like maybe there would be one DJ that and not something that would actually provide music along the whole route. That's the concern.
So if the team has ideas, we'll I'm certainly open to hearing those.
We don't have to make the decision tonight, but that's what I would suggest that you look at to try to make this event, you know, not what it was before, but something where everyone in the crowd feels they're part of something special. And I think the music is what does it.
Okay. So are we ready to provide some ideas tonight, or do we want to come back with what that may look like?
Sure, I think we can provide some ideas tonight. We may not have the corresponding cost component here tonight. You're correct, the staff report did suggest one single DJ on a small format stage. There are options that would include speaker delays all the way down the boulevard, but you know, keeping it to one single entertainment act, and we can look at what that looks like, but the cost in the staff report reflected a single smaller format DJ.
So I'm prepared for us to approve what's on the agenda tonight with direction to staff to come back with other options, if that's agreeable to people.
Mayor, may I? Yes. And I think this is something I've brought up before. I think it would be really great if we could get some of our creative people, maybe people who are involved with our arts and culture, you know, that whole group, to do some kind of scary kind of art, like cool art that people would come and look at, and that would sort of transform the city, that stretch, into a, you know, it's Halloween. It's supposed to be a little scary. So I know we just talked about how we don't want it to be scary. But, I mean, but something creative and that people would enjoy working on, would give them some exposure as well, and would just, you know, give us the Halloween spirits.
I think what we have talked about as a group and with the city manager is really, I'm going to say this word, the timeline. Although October seems far away, it's really not. So I think what we wanted was to try to get some direction tonight that we could just go and start and move forward and start planning for October. So we've had the conversation about music, whether it be a DJ on one stage or music that can be piped through speakers along the boulevard, or maybe some other option. Would it be possible for council to approve what we have tonight and give staff direction to work with the city manager, public safety, just judging from your suggestions about what you want? For Councilmember Meister, I think for the timeline, we may be able to look at it, but I don't know if we'll be able to pull that off for this year.
Well, maybe you can talk to Rebecca.
And we'll talk to Rebecca. And maybe if you just give us direction to work that out.
Yeah,
that way we can
absolutely.
get started and sort of get going on it.
That would be great.
Okay.
Yeah, if those are the only items, we can bring something back with the budget, so there would be a budgeted amount for Halloween, because I think it's going to be pretty close to what we put in the staff report. I don't think those cost items should be that much larger than what we had expected.
That sounds great.
So do you need a motion for us to approve
I think
this?
we have enough direction at this point.
We would need some additional dollars. I don't know how much it would be, but we would need additional dollars to add these components. So if you're okay with the city manager approving that, we'll be okay.
Well, this item didn't have them approving a budget anyway, so
I mean, to bring back with the
approve
budget.
the dollar amount in the budget. We'll have a dollar amount in there. So
Okay.
I don't think we need an actual motion at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, with that, we're going to move to the last public comment period. Are there any public comments?
We have several. We'll see who's still left, but I know Rick Watts is still here. So Rick Watts is our first speaker, to be followed by David Nash, because I see David here.
Gesundheit. Thank you. Rick Watts, City of West Hollywood. Again, sorry to bother you one last time at this hour, but just a couple of things. On the board and commission appointments, and I know that the hour is late, and that it would have dragged on for probably another hour or two if things had proceeded tonight. That said, that this is now going to spill over to late June, if I understand things correctly, and then there will be approximately there will be an onboarding process for new appointees that will cause them to not be able to take their seats until July, late July, in depending on when a particular board or commission may meet next. That puts you almost 8 months after last fall's election. There has got to be a better way to speed this process up, get an earlier start on it to get this resolved much earlier in the process. That 8 months puts you really a third of the way through board and commission members' 2-year cycle, where you've got to start it all over again. So I would suggest soliciting applications from qualified, well-motivated, honest people much earlier in the process, right after council member elections, and then start to work on that like ASAP and just put this behind you. Second thing, just a final note on Pride. I would like to suggest that one of the things that you might consider adding to the Rainbow Key Awards is giving out a flag to each recipient that has been flown over City Hall, much like members of Congress do for constituents, oftentimes as awards or thank yous.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Our next speaker is David Nash, to be followed by Lucian Tudor.
Good evening, David Nash, West Hollywood resident. First, I'd like to say to John Heilman, when you're right, you're right. You're right about the dance party element at an event like Halloween. I produced the entertainment in Halloween for 2 years in San Francisco in the early 90s, and it was a large block, more than a block, extended dance party that was cohesive, that made the crowd happy and created a party atmosphere. You're right about that. I want to jump ahead to next month when you're all going to approve the budget for ambience transportation and say that that's been one of the biggest quality of life improvements that I've seen in this town. The ability to get disabled and senior people transported quickly is essential. And lastly, I want to say we've not looked far ahead enough in the aging in place impact that the aging community has on our city. We had, as Danny Rivas came to our building and saw last year, someone on kidney dialysis without a fold-down seat in his bathtub, without a handheld shower, without a grab bar. Now we have an amputee in our building, someone who's lost their leg without those basic ADA amenities in place when he's come home. There's a falling through the cracks that needs to be addressed, and as a city, we need to look harder at a really difficult subject, not just aging in place, but catastrophic illness in place and dying in place. We need to be serious and get the agencies and landlords to work more cohesively and promptly to deal with making accommodations, reasonable accommodations and modifications without putting paperwork in the way for people that experience catastrophic illness. It just needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Lucian Tudor.
Again, here this time a little bit less emotional. I want to apologize with all of you regarding my speech. Probably was very hard to understand. I want to thank you for your thoughts regarding the safety issues. I'm not discussing safety, but I want to thank especially Council Member Meister and Council Member Hellman for bringing up very articulate points and understanding our perspective as businesses. I want to give little history regarding La Boheme. La Boheme came here in 1991. We bought the building, and over all of these years, we've been able to have our community into our restaurant. During the COVID, because of your leadership, we expanded into our parking lot, and we got even more community into our doors. The reason of the community being into our doors is the happy hour, is the low prices. It's like being affordable for the community to come 2-3 times a week. And we could do that because we don't pay rent and we had our building. So we were happy to do that, to give back to the community supporting us for so long. Now, for the first quarter of 2023, I want to bring back $100,000 in losses. So we put $100,000 into the business in order to be alive. And we never done this with much less sales in the previous year. So I want to let you know, we evaluating our exit from this city, not just because the safety part of it, but also for the high cost which you voted on having us as a restaurant business. Restaurant business is very low profitability. Other cities, as New York City, researching, they have minimum wages of $15 an hour for the tip, $10 an hour for the people who make $200-300 a day in tips. So please consider my thoughts and please come up with regulations which are a little bit more friendly for businesses like us.
Thank you, Lucian. Richard Eastman is our next speaker.
Distinguished Mayor, distinguished council, I am now 70 years young. And when I came to this town in 1965, I was a teenager. And you know my story because I helped invent medical marijuana with David Nash and Dennis Perrone and Western Costume and Halloween. And John, thank you for music. I'm in a band now singing at the Whiskey A Go-Go. They're not paying me because of my $5,000 pills. And I'm still alive, and the Whiskey A Go-Go has a lot of great bands, and we could have some live entertainment for free, including the band that I'm in that was in Reno the other night called Green Jello. And they do puppet heads. And you kids, some of you don't remember, I used to work at Paramount Pictures and Western Costume, the oldest costume company in America, 1913. And I moved 6 million of those costumes to North Hollywood before I almost died from AIDS. I'm very concerned about Tom DeMille losing his leg. And I'm also concerned about losing our democracy in this country because I'm still on a permit in Washington, D.C. called smoking at the White House, 53 years, whether I go there or not. Secret Service, National Park Police, D.C. Police. I'm tired of all the people that tried to hurt me at the bus stop. I'm thankful for the sheriff and you getting a camera there or wherever you're going to get the cameras. I'm tired of the haters that come to rob people. I'm tired of the drug epidemic, fentanyl, killing the homeless people. And marijuana never killed anyone. And there are some people in this country that believe that Dennis and I made a lot of money. I didn't. I'll go to my grave on 2 words, maybe 3. Essential, medicine, and love. And this town, I don't feel safe sometimes at that bus stop because somebody who used to live with me attacks me. Why? Because I didn't sleep with them. And whatever I'm doing in my 70th year, if you want me to get you some bands for free, just reach out to me.
Thank you so much.
Because the Whiskey A Go-Go loves my work. Thank you so much, West Hollywood.
Thank you. I'm just going to call individuals to see if they're here. Jamie Hall, Charlie Jasper, and Patrick Blood. Okay, that's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's move to council member comments. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. So attendance, I attended the SCAG General Assembly and Regional Council meeting representing the city in District 41. I also attended Victory in Europe Day, dedication of Shalom Peace Square, and the West Hollywood WeHo East Neighborhood Watch meeting. And I just want to congratulate Commissioners George Nickel, Sarah Adolphson, and Dorian Jackson on being sworn in last week. I do have a comment about the consent calendar, and I know I'm not supposed to have a comment, but I can always bring something back if I need to. But just a quick comment on the cooperative purchasing agreement with the USA Shade Play Power for the shade structures. I'm totally pleased to have staff bring that forward because the last few summers, the dog park users have complained about the sun and the heat, making the park extremely uncomfortable. However, I don't see this as a long-term solution, and I think our facilities staff, our commission, need to look for a long-term natural solution such as canopy trees. So if my colleagues are okay with that request, perhaps we could just add the direction that, that in the long term, we need to be looking at natural solutions for our parks in terms of shade. So I don't know how everyone feels about that. Announcements, I'm going to announce just two. One is Tuesday, May 23rd at 6 p.m., meth and fentanyl crisis panel discussion. This is a virtual panel discussion on the opioid epidemic and the impacts that meth and fentanyl have had on communities in the region and across the country. You can find information on our city calendar. And there was just an article, I think it was just a couple of days ago in the LA Times about this. So the panel discussion is very timely. Also Saturday, June 10th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., our Pops and Parts at the PDC. The focus will be on the ways to increase publicly oriented private space in the city. So again, for info on any of these events, please visit the calendar page of weho.org. And I know my colleagues will bring up more recent calendar items in their comments. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and jump in, Mayor. In terms of attendance, I attended the Mayscape Classical Night, which was fabulous, the Victory Day in Europe event, the unveiling of the Peace Shalom Square, SCAG General Assembly meeting, and the Clean Power Alliance Board of Directors. For comments, I just want to thank all the public commenters who've come out tonight to speak. I want to thank my colleagues for your support of item 6G, the repeal of the travel ban resolutions. I wanted to make mention of the SoCal Edison program I found really useful for folks. Medical baseline allowance program. If you or someone in your household depends on the regular use of electrically powered medical equipment, devices, heating, or cooling for medical purposes, you may be eligible for reductions in your monthly plan. You can get in touch with me or Google Edison's plan to find more. And then just a couple quick announcements. Happy National Transportation Week. We know traffic fatalities make up 10% of all deaths in the U.S., and we have a number of initiatives underway here in West Hollywood to make our streets safer. That was a big conversation tonight, so I just wanted to elevate this big piece of it. I also wanted to mention that I've been appointed to the Transportation and Infrastructure Services Federal Advocacy Committee with the National League of Cities, and I'm really honored for an opportunity to continue to represent our city's transportation-related interests at this level. And finally, a very happy Pride to you all. Demonstrating joy is a very radical act, especially in times like these, so let us do so as radiantly as possibly this next month. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Howman.
Yes, I also attended a number of community events, but given the lateness of the hour, I'm not going to detail them all. I also wanted to remind people, in addition to Pride, we have the Mishka Festival coming up on the 21st, and in addition to a number of great performers from Eastern Europe, we also have Thelma Houston performing at Plummer Park, so hopefully people come out and enjoy the programming.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I attended the Contract Cities E-Board meeting, Clean Power Board of Directors meeting, the Victory Fund LGBTQ convening, the Victory in Europe Day, Shalom Peace Square unveiling at Colomie. Thank you, Mayor, for representing the city and bringing that item forward. I swore in Commissioner Saltzman as well. At the Public Safety Commission, Contract Cities Ledge Committee meeting, the Neighborhood Watch meeting in the East Side. Additionally, the dog adoption event at Bikes and Hikes. Thank you, Danny Roman, for doing that. Everyone should adopt Goldilocks at the Carson Shelter, number A55368 810, as well as the Maysky Classical Night and a small gathering of my colleagues yesterday for the 75th Independence Day lighting at City Hall. Thank you to my colleagues Byers and Mayor Shine for bringing that forward. Additionally, I just want to wish a happy belated Mother's Day to all biological, foster, and adoptive and chosen mothers. I think it was a beautiful day, and sadly, with the Gloria Molina news, it was sad at the end. If the city could do some proactive messaging around the Athens bins regarding the green bins. I've been hearing from residents that they're not, or they don't have their green bins. We had a very lengthy conversation at my Plummer Park event if there were supposed to be 2 green bins, and then you dump another green bin into the other green bin, and there was a lot of conversation. So any type of proactive messaging could be done, because there was a lot of confusion, and I learned a lot about compost that day. Additionally, I hope people can attend the community feral cat declawing program on Sunday, and I also want to give a big thanks to Karen O'Keefe, who I know was leaving the city to go back to Michigan with her husband, but she's been such a great advocate for bikes and transportation and affordable housing, and I just want to give her a shout out. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Since our last meeting, I met with Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna. We had a wonderful discussion about the positive changes that he is planning on making to the Sheriff's Department, and I look forward to supporting those changes. I was a panelist for the Truth and Accountability League Town Hall to address the hate crimes and defamation against the Armenian American community. I attended the Mayor's Mass at St. Victor's along with Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Byers, as well as commissioners and board members. St. Victor's has been in our community since 1906, and we appreciate their presence very much. I also attended and spoke at the Victory in Europe Day. I attended the dedication ceremony for the naming of Shalom Peace Square on the 30th anniversary of Kol Ami as well. I swore in Human Services Commissioner Anne Marie Williams. And I want to let the public know that about a youth scholarship program. The City of West Hollywood recognizes the importance of education to our community and supports local students interested in pursuing their education beyond high school. The West Hollywood Youth Scholarship Program awards $2,000 to graduating high school students who are West Hollywood residents and have completed 150 hours of community service. I'm excited to announce this year's scholarship recipients, Michelle Dorn and Elizabeth Hammer. Yay. Michelle is graduating from North Hollywood High School, highly gifted magnet, and plans to attend California State School, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo in the fall. Throughout high school, Michelle volunteered in numerous ways in West Hollywood, including helping librarians with creative displays and special projects at the library, organizing activities at the West Hollywood Teen Center, volunteering at the Holocaust Museum in Los Angeles, and helping cook meals for community members at Project Angel Food. Michelle hopes to work in public health after college and improve healthcare access to communities. Elizabeth Hammer is graduating from Fairfax High School and plans to attend California State Polytechnic University in Pomona this fall. Elizabeth has been a volunteer at Plummer Park's Teen Center and has assisted staff with many city events, including Movies in the Park, Junk in the Trunk, park cleanups, Halloween, Spring Fest, and the Kids Fair. Elizabeth plans to study biology and later work as an animal doctor and run a clinic as an exotic animal surgeon. Michelle and Elizabeth will be receiving their awards at the May 18th Valentine Awards, taking place at 6 p.m. at Plummer Park's Fiesta Hall. Congratulations, Michelle and Elizabeth. We thank you for your contributions to the community. We are proud and excited for this next chapter in your lives. I also want to share that I, myself and some of my commissioners and board members volunteered at Project Angel Food this weekend, chopping onions, zucchinis, loading trays with rice, and distributing food. It's a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to give back, and I highly recommend that the community considers volunteering at Project Angel Food. I will be having Sips with Seppi this month, later on in the month. Just look at my social media for information about that, since we will not be coming back to council until June. I want to wish everyone an incredible Pride season that is coming up, including May 22nd, there will be which is next Monday, the beginning of our LGBTQ Pride Month, LGBTQ Pride Arts Festival, with the Harvey Milk Day city event at the Respite Deck of the Arc from 6 p.m. to 8:30. So please meet us there. And as part of my comments at each council meeting, I have made it a priority to provide updates on the situation in the Islamic Republic of Iran in light of the protests that began in September 2022 following the death of Mahsa Amini. Last week, the United Nations announced that Iran has executed 209 people so far this year. The UN added that on average so far this year, over 10 people are put to death each week in Iran, making it one of the world's highest executors. Sadly, and embarrassingly, the United Nations added Iran, the Islamic government of Iran, to a human rights council. Earlier this month, Iran executed 2 Iranian men for alleged charges of blasphemy. Youssef Mehrdad and Sadrullah Fazeli Zar were sentenced to death by hanging after they were arrested in May 2020 for sharing content that critiqued religion. Reports show that during their imprisonment, the two were denied family visits and phone calls, and at times were held in solitary confinement. Mehrdad and Zareh leave behind family, including 3 children. Our condolences go out to their families and to the people of Iran during this very difficult time in the nation's history. Please join me in spreading awareness on the current injustices going on in Iran and helping bring awareness to hope for change through the Woman Life Freedom Revolution, Zan Zendegi Azadi. And it is 12:36, and we are adjourned to our next regular meeting, which will be Monday, June 26, 2023 at 6 p.m. In the council chambers.